proper, coordination between the two is the scope of the judgment today, and it's going to be very critical and important to it.
Okay, Anusha, thank you. Stay with us, please. Let's go back to my colleague Akash, who stays with us. Akash, as Anusha just laid out for us, there are two key things that are going to be looked at today. One is, of course, executive power, as it falls under 239AA, Article 239AA, and the second is the question of transfers. I just want to ask you now, Akash, if we could double-click on the executive powers under Article 239AA. Our audiences may remember back in 2021, the Government of India, in particular led by the BJP, had passed a Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Act in 2021. And the BJP had said that they did that to clear ambiguities that existed in this article. Can you walk us through exactly what they said the ambiguities were in that article? What's the history of that article? Because it's been quite contentious when it comes to how the BJP has looked at it and how the AAP has looked at it.
Exactly, and I remember the kind of political drama we witnessed back in 2021 after that amendment. And also, it is interesting that you have mentioned about it, because this particular amendment is going to play a crucial role in this particular hearing, in this particular order as well. Because you see, in this particular amendment, it was categorically mentioned that while it is about the administrator, while it is about the government, so for the national capital Delhi, it would be the LG. However, in 2019, when this case was there in the apex court, it was categorically mentioned that whenever we talk about the role of Lieutenant Governor, so Lieutenant Governor cannot make, in fact, independent decisions, and he has to consult the elected representatives. Also, anti-corruption branch, anti-corruption is one matter that, led the particular case back in 2016 and 2017, because at that time the argument of Delhi government was that when we have this anti-corruption branch, then it can in fact probe matters that are taking both Delhi government officers and Union Territory central government officers, and can probe the matters related to these officers. However, it was argued that no, this cannot be a case, and since then we are seeing a number of hearings in this particular case where we saw the split verdict in 2019, and services was the only left area, because on other matters, be it the land, be it the finance, or be it the electricity that Anusha was talking about, kind of consensus was made. In fact, in 2018, in fact, unanimously it was passed that LG cannot independently decide on anything that is pertaining to the national capital, and he has to consult the representatives of the elected government. However, on services matter, because as Anusha pointed out, bureaucrats are the one who work for the capital city or for different departments. And when a government has a say in transfer posting, government feel that okay, we have the power and we can control somewhere the bureaucracy. And this is where we have this particular matter, because today court has to decide whether it would be Delhi government who will decide for the transfer posting of the officers, or the LG, or we can say the central government. So in some time from now at around 11, we are expecting that this order would come and will give some sort of clarity over this particular confusion.
Okay. Akash, I also want to ask you, Arvind Kejriwal has of course been the Delhi Chief Minister on and off since pretty much 2013, December 2013, when he became the second youngest Chief Minister to ever be sworn in. Now it's 10 years since then. We're in 2023 today. I want to understand from you, what has the tussle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the LG looked like year after year? That's question one. And question two, how are we only now seeing this at the Supreme Court in this manner? We know that you've had multiple different benches take a look at this case. Walk us through the entire history, the entire timeline.
Since 2014, in fact, since the Aam Aadmi Party government came into power, we are seeing this sort of tussle. Initially, I remember the initial days when we used to see headlines like Najib Jung or Kejriwal ke beech Jung. Then we had Mr. Bajal, and then now we have VK Saxena. In fact, it won't be a personification if I say ki, we don't see a week, in fact, without any tussle between the LG office and the CM office. But as of now, talking about the particular matter, so it is not that, it has been reflected in 2019, 2020 or in 2023, but this matter is an old matter which was there in the court in 2016, in fact, and since then, we had seen multiple hearings. But as of now, the political tussle is that whenever CM office or CM house or the, Legislative Assembly clears a file, that file goes to LG for the consideration, and LG has to, either sign it or send back that particular file with a sort of suggestion, and then that file goes to LG again. the bone of contention is whether or not LG has a power to halt some file or to halt some sort of a decision that has been made by the Legislative Assembly. And as of now, while talking about the National Capital Delhi, so 239AA is what the special provision and is what is talking about the National Capital Delhi and is crucial in this matter. And this is why we have the constitutional bench that will decide somewhere on this particular power or services on transfer posting today.
Okay. Akash, thank you for laying that out for us. Now let's move on to our next story. We're taking you to Maharashtra. As we just said, it is an important day for Delhi, but it is an important day for the Maharashtra government too, which awaits a possible roller coaster as the Supreme Court is going to be making a decision that can decide the fate of each of the central parties in Maharashtra politics today. The court is going to be pronouncing its verdict on a plea seeking the disqualification of 16 Shinde faction-led MLAs today. What does this mean and what's the context? You'll remember last year in June 2022, the Shiv Sena saw a vertical split take place. Uddhav Thackeray, who was at that time in power, was shunted to the side with Eknath Shinde from within his own party taking control by saying that he had a majority of the MLAs underneath him. He joined hands with the BJP. They've been in power since. Today, a 5-judge constitution bench headed by the Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud will pronounce its verdict on the legality of all of the decisions that we saw take place in June last year. Now, with regards to the power of the Election Commission, the top court will also be ruling on what the scope of the powers of the EC in such a case are. They'll also be ruling on what the scope of the Speaker's position are in this entire case. The notice of removal against the Speaker, can he disqualify other leaders as there is a notice like that on him? Those are all the questions that are going to be looked at today. My colleague Anusha Soni to give us the rundown. Anusha, if you could just walk our audiences through the multiple decisions that the Supreme Court is going to be making a pronouncement on today when it comes to this case.
Well, it's a constitutionally complex matter which is wired with the political intricacies that we saw pan out in Maharashtra last year. I'd like to simply translate it for our viewers, barring the jargons and the constitutionality which is involved. We continue to reiterate that 16 MLAs were the first batch of MLAs who were dissidents from Shiv Sena. They went to Surat and then eventually to Guwahati, and there was a notice of disqualification that was served to them by the then Deputy Speaker. This notice was challenged in the court and eventually there was some kind of relief that was granted to them, and in the meanwhile there was a call for the trust vote. Now, Uddhav Thackeray never faced a trust vote. He resigned, and on the day that there was actually a vote of confidence, Eknath Shinde and his faction claimed they are the real Shiv Sena. They won the vote of confidence. What is the court going to decide today? What is the power of the Speaker in scenarios like this? In a scenario where the Speaker is yet to decide on the disqualification proceedings, can a court really interfere? Now, there is a very interesting aspect of the 10th schedule that I want to translate for our viewers. 10th schedule lays down a scheme that you cannot, deviate from a party. It is a schedule which protects democracy from corruption in many ways. So, if a certain leader or a batch of leaders break away from their party and merge into another, and if they are more than a certain number, you're not disqualified. The argument of the Uddhav camp before the court is that had the Eknath Shinde faction broken away from Shiv Sena and merged with the BJP, then it was fine. They were protected from being disqualified. The fact that they not only, went away from Uddhav Thackeray, the key party, who was holding the party chief position at that point, but also claimed to be real Shiv Sena, is unheard of in constitution and is not covered by the scheme of the 10th schedule. This means that they could be disqualified. These are proceedings which should not have been in the favor of them. More importantly, the fact that Uddhav Thackeray did not face a trust vote on the floor of the House, how critical is that aspect? So when the court is going to answer these questions, I want to read out one question that the court is going to answer. What is the impact of removal of para 3 of the 10th schedule, which omitted the word split in a party as a defense against disqualification proceedings? Now, this moot question, this is the 6th question. There are about 10 questions that the court has framed. This moot question is going to be very critical, not just for the 16 MLAs who first went to the court and are officially the petitioners, but whatever judgment comes in will have a bearing on all the 40 MLAs. Either they could have split, formed another party or merged into another one. They cannot split and claim that they are the real, Shiv Sena. Now, moving forward, the role of the governor, the manner in which the session of the assembly was called, the way in which the speaker or a pro tem speaker was elected, the way the deputy speaker had served notices and there was some kind of intervention that was sought from the High Court and the Supreme Court, all of things are going to be decided by the court. And there is a note of caution that I want to strike. While we are going to translate it simply for the viewers, as and when the judgment comes out, the court is going to answer these constitutional questions as to what is the position vis-a-vis the speaker, vis-a-vis the governor, vis-a-vis the court, the different political parties and the camps.
Right. Anusha, I would come back to you. I request you to stay on with us. And thank you so much for beautifully breaking down what exactly is expected out of the court today, as this is going to be deciding the fate of the Maharashtra politics. The Supreme Court is in all likelihood pronouncing a verdict on the pleas that are seeking the disqualification of the 16 Shinde faction MLAs today. Let me bring in my colleague Vinaya, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Vinaya, I'd like to understand from you, what is the headspace that the BJP Shinde faction right now is in? What is the mood that you are actually sensing from that?
Well, as of now, what I can tell you is that the government looks relaxed. As of now, they tell us that they have the numbers with them. We have seen that for the last 2 to 3 days at least, several prominent political leaders have also given a statement to a similar effect. Just 3 days ago, Sharad Pawar said that whatever be the verdict of the Supreme Court, it will not have any impact on the stability of this government. BJP says it's quite confident that the number game is with it. Even if there is disqualification, in that case, Eknath Shinde may face the X. In that condition, there may be another candidate, or plan B is not something that they have discussed with the media so far. Obviously, everybody has plan A, plan B, plan C ready as of now. But looking at the number game, Maharashtra has 288. The House is 288 seats. The halfway mark is 145. That is the magic figure. We see that the current government enjoys the support of 164 MLAs, which is comfortably way above the halfway mark or the magic figure. What if 16 MLAs stand disqualified? Now remember, if they stand disqualified, excuse me, not just will 16 be deducted from 164, but it will also be deducted from 288, which means the denominator itself comes down, which again puts the Maharashtra government in a comfortable majority. The question is not really that. The question is right now, though, in this present petition, there is a prayer for disqualification of 16 MLAs. Remember, the same is sought in other petitions with respect to the remaining 24, because in batches, 40 MLAs went. And in case after these 16 MLAs, the same will be the fate of the remaining 24. That is the question that, the answer to which will throw up a googly in Maharashtra politics. Now we have seen that in Maharashtra politics, there are always 5 to 6 persons who are sitting on the fence. They are the independent MLAs. They jump over to whichever side the government is being formed. So as of now, even if we take off 40 and then change the denominator as well as the majority, it's possibly the BJP needing a very thin majority to reach the halfway mark, to reach the magic figure, which it still thinks it can muster, and that is why it thinks that there is no threat to the government. As of now, what we also hear politically from the Shiv Sena, though, Shiv Sena of the Uddhav Thackeray faction, which has put forth these petitions in the court. Remember, the one thing that even the court had observed, and the one thing that will possibly go much against Uddhav Thackeray, is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray tendered his resignation even before the floor test, and that is why the Supreme Court had also famously asked as to how it can restore a government when the Chief Minister had himself resigned even before the floor test. That is the test of majority. So even if the Shiv Sena claims that it hopes that its government will come back to power, and several conjectures are being floated with respect to that, it looks quite difficult that the Supreme Court will turn back the clock to that extent, where a resigned Chief Minister will again be asked to come back and form the government. So as of now, both the BJP as well as the Eknath Shinde faction very clearly claim that they have the majority, that they will sail through. The Speaker of the House says that whatever be the judgment, the Supreme Court cannot impinge upon the rights of the legislature. The judiciary will have to keep the distinction very sacrosanct, and that is why the matter will have to be sent back to the Speaker, even if it pertains to the disqualification of the 16 MLAs, from where Rahul Narvekar says he will take it ahead once he returns from the UK. Now, the subplot in this really is the Deputy Speaker, who's Narhari Jirwal, who's from the NCP. He has claimed for the last few days that since he was the acting speaker when he decided on the disqualification of the 16 MLAs, when the Supreme Court decides on the matter, the question is, can it turn back the clock to an extent where it says that the presiding officer should be the one in front of whom the disqualification petitions were first put forth, which will bring it to Narhari Jirwal, who is the Deputy Speaker. That is what he claims. That is something that Rahul Narvekar, who is the current Speaker, has completely denied, saying that when there is already a Speaker who is in the position and who is officiating on the floor of the House, there is no question of any court intervening and giving the rights to a Deputy Speaker.
Vinaya, this point that you were making about Uddhav Thackeray resigning, despite the fact that he was supposed to be, going ahead with that floor test, he resigned. He had the majority nonetheless, and that question was also raised in the court as to the governor asking Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the House, go ahead for the trust vote. This also was something that was raised, and a peculiar question was asked while the judgment in this particular case was reserved, that why not ask the party who's asking for the no confidence motion to go in for the floor test? Why ask the government, which is in clear majority, which is no disquiet, to actually do so? Is that also going to be a major bone of contention?
Oh, well, clearly everything with respect to this current government and the way the previous government had to step down will come into discussion at this juncture. Though remember, the 10 key points on which the Supreme Court is going to give the verdict are majorly related to constitutional issues, the role of the governor, and on Schedule 10. Remember, the disqualification petition, the plea for disqualification is one of the prayers that have been given in the petition that has been moved by the Uddhav Thackeray faction, really. So right now, what the current government says is it enjoys the majority. It has proven it on the floor of the House. Remember, when the vote of confidence took place, and I recollect that moment very, very vividly, it was 164 as opposed to 99, which means the move was supported by 164 and it was opposed by only a 99. So the number difference in this is quite distinct and quite wide. In order for anybody to try and bridge that gap. There were abstentions, there were absentees. That was also a very famous time when several Congress leaders had remained absent from the floor of the House. They were sitting right outside the House, but they did not remain present on the floor of the House, thereby bringing down the majority, the number of the MVS substantially to almost 99. So all these issues will obviously come back into discussion yet again. As of now, though, the BJP and Shinde faction claim that they comfortably have the majority. The number
I request you to stay on with us. Let me also bring in Mayuresh, who's joining us from Mumbai as well. Mayuresh, we'd had several responses that have come in from the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena. The recent one had, in fact, been there. In fact, I'm told that Mayuresh is still not with us. Arun Dhanta, in fact, is joining us live from outside the Supreme Court. Arun, let me ask the same question to you. Arun, we had earlier seen there was a Jalgaon rally where you'd have the Uddhav Thackeray spokesperson, Mr. Sanjay Raut, claimed that the Shinde government is going to fall in 15 days. This happened in the last week of April. We are already talking end of that tenure that he'd given. That is the kind of mood that the Uddhav faction is really emitting. What more are you learning vis-a-vis that? What are the kind of political discourse that you see around? Because when we saw the political crisis within the NCP, a few days back, even Supriya Sule had made a similar remark, claiming that 15 days there is going to be a big development in Maharashtra political circles.
Well, that's right. We have been hearing various statements coming from the faction of Uddhav Thackeray's side. They are saying that wait for a few days and the decision will be out for everyone to see. And now today is the D-Day for the Maharashtra, and it is going to be a clash of titans, because remember that Uddhav Thackeray has really, taken it personally, and for him what is important is the disqualification of all the 16 MLAs whose petition is before the Supreme Court, and also that includes the Eknath Shinde, who in fact took away the 40 MLAs of Shiv Sena and formed the government with the BJP. Now we have seen in past couple of months there were hefty arguments before the Supreme Court, before the 5 judges bench of Supreme Court. All the top lawyers, including Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Kapil Sibal, Harish Salve, Tushar Mehta, they all were the part of the argument. Now there are various contentions which are taking place, which have already taken place in the courts. Remember that one of the key demand of the Uddhav Thackeray faction was to review the judgment of Nabam Rebia case of 2016 in Arunachal Pradesh. Remember what happened in 2016 in Arunachal Pradesh, in the similar sort of situation where the speaker in fact disqualified the 21 MLAs of the Congress party, and therefore they approached the court, said that how can speaker disqualify us when there is already a petition for removal of that same speaker. So therefore the decision is something which has become precedent, and therefore this is one of the points which the lawyers of Uddhav Thackeray faction raised in the courts, that they want a review of that judgment. And also of course they are saying that this judgment of Nabam Rebia case makes the 10th schedule, which is the anti-defection law, redundant, and therefore the arguments were on those lines. And on the other hand, of course, we have heard the arguments of the Shinde camp and also the governor camp. So today's day is going to be very, very important, because it is going to set the direction for the governor as to what is going to be the role of governor, what is the role of the speaker, and what is going to be the larger implication of all these cases. Because
in
remember,
fact, Arun,
whatever
you just mentioned
the
that
decision
crucial
comes from the
aspect
Supreme
of the
Court.
Nabam Rebia judgment of 2016, that the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction has approached the higher bench of the Supreme Court to actually refer to, considering they've also mentioned that the speaker doesn't have the right to disqualify. Let me actually get in Anusha back on the broadcast. Anusha, if you could break down that aspect for our viewers as we await this big judgment from the Apex Court.
Well, that judgment of 2016 delivered by Justice J.S. Keher, it was once again a constitution bench. Nabam Rebia was in fact the speaker, and he had moved the court against the action of the speaker. The entire catch, or perhaps a paradox of sort, of that particular judgment was that when the Supreme Court had turned the clock back, it was already a precedent rule in the state. So frankly speaking, that judgment did not create any kind of changes on the ground, but it did set out the lines under which the speaker, the governor, ought to act when they are dealing with situations like these. Arun rightly pointed out that there was a review of Nabam Rebia in some ways that was sought by the petitioners, but that review per se will not happen in this, because for that you need a bench larger than 5 judges. Rebia was once again 5 judges bench decision that had come in. The kind of lines that the Supreme Court drew when it comes to propriety of the governor and how he ought to act in politically and constitutionally sensitive situation is the guiding factor for the Supreme Court. I want to assert what was said in that judgment of 2016. The Supreme Court had actually come to the conclusion that the governor acted out of political interest. He did not act in the best of the interest of the state, and his actions were politically motivated. At that point, it was a huge setback to the center and something which was a relief for the Congress party. All those points that the Supreme Court mentioned vis-a-vis the role of the governor in difficult situations like these directly applies to the case of Maharashtra. As Vinaya was pointing out, there is no direct question of disqualification before the Supreme Court right now. What the court is going to decide is whether the deputy speaker could have taken the call, whether the court should have intervened in this matter, whether a session should have been called in. And the fact that Uddhav Thackeray did not face a floor test and he resigned before that. Does it spell of something? As was said earlier, that the fact that Uddhav Thackeray did not face a floor test, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud actually said that even if you're asking us to turn the clock back and put things in order like they were before 25th of June, then what exactly are you seeking? This is a chief minister who did not even go to the floor and face a floor test. All these factors are not just something which are observations, but are going to be critical for the Supreme Court to decide. In amidst all of this, there's one aspect which I want to highlight. What is the remit and the scope of the 10th schedule? Can a faction, can a huge bunch from a political party split and claim to be the original political party and remain protected by the 10th schedule and disqualification? That's the moot question that the Supreme Court will decide.
All right, thank you so much for that, Anusha. Let me actually bring Vinaya back on the broadcast. Vinaya, you were mentioning about certain aspects that are going to happen once this verdict is really pronounced out of the Supreme Court. But one crucial aspect that you mentioned is that the numbers are going to come down, if at all that disqualification of the 16 is upheld. If we were to actually look at the kind of responses, the kind of statements that have come in from the Shinde BJP side, in this case, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis had spoken about how he's very, very confident of coming back to power. How does one read all of those?
Well, it's quite interesting with the kind of statements we have seen in the last few days. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis, after making that statement, had political tongues wagging, remember, because he had said, when I say that I come back, I definitely come back. That was perceived as probably a statement of him trying to tell everyone that he may return as the chief minister, something we know he has an aspiration for, something we know that, before his elevator to Delhi, he will possibly be given that chance, or at least desperately wants that chance. And so when he made that statement, everyone tried to read between the lines as to whether there was any change in the way the government was to function, in the names, in the faces that were going to be at the helm, especially at a time when the questions which were being raised about whether these 16 MLAs, including Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, would face the axe due to the disqualification petition that is pending in front of the Supreme Court, in which the Supreme Court is expected to give the verdict today. We have seen how in the last fortnight or so there was quite some anxiety initially in the Shinde camp, but in the last few days they seem to be quite relaxed. In fact, Eknath Shinde group has time and again in the last 2 to 3 days issued statements saying that they are confident that the Supreme Court's verdict will not change much in Maharashtra. We have seen several leaders today head back to their constituencies. In fact, Maharashtra Minister Uday Samant, who's also one of the 40 MLAs who have switched sides, one of the last persons really, and who has played a key role in this whole political drama, went to his constituency and said that it was important to do people's work instead of sitting in Mumbai in anticipation of the judgment. Even today, if you look at the schedules of both the CM as well as the Deputy Chief Minister, the CM is still waiting at his bungalow for the verdict to come out, but thereafter in the afternoon, he is going to fly down to Nashik to attend a wedding. The Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, is going to go to Navi Mumbai for several public engagements soon after the verdict is out. So the government desperately wants to give out a message that it is functioning as usual, though we know that behind the closed doors of their bungalows, they are very, very anxiously awaiting that judgment to see what the fate of the government will be. As of now, with respect to the number game that I explained just a while ago, it seems that with 16, there isn't much of a problem. The conjecture is if the fate of the 16 is then applied to the remaining 24, what is the scenario that emerges thereafter, whether it will be the speaker who will take a call or whether judiciary will take any extraordinary decision with respect to the queries that have been raised till now. So as of now,
Vinaya, I'm really sorry, we'd have to just cut across some breaking news. This one's coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu. As the Tamil Nadu Finance Minister PTR's portfolio now stands changed. We know there was a cabinet reshuffle that was expected this week in Tamil Nadu. Now we've been told that the Finance Minister PTR's portfolio has been changed, and this is in the backdrop of an audio clip controversy that it has happened. So PTR there is going to be moved out of the Finance Ministry. My colleague Purnima is joining us with all of those details. Purnima, we were talking about that audio clip controversy. If you could take our viewers through the background of that and which portfolio is now going to be given to PTR, or is he not going to be part of the cabinet?
Well, days after Annamalai had released an alleged audio clip of PTR lashing out at the first family of the DMK, ever since then there has been talks about whether to keep PTR as a finance minister. Initially, they did not plan to keep this portfolio, but later last weekend, developments took place on Monday. It became clear that PTR may lose finance and be given the IT portfolio. And as he reported earlier, PTR now gets IT portfolio, and the finance portfolio now goes to the Industries Minister Tangam Tennarusu. And the new induction in this is TRB Raja, who's also the son of senior DMK leader TR Balu. He gets industries portfolio. And the portfolio changed for PTR at a time when Annamalai and the BJP time and again say that PTR claim that it is an alleged audio clip of PTR. PTR DMK, however, so far maintained that these audio clips are forged and that that's completely not his, and that the BJP is entering the politics. But however, the reshuffle amid the entire controversy has only left DMK divided. Some of them feel that the timing of this change is not right, and that it could pave way for the BJP to raise up the issue yet again.
All right, Purnima, thank you so much for joining us with all the latest vis-a-vis that story. So let me also now bring in Mr. Kovai Satyan of the AIDMK, who's joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Satyan, thank you so much. A huge controversy really brewed after Annamalai had released that audio clip. And now we are seeing the repercussions after the cabinet reshuffle. The major Ministry of Finance has been taken away from Mr. PTR. Your first reaction, sir?
Looks like MK Stalin is giving an indirect confession to the audio leak of 30,000 crores swindled by his son and his son-in-law. If that were to be farce, if that were to be untrue, and if that audio clip were to be doctored, they would have taken the legal route to prove their innocence. And rather, changing the portfolio of PTR clearly shows that the revelation by him has led to a larger embarrassment for the government. And adding the salt to the wound, changing his portfolio proves that whatever he has said in the audio clip is true.
Okay. Mr. Satyan, in fact, this was after several deliberations and private conversations that we are learning was actually where Mr. Stalin was also a part of, and this was the exact point that his senior leaders and ministers were making, that this might just be considered as an admission of guilt.
It is an admission of guilt. It is an admission, indirect admission by MK Stalin. And his incompetence is getting proved at every action of his. And elevating TRB Raja by sidelining the other senior ministers, it's another indication that the elevation of Udayanidhi Stalin to Deputy Chief Minister in a couple of months is on the cards.
All right.
He is negating the troublemakers. Probably if that elevation comes through. Just by elevating TRB Raja, he wants to appease the youngsters, saying that this party is giving opportunity for youngsters. And as well as trying to appease TR Balu, who is more vociferous as a senior person in the party. So likelihood that another couple of months you can see Udayanidhi being elevated as the Deputy Chief Minister.
Okay, that's a huge claim that Mr. Satyan, you're making. We also were learning that how there was pressure from a certain quarters to actually get the portfolio of Mr. PTR change, or probably to get him out of the cabinet altogether. Do you in any way know anything about this?
I don't think so, because after the audio clip emerged, there were internal deliberations for a long period of time. But changing the portfolio will eventually lead to admission. This is not how a government acts. This is not how a party reacts.
Right.
If it were to be untrue, if the clip were to be doctored, they should have taken the legal route to prove their point. For
Absolutely.
a meme, a government put somebody behind bars for 15 days for a meme and selectively silent on this issue. And changing the portfolio proves that whatever is said in the audio clip is true.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Satyan. S.G. Surya of the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Surya, how do you read this? A huge development coming out of the state of Tamil Nadu, a cabinet reshuffle, and something that was very much on the cards. PTR has now been shunted from the finance portfolio.
It is nothing but an admission of guilt. What we have been claiming that the audio tapes are real, and since the DMK nor the PTR has not taken any legal discourse, and now that ministry is also shifted, he has been put into a dummy portfolio which has nothing to do. It is 100% admission of guilt. Now we'll speed up our process of inquiring about the 30,000 crore loot in a bigger way. Now, since the government has admitted itself and changed the portfolio of Mr. PTR.
Mr. Surya, were you looking for this kind of a response after Annamalai had actually put that audio out and this controversy was raging, despite the kind of support that Mr. PTR has been receiving on social media after these conjectures really had started that he'd be taken away, the finance portfolio is going to be taken away from him. Despite all of that, this decision has been made by the MK Stalin government. Did you see that in the offing once that audio was put out?
See, I think the party was already looking for an opportunity. The public spat between PTR and senior DMK leaders, even in television channels, ridiculing one after other. I think the entire DMK was unhappy with the way PTR functions, his arrogance and his behavior. So I think this tape also helped them to their cause to achieve their goal. But in the process, they have testified that whatever complaints we have raised, whatever tapes we have released is true. That is the entire reading of this. And we welcome this because now we can take forward our complaint in a bigger way and a legal way to inquire the audio tape and the contents of the audio tapes. And also we have reservations with a comparatively first-time minister given an important portfolio like the industries which was handled by the new finance minister. The current person who is given the industries minister is more or less a troll who keeps abusing opponents on Twitter. We have not seen much beyond that. By giving such an important portfolio to an inexperienced person, I think the government is heading towards a disaster.
Okay. All right, Mr. Surya, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. A huge development that's coming out of Tamil Nadu. Amid the cabinet reshuffle within MK Stalin's cabinet, we have seen that how the finance portfolio has been taken away from PTR. A. Saravanan of the DMK is now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Saravanan, a self-goal. This is how your opposition is claiming this move by the MK Stalin ministry after actually shunting out Mr. PTR from the finance portfolio. How do you respond?
Imagination. They don't have anything to say against or complain against the DMK government. That is why they are taking up cudgels against all routine transfers, routine moves. Has not the BJP government transferred anybody else in their cabinet? Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad was moved out. So what can we attribute to that? Was there a self-goal by the BJP? So many things are. This is a routine thing for improving administrative efficiency. The chief minister thought it fit that these people should be here, those people should be there. That's it. What's more in that?
But Mr. Saravanan, do you think in the backdrop of this audio clip controversy that was released by Mr. Annamalai, this argument would even be bought?
See, that's what. It is left for the BJP to say what they want. The people of Tamil Nadu know all too well what the DMK government is doing, what the DMK government has done so far. So there we stand.
Okay.
The audio clip is irrelevant and everybody has come out and clarified how that is a fake audio clip. So what's there? What's more to it? The BJP, that's what. The BJP, known for its insidious campaigns, is trying to make a mountain out of a molehill.
Mr. Saravanan, I also want to understand from you that after this decision, at least the conjecture of such a decision was in the air. There was a campaign also on social media of people really putting out these hashtags where they had said that I stand with PTR. And there were several deliberations within the Stalin cabinet to not go ahead with this kind of with this decision. He was also being cautioned that this will be actually falling into the trap of his arch rivals. We've had members of the AIADMK and also the BJP. They are claiming this as an admission of guilt, unanimously.
See, No. See, that's what I'm saying. They don't have anything to say. They don't have any other issues to take up against the DMK. That is why they're taking up this non-issue.
Okay.
See, the chief minister, the government, the party knows better. They know what to do, how to do it. So please, let us leave it to their wisdom.
All right.
Rather than creating a controversy out of none at all.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Saravanan, for joining us on the broadcast. Remember, we are talking in the backdrop of the cabinet reshuffle by the MK Stalin government in the state of Tamil Nadu, where the finance portfolio has been taken away from his minister, Mr. PTR. He's now been given the IT portfolio, and all of this is coming in the backdrop of the audio clip controversy against him. And we are, of course, getting varying versions from the DMK and also the opposition AIADMK and the BJP in the state. We're slipping into a very short break and coming right back with lots more news and updates. Stay tuned.
मान एस्टैब्लिशमेंट
सर कैसे ऐसा हुआ जहां पर एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है जो अमृतसर साहिब के
Okay, we're now moving to more details in this same case. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive on the Amritsar blast probe. Remember, we told you that 5 people had been arrested already in relation to the explosion that took place this morning in particular. Now, top intelligence sources are telling us that the blasts were done by 2 individuals, possibly to give a message against the atrocities that have been taking place against Sikhs. We're learning that one of those 2 was a former government employee. Now, we do have more details about the person. We are learning that he was upset, as we just told you, due to what he perceived were anti-Sikh activities taking place across the state. My colleague Anshul is with us to bring us more details. Anshul, some media outlets are also saying that the suspect distributed pamphlets at the site when the explosion took place, and those pamphlets also contained some information. Bring us some context, please, as to what took place early this morning and as to what police are finding now in their probe.
So yes, the police is carrying out a detailed investigation in this entire matter. If you see, initially the kind of reports that we picked up from Amritsar, the DGP himself and the other police sources on the ground said that this does not seem like a terror attack and this seems like a case of property dispute. But now, since the person has been taken into custody, it has now very clearly been revealed about the integrities of this entire operation that was carried out by these 2 individuals. Basically, they wanted to give a message of atrocities against Sikhs, and hence these low-intensity blasts were carried out. Now, these bombs that were used, these were crude bombs, and these were not ID or any other sort of sophisticated bombs, but these were crude bombs that were used, and hence it was of very, very low intensity. Now, remember, the blast that happened on Saturday, at least 6 people got injured, whereas the blast that happened on Monday, another person got injured. He had a few splinters on his leg. Now, this entire investigation is now being carried out.
A development coming out of Amritsar, where early this morning, the area around the Golden Temple saw the 3rd blast it's seen since just Saturday. Now, in the blast that took place this morning, 5 people have already been arrested. Now, the blast itself took place in the early hours of the morning. And as we just told you, this is the 3rd blast the area has seen in just the last 7 days. Now, according to central agency sources, a kind of potassium chlorate was actually possibly used in the making of the explosion itself. Sources have further said that the blast seems to be more to provoke than to harm, with the timing of the last 2 blasts coinciding with the fact that there were lesser people in the area because it took place early in the morning. Now, the Punjab Police DGP is expected to brief the media over all of these attacks. Let's take a look. This is a walkthrough, a ground report that my colleague Rajiv Sharma brought us from the ground. Take a look.
मंदिर साहिब के बिल्कुल पास श्री गुरु रामदास सराय में एक धमाका होता है। 12:10 पर इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस कमिश्नर खुद मौके पर पहुंचते हैं। तो इस समय हम उसी जगह पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि श्री गुरु रामदास जो सराय है उसका बिल्कुल ये पिछला हिस्सा है और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर गलियारा जो बना हुआ है जहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो सैर करते हैं। तो इसी इलाके में कहा जा रहा है कि रात को तीसरा जो ब्लास्ट है वो हुआ था। जैसे पुलिस को जानकारी मिली तो पुलिस कमिश्नर नौनिहाल सिंह खुद यहाँ पर पहुंचे। उसके बाद जांच जो है वो शुरू की गई।
हमारे को रात को 12 बजे के आसपास, 12:15 के आसपास यहाँ पे इंटीमेशन आई थी कि यहाँ पे एक लाउड साउंड हैज़ बीन हर्ड। इट इज़ सस्पेक्टेड दैट देयर इज़ अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक एक्सप्लोजन और हुआ है, बट बिकॉज अभी अंधेरा है और ये इस बिल्डिंग के पीछे हुआ है, वहाँ पे अभी तक एक कंफर्म नहीं हो पाया है कि वेदर इट इज़ अ ब्लास्ट और कोई और इंसिडेंट है। आर FSL टीम इज़ ऑन द स्पॉट, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं एंड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स, एज पार्ट जो हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, हम सस्पेक्ट्स को राउंड अप कर रहे हैं, लोगों को वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, पूछताछ कर रहे हैं।
बड़े लंबे समय तो मैं देख रहा भी ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸੀਰੀਅਸਲੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਫਿਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2-4 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2 ਘਟਨਾਵਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਏ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਬਲਾਸਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਦਿਲਚਸਪੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ। ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵੱਜ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੀ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਹੈਗੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ। ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਤੱਥ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀ, ਉਹ ਤੱਥ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਾਲੇ
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Grihatul Siddiqui. Now, it is a big day today for both the Delhi government and the centre, as the Apex Court today is slated to deliver a judgment on the row over control of services in the national capital. This includes the transfer and postings of civil servants. A constitution bench that's led by the Chief Justice of India, Mr. D.Y. Chandrachud, has reserved its verdict in this matter in January this year. The dispute, remember, had arisen after a 2-judge bench in 2019 had delivered a split verdict and upheld centre's notification dated 2014 and 2015 that had the effect of excluding the jurisdiction of the Delhi government's anti-corruption bench from probing offences committed by the central government employees, limiting it to just the employees of the Delhi government. So this is what is expected to come out of the court today. Remember, twin verdicts that we have our eyes on in case of the Supreme Court. Now, we do know how the Supreme Court is going to be looking at the Delhi government versus centre matter today. The court, in fact, back then had questioned the need for having an elected government in Delhi at all. And this, it had said, in response to the centre's comments, where it said that the centre had made certain assertions where it said that the union territories are an extension of the union and that's why the centre wants to administer them. That was the assertion by the centre in response to control of the services argument that the Delhi government had put in. The split verdict of February 2019 that was talking about, the 2-judge bench had in fact delivered that verdict on the powers of the Delhi government and centre vis-a-vis administrative services in the national capital. It then went to a 3-judge bench, which in May 2022 had referred the question to a constitution bench. My colleague Akash is joining us with all of the latest that we might just be expecting out of the court and what really led to this entire turmoil between the centre and the Delhi government, something that has been ongoing ever since. Akash, what is expected out of the court and the kind of judgment that comes out? What are the possible outcomes and the responses that you're getting so far?
Right. So first of all, back in 2017, Greha, this matter got started. It's in fact initiated with Delhi government going to court saying that whether or not anti-corruption branch can probe the officers of the central government because they are working in Delhi. At that time, in fact, in 2017, we had several hearings, and after that, the ultimate, core agenda and the deliberation was on the powers between the LG and the Delhi government. In 2018, it was unanimously said by a constitutional bench that in Delhi, Lieutenant Governor can only take decisions in consultation with the elected representatives or the cabinet. But in 2019, we saw that, as far as the service department is concerned, because initially we used to see that land matters, law and order matters and services matters were generally considered as the powers of LG, but that too in consultation with the ruling government. But in 2019, a split verdict came out where there was, no clarity as to who will ultimately be responsible for the transfer postings and the services department here in the national capital. In January this year, we had 5 days of deliberation by the Constitutional Bench, and today we are expecting that this bench, led by Chief Justice of India, will be pronouncing this particular verdict. Also, Griha, two things I want to mention in this particular thing. First one is the role of Article 239AA, which talks about the special provision of in the National Capital Territory of Delhi, and also about the amendments and in GNCTD Act Delhi, which is giving the discretionary power to the LG. In 2021, that came into effect, and after that, in fact, Aam Aadmi Party government raised several sort of questions on this particular amendment as well. But today, this particular day is going to be very, very important, because as far as services department is concerned and as far as this particular matter is concerned, so this is one of the crucial matters as far as the functioning of a government or a state is concerned. And today it will be decided whether this particular power will remain with LG or with Aam Aadmi Party government here in the national capital.
Akash, if you can also take our viewers, in fact, we have some breaking news that we are getting on the broadcast. I'll come to you in just a bit. We are getting to know that the Supreme Court has now begun pronouncing its order. It is a unanimous judgment in the Delhi government versus LG fight. This is a unanimous verdict that's coming out of the Supreme Court, that pronouncing of the order has currently begun. We will get our legal correspondent Ananya also in just a bit to throw light on what exactly is coming out of the court. Akash, I was also asking you about the kind of arguments that were put before the court. In fact, Akash, you'd have to just stay on with us for a bit. Let me actually bring in Anusha, who is joining us from the CNN News 18 newsroom. Anusha, even as we know the Supreme Court has begun pronouncing its order, we do hear it's a unanimous judgment. What more are you learning that's coming out of the quarters of the Apex Court?
Well, the proceedings are live, and because it's a constitution bench, the order is available on YouTube and everyone can hear what the Justice D.Y. Chandrachud is saying. As it is being pointed out that it's a unanimous verdict, but these are only the preliminary details which have come out. The judge is talking about the constitution bench judgment of 2018. This is a constitution bench judgment in which various powers pertaining to the Delhi government versus the LG that were chalked out by the Supreme Court, and it was argued that the Lieutenant Governor enjoys a certain degree of primacy, and hence the government per se does not have absolute powers. This is a very important judgment. There are views of different judges in the split verdict which are being discussed right now by the Chief Justice of India. But this is directly about the services matter, as earlier was pointed out by Akash. We'd have to tread more carefully and slowly as to what the judge says. I want to just point out the particular schedule on which the court is going to pronounce its order. This is on a particular schedule which pertains to Schedule 7, List 2, Entry 41. This is about the transfer and promotion of IAS, IPS and other key officers who form the core of any executive of the day. The promotion, the transfer and the posting of these officers, what kind of judgments, what kind of orders and what kind of policies they are going to pursue, does the Delhi government really have the power over this? Earlier, the appointment of a special public prosecutor for the Delhi government was also contested, but it was ruled that it is the Delhi government which has the power for appointment of the special public prosecutor. As I was earlier arguing, this becomes a very, very important issue, because this is not just about transfer and posting. This is about the highest level of bureaucracy which forms the core of any government of the day, including the Delhi government. The details are trickling out. It's a constitution bench judgment, so we go through it very slowly as and when the details are confirmed.
All right, so right now what we are learning, Anusha, is that the court, really, the Chief Justice of India has said that we are not going to be, and it's difficult for us to agree with the split verdict of 2019 that has come out. And thus the interest of the union needs to be preserved. Arun Dhanta is also with us on the broadcast outside the Supreme Court. Arun, what more are you learning, even as we are by and by looking at what's coming out of the Supreme Court as it pronounces its judgment in the Delhi government versus the LG matter? Anything else that you'd like to add to the points that Anusha has already made, considering we are looking at the Anti-Corruption Bureau, its command on whether or not the Delhi government can be handed over that entire jurisdiction of the Anti-Corruption Bureau? At least that was the bone of contention.
Well, see, it is going to be very, very interesting as to what comes out of this judgment, because remember, at this juncture, what we are learning is that the court, is not agreed with the Justice Bhushan's view in 2019, where there was a split verdict between both the judges. And remember that in 2019 there were at least 6 different, petitions, and on all 5 petitions there were a consensus judgment. But on this specific, petition, there was a split between.
Vision. Article 239 AA establishes the Legislative Assembly for NCTD. The seats in the Legislative Assembly are filled by a direct election from the constituencies of NCTD. The Legislative Assembly of NCTD embodies the constitutional principle of a representative democracy similar to the Legislative Assembly of the state. The members of the Legislative Assembly of the NCTD are selected by the electorate of Delhi to represent their interests. Article 239 AA must be interpreted to further the principle of representative democracy. To interpret the phrase insofar as any such matters applicable to union territories in a restrictive manner would limit the legislative power of the elected members of the Assembly. The members of the Legislative Assembly have been chosen by the electorate to act in their stead. Thus, the legislative competence of NCTD must be interpreted to give full impetus to the will of the electorate. Then page 53. The principles of democracy and federalism are essential features of our constitution and form a part of the basic structure. Federalism in a multicultural, multi-religious, multi-ethnic, and multilinguistic country like India ensures the representation of diverse interests. It is a means to reconcile the desire of commonality along with the desire for autonomy and accommodate diverse needs in a pluralistic society. Recognizing regional aspirations strengthens the unity of the country and embodies the spirit of democracy. Thus, in any federal constitution, at a minimum, there is a dual polity. That is, 2 sets of government operate, one at the level of the national government and the second at the level of the regional federal units. These dual sets of government, elected by we the people in 2 separate electoral processes, is a dual manifestation of the public will. The priorities of these 2 sets of government, which manifest in a federal system, are not just bound to be different, but are intended to be different. While NCTD is not a full-fledged state, its Legislative Assembly is constitutionally entrusted with the power to legislate upon the subjects in the state and list and concurrent lists. It is not a state under the first schedule to the Constitution, yet it is conferred with power to legislate upon subjects in lists 2 and 3 to give effect to the aspirations of the people of NCTD. It has a democratically elected government, which is accounted in lists. It is not a state under the first schedule to the Constitution, yet it is conferred with power to legislate upon subjects in list 2 and similar to states. In that sense, with the addition of Article 239 AA, the Constitution created a federal model with the Union of India at the center and the NCTD at the regional level. This is the asymmetric federal model adopted for NCTD. While NCTD remains a union territory, the unique constitutional status conferred upon it makes it a federal entity for the purpose of understanding the relationship between the Union and the NCTD. A combined reading of Articles 73 and 162 of the Constitution indicates that the Union has exclusive executive power over entries in List 1. The states have exclusive executive power over entries in List 2. With respect to List 3, that is a concurrent list, the Union shall have executive power only if provided by the Constitution or by a law of Parliament. The states shall have executive power over the entries in List 3. However, if a central legislation or a provision of the Constitution confers executive power to the Union with respect to a List 3 subject, then the executive power of the state shall be subject to such law or provision. The executive power of the Union in a state over matters on which both states and the Union of India can legislate, that is the concurrent list, is limited to ensure that the governance of the states is not taken over by the Union. This would completely abrogate the federal system of governance and the principle of representative democracy. It is with this objective in mind that the members of the Constituent Assembly thought it fit to limit the executive power of the Union in a state over matters on which the state legislature also has legislative competence. The principle in Articles 73 and 162 would equally apply to the scope of executive power over matters which are within the legislative competence of both the Union and the GNCTD. This is because the objective of the provisions is to limit the executive power of the Union in the territorial limits where there is an elected government of a federal unit. Both Parliament and the legislature of NCTD have legislative competence over List 2 and List 3. For the purposes of NCTD, both List 2 and List 3 are concurrent lists. Thus, the delimitation of executive power between Parliament and the government of NCTD with respect to entries in List 2 and List 3 are guided by these principles. Both Parliament and the legislature of the NCTD have the power to enact laws with respect to List 2, subject to the caveat that entries 1, 2, and 18, and entries 64, 65, and 66, inasmuch as they relate to entries 1, 2, and 18, are carved out of the domain of the Legislative Assembly of GNCTD and List 3. The executive power of NCTD shall extend to all entries in List 2 and List 3, other than those entries which are expressly excluded in Article 239 AA3. Such power shall be subject to the executive power of the Union through the Lieutenant Governor only when the Union has been granted such power by the Constitution or a law of Parliament. Therefore, the executive power of NCTD in the absence of a law by Parliament shall extend to all subjects on which it has power to legislate. It was held Then we cover Rule 46 of the rules, and we say, the rule provides that the Lieutenant Governor shall exercise such powers and functions with respect to persons serving in the administration of NCTD as may be entrusted to him under the provisions of the rules and orders regulating the conditions of service of such persons or by any other order of the President. The term administration in this rule must be considered in the context of Article 239 AA3 and Section 41 of the GNCTD Act. The executive administration by the Lieutenant Governor, in his discretion, can only extend to matters which fall outside the purview of the powers conferred on the Legislative Assembly, but it extends to powers or functions entrusted or delegated to him by the President, or in which he is required by or under law to act in his discretion or to exercise any judicial or quasi-judicial functions. The term administration cannot be understood as the entire administration of GNCTD. Otherwise, the purpose of giving powers to a constitutionally recognized and democratically elected government would be diluted. In a democratic form of government, the real power of administration must reside in the elected arm of the state, subject to the confines of the Constitution. A constitutionally entrenched and democratically elected government needs to have control over its administration. The administration comprises of several public officers who are posted in the services of a particular government, irrespective of whether or not that government was involved in their recruitment. For instance, an officer recruited by a particular government may serve on deputation with another government. If a democratically elected government is not provided with the power to control the officers posted within its domain, then the principle underlying the triple chain of collective responsibility would become redundant. That is to say, if the government is not able to control and hold to account the officers posted in its service, then its responsibility towards the legislature as well as the public is diluted. The principle of collective responsibility extends to the responsibility of officers who in turn report to the ministers. If the officers stop reporting to the ministers or do not abide by their directions, the entire principle of collective responsibilities is affected. A democratically elected government can perform only when there is an awareness on the part of officers of the consequences which may ensue if they do not perform. If the officers feel that they are insulated from the control of the elected government which they are serving, then they become unaccountable or may not show commitment towards their performance. We have already held that the relationship between the Union and the NCTD resembles an asymmetric federal model, where the latter exercises its legislative and executive control in specified areas of the state list and concurrent list. Article 239 AA, which conferred a special status to NCTD and constitutionally entrenched a representative form of government, was incorporated in the Constitution in the spirit of federalism, with the aim that the residents of the capital city must have a voice in how they are to be governed. It is the responsibility of the government of the NCTD to give expression to the will of the people of Delhi who elected it. Therefore, the ideal conclusion would be that GNCTD ought to have control over services subject to exclusion of subjects which are out of its legislative domain. If services are excluded from its legislative and executive domain, the ministers and executives and the executive who are charged with formulating policies in the territory of NCTD would be excluded from controlling the civil service officers who implement such executive decisions. The legislative and executive power of NCTD over entry 41 shall not extend over to services related to public order, police, and land. However, legislative and executive power over services such as Indian administrative services or joint cadre services, which are relevant for the implementation of policies and the vision of NCTD in terms of day-to-day administration of the region, shall lie with the NCTD. Officers thereunder may be serving in NCTD even if they were not recruited by the NCTD. In such a scenario, it would be relevant to refer as an example to some of the rules which clearly demarcate the control of all India or joint cadre services between the union and the states. NCTD, similar to other states, also represents the representative form of government. The involvement of the Union of India in the administration of NCTD is limited by constitutional provisions, and any further expansion would be contrary to the constitutional scheme of governance. We reiterate that in light of Article 239AA and the 2018 Constitution Bench judgment, the Lieutenant Governor is bound by the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers of NCTD in relation to matters within the legislative scope of NCTD. As we have held that NCTD has legislative power over services, excluding public order, police and land, under entry 41 list 2, the Lieutenant Governor shall be bound by the decisions of GNCTD on services as explained above. To clarify, any reference to Lieutenant Governor or over services, excluding services relating to public order, police and land, in relevant rules, shall mean Lieutenant Governor acting on behalf of NCTD. Now the conclusion. The division of administrative powers between the Union and the NCTD as explained in this section must be respected. In view of the discussion above, the following are our conclusions. A. There does not exist a homogeneous class of union territories with similar governance structures. B. NCTD is not similar to other union territories. By virtue of Article 239AA, NCTD is accorded a sui generis status, setting it apart from other union territories. C. The Legislative Assembly of NCTD has competence over entries in List 2 and List 3, except for the expressly excluded entries of List 2. In addition to the entries in List 1, Parliament has legislative competence over all matters in List 2 and List 3 in relation to NCTD, including the entries which have been kept out of the legislative domain of NCTD by virtue of Article 239AA 3A. D. The executive power of NCTD is coextensive with its legislative power, that is, it shall extend to all matters with respect to which it has the power to legislate. E. The Union of India has executive power only over the 3 entries in List 2, over which NCTD does not have legislative competence. F. The executive power of NCTD with respect to entries in List 2 and List 3 shall be subject to the executive power expressly conferred upon the Union by the Constitution or by a law enacted by Parliament. G. The phrase insofar as any such matter is applicable to Union territories in Article 239AA 3 cannot be read to further exclude the legislative power of NCTD over entries in the state list or concurrent list over and above those subjects which have been expressly excluded. H. With reference to the phrase subject to the provisions of this Constitution in Article 239AA 3, the legislative power of NCTD is to be guided and not just limited by the broader principles and provisions of the Constitution. And I, NCTD, has legislative and executive power over services, that is entry 41 of list 2 of the 7th schedule, because 1. The definition of state under section 358 of the General Clauses Act 1897 applies to the term state in part 14 of the Constitution. Thus, part 14 is applicable to union territories. And 2. The exercise of rule-making power under the proviso to Article 309 does not oust the legislative power of the appropriate authority to make laws over entry 41 of the state list. We have answered the issue referred to this constitution bench by the order dated 6 May 2022. The registry shall place the papers of this appeal before the regular bench for disposal after obtaining the directions of the Chief Justice on the administrative side.
Thank you, sir.
It does seems like it is a big win for the Aam Aadmi Party government, as it is a favourable verdict that's coming out of the Supreme Court, a unanimous one at that, where the Supreme Court has mentioned that the Delhi government, the elected representatives of Delhi, do have the power over services, except in the case of public order, police and land. Let me have my colleague Anusha break down all of that that's been come out of the court. Anusha?
Win for the Aam Aadmi Party government. The Supreme Court has reiterated the power that the elected legislature really has. There were various questions that have been raised in the political domain of late about what is the extent to which the elected government of Delhi really has independent powers, in the sense, does the Lieutenant Governor has overriding power over the elected legislature of the day. While the Supreme Court bench led by Chief Justice of India, giving a unanimous verdict, and it's very important, lays down that Article 239 AA is very important. The spirit of federalism is not just a guiding spirit, but it is also the decisive spirit under which the powers of the elected government should be interpreted.
The order dated 27 June 2022 did not rely on Nabam Rebia to injunct the Deputy Speaker from adjudicating the disqualification petitions on the ground that a notice of intention to move a resolution for his removal had been issued. This court instead granted an extension of time to the persons against whom disqualification petitions were filed to file their written submissions in view of the principles of natural justice. Based on the submissions which have been canvassed before us, we are of the view that the decision in Nabam Rebia merits reference to a larger bench because a substantial question of law remains to be settled. The following are our prima facie reasons for reaching this conclusion. I'll not read out all the reasons for the reference to a larger bench of Nabam Rebia, save and except to note one thing. It appears that the following aspects were not considered in Nabam Rebia. 1. Whether the temporary disablement of the functions of the Speaker under the 10th schedule is prone to misuse by MLAs who anticipate that disqualification petitions will be instituted against them, or by MLAs against whom disqualification petitions have already been instituted. And 2. Whether a constitutional hiatus in the operation of the 10th schedule ensues because of the temporary disablement of the Speaker. To give quietus to the issue, we refer the following question and any allied issues which may arise to a larger bench: whether the issuance of a notice of intention to move a resolution for the removal of the Speaker restrains them from adjudicating disqualification petitions under the 10th schedule of the Constitution. Then we have said that pending the decision of the larger bench, as an interim measure, adoption of the following procedure may subserve the objective of the 10th schedule, the symbols order, as well as Article 179C. It may also provide some amount of clarity and certainty. And the points which we have then made for the interim is that the investing of exclusive adjudicatory jurisdiction upon the Speaker to determine the complaints under the 10th schedule will entitle the Speaker to rule upon and decide applications questioning their jurisdiction. B. 1. The Speaker is entitled to rule on applications which require them to refrain from adjudicating proceedings under the 10th schedule on the ground of initiation of a motion for the removal under Article 179C. A Speaker can examine if the application is bona fide or intended only to evade adjudication. 2. If the Speaker believes that the motion is well-founded, they may adjourn the proceedings under the 10th schedule till their decision of their removal is concluded. On the other hand, if they believe, page 61 ko correction hai, if they believe that the motion is not as per the procedure contemplated under the Constitution, read with the relevant rules, they are entitled to reject the plea and proceed with the hearing. And 3, the decision of the Speaker either to adjourn the proceedings under the 10th schedule in view of the pending proceedings under Article 179C or to proceed with the hearing will be subject to judicial review. As the decision of the Speaker relates to their jurisdiction, the bar of a quae time action as contemplated in Quixote Holohan will not apply. Now, having referred the matter to a larger bench, we have given our reasons for coming to the conclusion that we are still dealing with the matter on merits because Nabam Rebia, strictly speaking, did not arise in the matter before us, but we thought Nabam, the controversy should be settled by a reference to 7 judges. So I'll now go to the what we have said on the merits of this particular case. The House of the People and the legislative assemblies of states are constituted of members directly elected by the electorate. The candidate who secures the highest number of votes is returned to the assembly. The political party which reaches the halfway mark forms government. A coalition of political parties may form the government if no single political party reaches the halfway mark. Articles 75 and 164 provide that the Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the House of People and the Legislative Assembly of the state, respectively. The legislators who are directly elected by the people have a duty to hold the executive accountable on the floor of the House. Legislative procedures serve 2 objectives. First, they enable deliberation and discussion on the floor of the House to hold the executive accountable, and such deliberation also produces better constitutional outcomes. And second, they create a system to place a check on the exercise of power by the incumbent government. Certain procedural requirements prescribed by the Constitution safeguard constitutional values. This is reflected in Article 368, which prescribes a special majority to amend certain constitutional provisions, which, according to the members of the Constituent Assembly, hold a higher constitutional and democratic value. Certain other legislative procedures further democratic processes and accountability and prevent the concentration of power in the hands of the incumbent government. Article 212 cannot be interpreted as placing all procedural infringements beyond the pale of judicial review. Such an interpretation would completely disregard the importance of legislative processes in a constitutional democracy. Now, we have dealt with the whip as to whether the whip is really a whip appointed by the legislature party or by the political party. And we say to hold that it is the legislature party which appoints the whip would be to sever the figurative umbilical cord which connects a member of the House to the political party. It would mean that legislators can rely on the political party for the purpose of setting them up for election, that their campaign would be based on the strengths and weaknesses of the political party and its promises and policies, that they could appeal to the voters on the basis of their affiliation with the party, but that they can later disconnect themselves entirely from that very party and be able to function as a group of MLAs which no longer owes even a hint of allegiance to the political party. This is not the system of governance that is envisaged by the Constitution. In fact, the 10th schedule guards against precisely this outcome. That a whip be appointed by the political party is crucial for the sustenance of the 10th schedule. The entire structure of the 10th schedule, which is built on political parties, would crumble if this requirement is not complied with. It would render the provisions of the 10th schedule odious and have wider ramifications for the democratic fabric of this country. Thus, the courts cannot be excluded by Article 212 from inquiring into the validity of the action of the Speaker in recognizing the whip. On 25 November 2019, a meeting with the newly elected MLAs belonging to the Shiv Sena was chaired by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray in his capacity as the Shiv Sena president, party president, Paksh Pramukh. The resolution notes that the MLAs unanimously resolved that all decisions in the meeting would be taken by Mr. Thackeray. A resolution was issued appointing Mr. Eknath Shinde as the group leader of the SSLP and Mr. Sunil Prabhu as the chief whip. On 21 June 2022, some members of the SSLP held a meeting under the chairmanship of the president of the Shiv Sena, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. In the meeting, it was resolved to remove Mr. Shinde as the group leader of the SSLP and appoint Mr. Ajay Chaudhary. The resolution was signed by Mr. Uddhav Thackeray in his capacity as the president of the party on the official letterhead of the office of the SSLP. Then, having dealt with that, we say the Speaker was aware of the emergence of two factions in the Legislative Party on 3 July 2022 when he appointed a new whip and a new leader, because the resolution of the respondents specifically mentions that a split had occurred due to prevailing dissatisfaction in some MLAs of the Shiv Sena. Further, the fact that there were two resolutions appointing two different whips and two different leaders would no doubt have resulted in the Speaker inferring that there were two factions of the Shiv Sena. The Speaker, on taking cognizance of the resolution passed by the faction of the SSLP led by Mr. Shinde, did not attempt to identify which of the two persons who were nominated, namely Mr. Prabhu or Mr. Gogaole, were authorized by the political party. In a contentious situation such as this, the Speaker should have conducted an independent inquiry based on the rules and regulations of the political party to identify the whip authorized by the Shiv Sena political party. For the reasons detailed in the preceding paragraphs, the Speaker must only recognize the whip appointed by the political party. The decision of the Speaker recognizing Mr. Gogaole as the chief whip of the Shiv Sena is illegal because the recognition was based on the resolution of a faction of the Shiv Sena legislature party without undertaking an exercise to determine if it was the decision of the political party. Harmonizing the 10th schedule with paragraph 15 of the symbols order. This court cannot accept the solution proposed by the petitioners and lay down a constitutional sequence. To hold that the Election Commission of India is barred from adjudicating petitions under paragraph 15 of the symbols order until the final adjudication of the disqualification petitions under the 10th schedule would be in effect to indefinitely stay the proceedings before the Election Commission of India. This is because an order of the Speaker attains finality only after all avenues for appeal have been exhausted or are barred by the passage of time. The time that it would take for an order of the Speaker to attain finality is uncertain. The Election Commission of India is a constitutionally entrenched institution which is entrusted with the function of superintendence of and control over the electoral process. The ECI, which is a constitutional authority, cannot be prevented from performing its constitutional duties for an indefinite period of time. Proceedings before one constitutional authority cannot be halted in anticipation of the decision of another constitutional authority. In arriving at this decision, it is not necessary for the ECI to rely on the test of majority in the legislature alone. In cases such as the present one, it would be futile to assess which group enjoys a majority in the legislature. Rather, the Election Commission of India must look to other tests in order to reach a conclusion under paragraph 15 of the symbols order. The other tests may include an evaluation of the majority in the organizational wings of the political party, an analysis of the provisions of the party constitution, or any other appropriate test. Then we deal with the judgment in Sadiq Ali's case, and having dealt with the judgment, we say the disqualification proceedings before the Speaker cannot be stayed in anticipation of the decision of the ECI. In cases where a petition under paragraph 15 of the symbols order is filed after the alleged commission of prohibitory conduct, the decision of the ECI cannot be relied upon by the Speaker for adjudicating disqualification proceedings. If the disqualification petitions are adjudicated based on the decision of the ECI in such cases, the decision of the ECI would have a retrospective effect. This would be contrary to law. The question before this court is, what is the impact of the deletion of paragraph 3 of the 10th schedule? This question has arisen in the context of both the factions of the Shiv Sena claiming to be the real Shiv Sena. In effect, this points to the existence of a split within the SSLP. However, no faction or group can argue that they constitute the original political party as a defense against disqualification on the ground of defection. The inevitable consequence of the deletion of paragraph 3 of the 10th schedule is that the defense of a split is no longer available to members who face disqualification proceedings. In cases where a split has occurred in a political party or in a legislative party, members of neither faction may validly raise the defense that they are the political party in the event that each faction files petitions for the disqualification of members of the other faction. The defense sought to be availed of must be found within the 10th schedule as it currently stands. The deletion of paragraph 3 impacts the proceedings under paragraph 2(1)b as well. When there are two whips appointed by two or more factions of the political party, the speaker, as held in the preceding section of the judgment, decides which of the two whips represents the political party. Thus, the adjudication of the speaker on whether a member must be disqualified under paragraph 2(1)b would also depend on the decision of the speaker recognizing one of the two or more whips. We accordingly answer the question referred to us as noted in paragraph 32F of the judgment. To avert a no confidence motion, the incumbent government may not advise the governor to convene a session of the assembly, and the speaker may adjourn the sitting of the house to prevent voting for granting leave to move a motion of no confidence. If the speaker and the government attempt to circumvent a no confidence motion, the governor would be justified in exercising the power under Article 174 without the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. Now we have dealt with the role of the governor in the present case. The petitioners have urged that the governor was not justified in reaching the conclusion that he did on the basis of the resolution dated 21 June 2022 because, 1, the 34 MLAs belonging to the Shiv Sena did not express their intention to exit the Mahavikas Aghadi government, and 2, the MLAs who signed the resolution constituted a faction of the SSLP. Although the resolution dated 21 June 2022 specifies that some MLAs of the SSLP were dissatisfied with the functioning of the MVA government, it does not record their intention to withdraw support from the government. Among the 34 MLAs who signed the resolution dated 28 June 2022, a few were also ministers in the government. On the basis of this resolution, the governor concluded that a majority of the Shiv Sena MLAs have given a clear indication that they intend to exit from the Mahavikas Aghadi government. The assembly was not in session when Mr. Fadnavis and 7 independent MLAs wrote to the governor. However, there was no attempt made by the members of the opposition parties to issue a notice for a no-confidence motion against the incumbent government. The governor had no objective material on the basis of which he could doubt the confidence of the incumbent government. The resolution on which the governor relied did not contain any indication that the MLAs wished to exit from the MVA government. The communication expressing discontent on the part of some MLAs is not sufficient for the governor to call for a floor test. The governor ought to apply his mind to the communication or any other material before him to assess whether the government seemed to have lost the confidence of the House. We use the term opinion to mean satisfaction based on objective criteria as to whether he possessed relevant material and not to mean the subjective satisfaction of the governor. Once a government is democratically elected in accordance with law, there is a presumption that it enjoys the confidence of the House. There must exist some objective material to dislodge this presumption. The MLAs did not express their desire to withdraw support from the MVA government in the resolution dated 21 June 2022. Even if it is assumed that the MLAs implied that they intended to exit from the government, they only constituted a faction of the SSLP and were at most indicating their dissatisfaction with the course of action adopted by their political party. The political imbroglio in Maharashtra arose as a result of party differences within the Shiv Sena. However, the floor test cannot be used as a medium to resolve internal party disputes or intra-party disputes. Dissent and disagreement within a political party must be resolved in accordance with the remedies prescribed under the party constitution or through any other methods that the party choose to opt for. There is a marked difference between a party not supporting a government and individuals within a party expressing their discontent with the party leadership and functioning. The governor is the titular head of the state government. It's a constitutional functionary who derives his authority from the constitution. This being the case, the governor must be cognizant of the constitutional bounds of the power vested in him. He cannot exercise a power that is not conferred on him by the constitution or a law made under it. Neither the constitution nor the laws enacted by parliament provide for a mechanism by which disputes amongst members of a political party, particularly, can be settled. They certainly do not empower the governor to enter the political arena and play a role, however minute, either in inter-party disputes or in intra-party disputes. It follows from this that the governor cannot act upon an inference that he has drawn that a section of the Shiv Sena wished to withdraw their support to the government on the floor of the House. It is true that the letter dated 25 June 2022 sent by some MLAs of the Shiv Sena to the governor, requesting him to issue directions to the appropriate authorities for the restoration of their security, details mentions that those MLAs no longer wanted to be a part of the corrupt MVA government. However, this cannot be taken to mean that they had withdrawn their support on the floor of the House. Nothing in any of the communications relied upon by the governor indicates that the dissatisfied MLAs from the Shiv Sena intended to withdraw their support to the Chief Minister and the Council of Ministers. At the highest, the various communications expressed the fact that a faction of the MLAs disagreed with some policy decisions of the party. The course of action they wished to adopt in order to air their grievances and redress them was, at the time the floor test was directed to be conducted, uncertain. Whether they would choose to enter into deliberations with their colleagues in the House or in the political party, or mobilize the cadres, or resign from the assembly in protest, or opt to merge with another party was uncertain. Therefore, the governor erred in relying upon the resolution signed by a faction of the SSLP MLAs to conclude that Mr. Thackeray had lost the support of the majority of the House. Second, the governor relied on the letter dated 25 June 2022 from 38 SSLP members, claiming that the security provided to them and to their families was illegally withdrawn. The MLAs claimed that the security was withdrawn to coerce them into continuing to support the MVA government against their free will. Therefore, they demanded the restoration of the security provided to them and to their family members. After receiving the letter, the governor issued directions to the state police to provide adequate protection to the MLAs, the members of their families, and their property. However, the lack of security to the MLAs has no bearing on the question of whether the government enjoys the confidence of the House. The appropriate response of the governor in such cases is to ensure that security that they were lawfully entitled to continues to be provided to them if it has been removed. This was an extraneous reason that was considered by the governor. The third communication that the governor relied on is the letter dated 21 June 2022 addressed by Mr. Eknath Shinde to the Deputy Speaker, stating that the appointment of Mr. Ajay Chowdhury was illegal. The governor may not inquire into or express an opinion on the validity of proceedings of the legislature. That is exclusively within the domain of the legislature itself, or in certain circumstances, discussed in the previous segment of this judgment, within the domain of courts. The discretionary power of the governor under Article 163 of the Constitution is limited to situations where a constitutional provision expressly provides it, or where the Constitution cannot be construed otherwise than to grant such discretion. Hence, the governor ought not to have relied on the letter dated 21 June 2022. In any event, the contents of the letter did not indicate anything to suggest that the then Chief Minister, Mr. Thackeray, had lost the confidence of the House. Finally, the governor relied on the letters written by Mr. Fadnavis and 7 independent MLAs, calling upon him to direct Mr. Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the House. First, both Mr. Fadnavis as well as the 7 MLAs could have well moved a motion of no confidence. Nothing prevented them from doing so. Second, a request by some MLAs for a direction to the Chief Minister to prove his majority does not, taken alone, amount to a relevant and germane reason to call for a floor test. There must be some objective material in addition to a mere request to call for a floor test. In the present case, the governor did not have any objective material before him to indicate that the incumbent government had lost the confidence of the House and that he should call for a floor test. And the exercise of discretion by the governor in this case was not in accordance with law. Now on relief. Relying on Bommai and Nabam Rebia, the petitioners argue that this court has the power to restore the status quo ante and rule that the government with Mr. Thackeray as its chief minister is to be reinstated. However, this argument does not account for the fact that Mr. Thackeray did not face the floor test on 30 June 2022 and submitted his resignation. This court cannot quash a resignation that has been submitted voluntarily. Had Mr. Thackeray refrained from resigning from the post of the chief minister, this court could have considered the grant of the remedy of reinstating the government headed by him. The order of this court dated 29 June 2022 held that the outcome of the trust vote to be conducted on 30 June 2022 shall be subject to the final outcome of this batch of petitions. Since the trust vote was not held, the question of it being subject to the final outcome of these petitions does not, therefore, arise. Conclusions. In view of the discussion above, the following are our conclusions. A. The correctness of the decision in Nabam Rebia is referred to a larger bench of 7 judges. B. This court cannot ordinarily adjudicate petitions for disqualification under the 10th schedule in the first instance. There are no extraordinary circumstances in the instant case that warrant the exercise of jurisdiction by this court to adjudicate the disqualification petitions. The Speaker must decide the disqualification petitions within a reasonable period. C. An MLA has the right to participate in the proceedings of the House regardless of the pendency of any petitions for their disqualification. The validity of the proceedings of the House in the interregnum is not subject to the outcome of the disqualification petitions. D. The political party and not the legislature party appoints the whip and the leader of the party in the House. Further, the direction to vote in a particular manner or to abstain from voting is issued by the political party and not the legislature party. The decision of the Speaker, as communicated by the Deputy Secretary to the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly dated 3 July 2022, is contrary to law. The Speaker shall recognize the whip and the leader who are duly authorized by the Shiv Sena political party with reference to the provisions of the party constitution after conducting an inquiry in this regard and in keeping with the principles discussed in this judgment. E. The Speaker and the Election Commission of India are empowered to concurrently adjudicate on the petitions before them under the 10th schedule and under paragraph 15 of the symbols order respectively. F. While adjudicating petitions under paragraph 15 of the symbols order, the ECI may apply a test that is best suited to the facts and circumstances of the case before it. G. The effect of the deletion of paragraph 3 of the 10th schedule is that the defense of a split is no longer available to members facing disqualification proceedings. The Speaker would prima facie determine who the political party is for the purpose of adjudicating disqualification petitions under paragraph 2(1) of the 10th schedule, where 2 or more factions claim to be that political party. H. The Governor was not justified in calling upon Mr. Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the House because he did not have reasons based on objective material before him to reach the conclusion that Mr. Thackeray had lost the confidence of the House. However, the status quo ante cannot be restored because Mr. Thackeray did not face the floor test and tendered his resignation. And I, the Governor, was therefore justified in inviting Mr. Shinde to form the government at the behest of the BJP, which was the largest political party in the House. This batch of writ petitions is disposed of in terms of the conclusions and directions recorded above.
Grateful to your Lordship.
We heard over there from D.Y. Chandrachud, the Supreme Court Justice. Let's go over right now to my colleague Anusha Soni for all of the takeaways. Anusha, a mammoth judgment. Walk our audiences through the clear takeaways, please.
Well, to begin with, the resignation that Uddhav Thackeray gave and did not face the floor test has proven to be a death knell for him. The Supreme Court did not mince any words. The top court said that had Uddhav Thackeray gone ahead, faced a floor test, then there were grounds for the Supreme Court to go ahead and say that the proceedings in the House were illegal. The process by which he was removed was illegal, and hence the clock can be turned back. The fact that Uddhav Thackeray chose to resign and not face a floor test that he was likely to lose has proven proven to be one of the key reasons why the Supreme Court has not restored the status quo ante, has not restored him as the Chief Minister of the state. That being said, the Supreme Court clearly frowned upon the actions of the Governor and the Speaker.
Right.
Let's me first talk about the Speaker. The Speaker recognized a whip which was not officially authorized by the Shiv Sena, whose president at that point was Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. The Speaker at no point can take a call as to who the chief whip of the party is. This is primarily the call which a political party takes, and that is something which has been clearly stated by the Chief Justice of India. Let's also come to the actions of the Governor. And I must say to our viewers that whether it was Nabam Rebia or it is the present judgment, the fact that Governor went ahead and called for a floor test, the Supreme Court said that at the point when the Governor took that call and when he took cognizance of the resolution that was earlier passed in June 2022, there was no objective material before the Governor to take that call. The fact that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis and a set of independent MLAs wrote that letter to the Governor is no ground for the Governor to take any kind of action of that nature. The Governor did not act in accordance with law. Now look at the situation right now, Toya. The Speaker acted out of the bounds of law. The Governor did not act per the law. That means the entire process was vitiated. Then why is it that the Supreme Court did not take the jump and restore the earlier government? Well, the simple answer is that Uddhav Thackeray broke that chain of causation. Had he faced the floor test, a set of illegalities would have led to his removal from the position of the Chief Minister. However, his own act of resigning is something in which the Supreme Court cannot interfere with. The court said, we cannot go ahead and quash a resignation despite the constitutional impropriety of the process by which this government was formed. Uddhav Thackeray has not been reinstated as the Chief Minister of the state.
Okay, I want to ask you, Anusha, quickly before we go over to our other reporters. As you pointed out, the D.Y. Chandrachud, the Supreme Court Justice, he was very, very clear in the fact that he chided both what it is that the Speaker had to say. He also said that the Governor erred. I want to understand effectively, though, what does this mean? We know the Shinde government remains in power. By chiding both of these bodies, both of these decisions, what does it effectively mean?
If you ask me that politically on the ground from where Vinaya is reporting, is anything going to change? I highly doubt that. However, there's one point for which I will await the details of the judgment to come out, which is the whip appointed by Uddhav Thackeray. Now, if that whip has been restored by the order of the Supreme Court, that bit I couldn't hear properly, so I'll have to go back and check that order. But largely it seems like that there was a constitutional process. Understand it like a chain. Speaker acted illegally, Governor acted illegally. There were no grounds for them to do so. Now, if that chain was not broken and Uddhav Thackeray would have lost that floor test, removed as the Chief Minister, ground for Supreme Court to intervene. The fact that Uddhav Thackeray broke that chain, it means that in reality, if you talk about the political reality, nothing changes on the ground as of now.
Let's check in now on what you just highlighted. My colleague Vinaya Deshpande with us at Matushri. Matushri, remember, is the residence of the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. Let's check in with her. Vinaya, possibly a heartbreaking judgment coming in. All right, we're going to just cut away for a second. We have political reactions coming in.
नंबर 4, जर माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी राजीनामा दिला नसता तर आम्ही त्यांना परत पुनर्प्रस्थापित करू शकलो असतो. हे न्यायालयाचं निरीक्षण आहे. याचाच अर्थ हे ते सरकार जे आहे ते बेकायदेशीरपणे घालवलं आणि हे सरकार 100% घटनाबाह्य आहे. आता 16 आमदारांचा निकाल जर विधानसभा अध्यक्षाकडे येणार असेल तर येऊ द्या. जीपच बेकायदेशीर आहे.
Disqualification of 16
संपूर्ण प्रक्रिया बेकायदेशीर आहे.
Will have to come to the speaker. Let it come. Even that is illegal.
प्रक्रियेवरती आपली भूमिका त्यांनी घ्यायला पाहिजे. जर घटनेनुसार राज्य चालणार असेल, लोकशाहीनुसार चालणार असेल,
there should be a position on the illegal
आपण
stance taken by the speaker of the legislative assembly.
घटनाबाह्य बेकायदेशीर लोकांच्या बाजूने आहोत. हे कायदेपंडित आहेत. विधानसभा त्यांनी पाहायला
whether we are by the law or we are by those who practice illegality is a stance that should be taken.
देशाला, देशाच्या लोकशाहीला, महाराष्ट्राला दिशा देणार आहे आणि आम्ही माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाचा आभारी आहोत. ठीक आहे,
will give a definite direction to the country, to the politics of Maharashtra, and we are thankful to the Supreme Court for that. The first 3 observations are extremely important.
प्रभू हेच
First, about the whip that has been appointed by the Shinde group.
सुनील प्रभू.
Prabhu is the official whip.
प्रभू हेच कायदेशीर
Suresh
आणि
Prabhu.
योग्य व्हीप असल्याचं जर निरीक्षण सर्वोच्च
Sunil Prabhu
न्यायालयाने
is
दिलं
the
असेल,
legal whip.
त्या व्हीपनुसार हे आमदार हे बेकायदेशीर ठरलेले आहेत. फक्त तो निर्णय हा विधानसभा
If that is the judgment that has been given by the Supreme Court, then these 16 MLAs have already stood
न्यायालयाने
disqualified
सांगितलेलं आपण पाहिलं असेल ही व्हीपची
because they have not followed the whip.
विधानसभा अध्यक्षांनी निर्णय घ्यायला पाहिजे होता. हे जस्टिस चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड यांनी सांगितल्यावरती
The speaker should have taken into cognizance
बेकायदेशीर सरकार आहे.
the true whip and the true situation before taking any decision. So even that is illegal.
याचा अर्थ सरकार बेकायदेशीर. राज्यपालांच्या सूचनेनुसार बहुमत चाचणी झाली. त्यानंतर व्हीप
This
बजावण्यात आली.
clearly means that the
हे सगळं
government
जर
is illegal.
बेकायदेशीर ठरत आहे तर मग कायदेशीर काय आहे? सरकारनं शिंदे आणि फडणवीस
If every
यांनी उगाच पेढे
step
वाटू
in the
नये
formation of the government is
किंवा त्यांच्या
illegal,
लोकांनी
then what
सरकार
is
टिकलं.
legal?
बरं का?
They
तुम्ही
should
खाद्य
not
बसू
distribute
नये.
sweets at this
आपण
point.
बेकायदेशीर सरकारचं प्रतिनिधित्व करताय.
Government
नैतिकता
has
असेल थोडी
survived.
जरी
That doesn't mean that they should be
खोक्यांची
happy.
पापं धुवून काढायची असतील
If
तर
they have
सरकारनं
even an
ताबडतोब
ounce of
राजीनामा द्यायला
morality,
हवा.
and if they want to wash away the sins of the crores they have taken, then the government should resign.
मी इतकंच म्हणतो आमच्यासाठी सगळ्यात दिलासादायक कोणत्या असतील तर सत्ता नसून शिवसेनेवरचा दावा फेटाळला हे आमच्यासाठी आनंदाची गोष्ट आहे. सत्ता येते सत्ता जाते पण बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची शिवसेना
What is the most important for us is not power,
चोर दरोडेखोर
but
हा धनुष्यबाणावर
the claim
आणि
over
शिवसेनेवर
our
दावा
Shiv
करू
Sena
शकत नाही.
party.
ही आमची भूमिका होती आहे.
Nobody
सुप्रीम
else can
कोर्टानं
stake
त्याच्यावर
claim to
शिक्कामोर्तब
our
केलं.
party symbol, and that has been signified by
बात
the
ऐसी है
Supreme
कि
Court.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का अगर आप निर्णय देखें तो हम खुश हैं कि देश में लोकतंत्र और न्याय व्यवस्था आज भी जिंदा है. संविधान मरा नहीं है या कोई संविधान की हत्या नहीं कर सकता. सत्ता आती है सत्ता चली जाती है. सबसे पहले जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि जो शिंदे गुट का व्हीप है वही गैरकानूनी इलीगल है. उसका मतलब है वो लोगों ने जो व्हीप बजाया था वो गैरकानूनी और हमारा जो व्हीप था उसने जो आदेश दिया है वो कानूनी है. तो उस व्हीप के मुताबिक तो सब लोग अभी डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे. विधानसभा अध्यक्ष को अधिकार है ठीक है लेकिन लीगल व्हीप कौन है? प्रभु है. ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा है. तो क्या विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष गैरकानूनी काम करेंगे? क्या संविधान की हत्या करेंगे? बरोबर आहे. लवकरात सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाच्या सगळ्या घडामोडींवर लक्ष आहे आणि विधानसभेचे अध्यक्ष या डॉक्टर आंबेडकरांच्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये संविधानाची हत्या करू शकत नाही. नैतिकतेच्या मुद्द्यावर ताबडतोब मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी आणि त्यांच्या सरकारनं राजीनामा द्यायला पाहिजे. उगा टाळ्या वाजवत बसू नये. राज्यपालांची प्रत्येक भूमिका बेकायदेशीर आहे.
सर आपने जो पॉइंट रखा है
गवर्नमेंट शुड रिजाइन.
अरे सोडा हो कायम बेम कसलाय गेलं ते सरकार. ये बात सही है. कानूनन मुद्दा है कि उसका ही मतलब है अभी की सरकार गैर कानूनी. अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ये कह दे कि अगर उद्धव जी ने नैतिकता के आधार पर रिजाइन किया है इस्तीफा नहीं देते तो
Mr. Thackeray resigned on his own.
Yes, absolutely. So the Chief Justice has clarified that the status quo ante cannot be given because the CM at that time had himself resigned. If he wouldn't have resigned, then a status quo ante could have been granted.
So what did the court say regarding the role of the governor during that crisis?
On that, the court has decided. On that, the court has decided that the governor should not have gone into the calling the government for forming the government.
So what are the issues on disqualification?
So how has the court then said that the Eknath Shinde
We'll get to know when the judgment is out. These are the
could have been
preliminary tests.
How has the court then said that the Eknath Shinde government could have taken oath?
No, they have taken oath because there was nobody at that time, and they have simply said that the decision to call for this for the forming of the government which was decided by the governor was not in accordance with law.
Sir, on Uddhav Thackeray, what did the court?
The court has clarified that had Mr. Thackeray would not have resigned, then in that scenario, a status quo ante would have been granted. But now, since he had resigned himself, Therefore, court can't do anything.
So the court also basically stated if Uddhav, after Uddhav resigned, then it was absolutely legal to call in for a floor test by the governor.
That I could not hear. Once the judgment is out, we'll clarify.
Just to clarify, what has the court said regarding the role of the governor?
It said that the governor should not have taken into account because there was no objective material on the record.
So effectively what the Shinde faction MLA said was not objective material to topple the government, but because the government resigned by itself, therefore they will not get any relief.
That's what I can understand. When the judgment is out, we'll clarify.
With regards to the whip, the Supreme Court had certain observations to make.
On the issue of whip, yes. On the issue of whip, I'll answer this question first. On the issue of whip, the court has said that the whip of the political party will be given primary consideration.
But at this point of time, then who will be the new whip? Will be the whip?
Senior होंगे. Just Abhikal Pratap Singh, advocate on record.
Abhikal Pratap Singh. We have Abhikal Pratap Singh with us, who is the lawyer for Eknath Shinde. Abhikal, what was the crux of the judgment today? Whether there would be a change in the Maharashtra government at this point of time due to the Supreme Court judgment?
I don't see that. What I could understand is now the speaker will decide the disqualification, and then whatever happens it will follow.
Another question is that with regards to the whip, the Supreme Court had to say that, when there are two whips, the speaker was not right into it. So whether the old whip would remain or the new whip that is currently there would remain, what is the crux of this whole?
As I understand the judgment, the whip of the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena party will remain into operation as per the judgment. Well, we'll clarify when the judgment is out, but this is what I understood from the judgment.
But finally, the status quo ante would not be...
Cannot be granted. Supreme Court said its status quo ante cannot be granted because Mr. Thackeray had resigned himself.
This was Abhikal Pratap Singh, who was representing Eknath Shinde as the filing counsel for Eknath Shinde in this particular case. We'll also go across to various senior advocates who would be speaking at this point of time. But at the same point of time, big verdict coming in from the topmost court of the country, clearly saying that if at all Uddhav Thackeray would not have resigned, the status quo ante could have been restored. Uddhav Thackeray could have been restored in the government. In fact, questions have been raised on the governor's role in this particular case as well, clearly saying that, the Maharashtra governor had not acted in a proper manner. He had no objective to actually say that, there is no will of the people of the MLAs in that particular political party, and he should have seen the other members as well. But at the same point of time, finally concluding that since Uddhav Thackeray did not face a floor test in this particular scene and scenario, the governor had no option to call for a floor test and invite the Bharatiya Janata Party, which was the single largest party at that point of time, to form a government in the state of Maharashtra. So a big blow coming into Uddhav Thackeray, but questions being raised on the actions of the speaker and the governor as well.
Ananya, explain to our audiences, one of the first parts of this judgment was the reference to the Nabam Rebia case and the fact that it had been decided that it would now be referred to a larger 7-judge bench. Now, the Nabam Rebia case, of course, took place 6 years ago, where the Supreme Court passed a judgment on the powers of the Arunachal Pradesh speaker to disqualify MLAs. I want to understand from you, if it is referred to a 7-judge bench, could that judgment still affect this order, or is this order clear? Will it stand as it is?
Well, this order would stand evident in its own way, because remember that the final conclusion of this judgment was that since Uddhav Thackeray had resigned and since the status quo ante could not be actually reversed in this case, the Eknath Shinde government would remain in the state of Maharashtra and there would be no change. However, when the detailed judgment comes out, we'll get to know more reasons as to why the Supreme Court had done so. But at the same point of time, the reference of Nabam Rebia was to a limited question that whether the speaker can actually decide on the disqualification proceedings when
नाही अपात्रतेच्या संदर्भात पण निर्णय आता स्पीकर घेतील. आज बड़ी रात है. माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो निर्णय लिया है वो निर्णय का हम लोग स्वागत करते हैं. जो नाबाम रेबिया का रेफरेंस दिया था उसमें 179 और 180 में कुछ अमेंडमेंट करने की जरूरत है, तो वो लार्जर बेंच के पास उन्होंने रेफर किया, क्योंकि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर चेंजेस करना है तो लार्जर बेंच के पास वो जाना चाहिए. ऐसा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा हुआ है। और जो अपात्र के गवर्नर के बारे में भी माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो टिप्पणी की है उसके बारे में, उनकी जो प्रोसीजर फॉलो करने के बारे में। लेकिन अभी जो व्हीप अपॉइंट किया हुआ है वो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी व्हीप अपॉइंट कर सकती है, और इलेक्शन कमीशन के निर्णय के हिसाब से पॉलिटिकल पार्टी एकनाथ शिंदे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के पास अभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के राइट्स है। तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के हिसाब से जो भरत शेठ गोगावले है, जो हमारे व्हीप है, वो ऑफिशियली है, उसका निर्णय अभी स्पीकर लेंगे। माननीय न्यायालय ने ये भी कहा कि जो भी अपॉइंटमेंट है वो पॉलिटिकल
योग्य होणार नाही। जी काही उत्सुकता होती की महाराष्ट्राचं सरकार स्थिर राहणार की नाही, ही सुप्रीम कोर्टाच्या या निकालामुळे दूर झालेली आहे। आणि ज्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडीज आहेत त्याच्या फंक्शनमध्ये सुप्रीम कोर्टाने कुठलाही हस्तक्षेप केलेला नाही। हा एका अर्थाने लोकशाहीचा आणि भारताच्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनचा फार मोठा विजय आहे असं मी स्वतः समजतो। आणि ती जी एक आपल्या कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनचं जी महत्त्व आहे ती सुप्रीम कोर्टाने कायम ठेवली।
सर हिंदी में बोलिएगा यही बात कि जिस तरह से फैसला आया है उसके ऊपर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है? गवर्नर को फटकार लगाई है, और आप जिस तरह से 16 विधायकों के योग्यता का मामला था उसमें अब उन्होंने जो है स्पीकर के पास सब कुछ जो है आधिकारिक टाइम फ्रेम में करने के लिए फैसला दिया है। हिंदी में कंटिन्यू करें, स्लाइड।
थोड़ा सा मुझे यही कहना है कि ज़्यादा उत्कंठा लोगों को ये रहती है कि ये सरकार चलेगी या नहीं। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये जो फैसला दिया है वो लोकशाही के हित में है कि सरकार जो अपॉइंट की गई वो जो ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ हाउस अपॉइंट की गई उसको उन्होंने सही यहाँ पे ये किया है कि ये सरकार आगे चल सकती है। एक बहुत बड़ा रिलीफ महाराष्ट्र के लिए है। किसी भी राज्य के लिए एक स्थिर सरकार होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, और जो भी फैसला होना है वो अध्यक्ष जी को लेना है। वो भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज़ है, चाहे वो अध्यक्ष जी हो जो असेंबली के अध्यक्ष हैं, या तो वो इलेक्शन कमीशन हो, ये सब कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज़ है। और ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी माना है कि उनको इंडिपेंडेंटली काम करना चाहिए, और जो काम आगे चलेगा उसके भी लिए उन्होंने कभी भी रोक नहीं लगाई है। हालांकि व्हीप के बारे में उन्होंने जो निर्णय लिया है तो व्हीप क्लेम कर सकता है, और वो जो क्लेम कर रहा है वो उसकी ही वजह से डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन होता है या नहीं, उसका निर्णय भी सब लोगों का जो कहना है वो सुनने के बाद अध्यक्ष जी को लेना है। तो वो सही फैसला लेंगे ऐसे हम लोग उम्मीद करते हैं। तो जो संकट महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट पे विरोधी पक्ष लाना चाहते थे वो तो फिलहाल टल गया है। लेकिन सर लोगों के हित में ये सरकार काम कर सकती है।
सर सवाल ये है कि जिस तरह से गवर्नर के काम को बहुत फटकार लगाई गई है उस पर क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर? गवर्नर ने बिना किसी प्रूफ के फ्लोर टेस्ट की बात कही जिसको लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फटकार लगाई जा रहा है।
देखिए, आप जहाँ तक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जहाँ तक मैं सुन रहा था तो चाहे वो फैसला अगर उद्धव जी अपना रेजिग्नेशन नहीं देते तो ही उसके बारे में कुछ हो सकता था, लेकिन उन्होंने तो रेजिग्नेशन दिया, ये फैक्ट है। तो अभी इसके बारे में कुछ क्लेम करना गलत है। या तो आगे चल के जो भी गवर्नर आएंगे वो इस तरह का फैसला देते हुए ये जो रिमार्क्स है उसके बारे में सोच के वो अपना फैसला दे देंगे। इतना ही इसका मतलब, मैं जहाँ तक मैं समझता हूँ इतना ही मतलब इसमें है। ताशेरे ओढलेले नाही, आपण एक लक्षात घ्या, न्यायालयाने असं म्हटलेलं आहे की पॉलिटिकल पार्टनर
आहेत हे आज अतिशय स्पष्ट झालंय। तिसरी गोष्ट, राज्यपालांनी जे अधिवेशनाच्या संदर्भात फ्लोर टेस्टचे जे आदेश दिले होते हे गैरपद्धतीने होते, कारण सबळ पुराव्याच्या अभावी, सबळ डॉक्युमेंटच्या अभावी अशा प्रकारे राज्यपालांना फ्लोर टेस्ट बोलवता येत नाही। केवळ काही आमदारांनी पत्र दिलं म्हणून फ्लोर टेस्ट बोलवता येत नाही।
the court has observed the way governor has called for that particular floor test, it is completely wrong, and it was not as per the rules, because before doing that he should have consulted with the Council of Ministers, because that is the duty of governor to keep in touch with the Council of Ministers and CM, and with after the discussion with them, then only he should do it. So that is right now he is explaining in Marathi. Anil Parab, with whom we yesterday spoke.
जरी आता ज्या अध्यक्षांच्या समोर जाईल त्याच्यामध्ये सुनील प्रभू हेच व्हीप असतील आणि सुनील प्रभूने दिलेले आदेश.
So right now he's saying that though this matter has been referred to the Speaker of the Assembly, but Sunil Prabhu has been appointed as a whip, so that's why it is very much clear that those who have basically denied the whip of Sunil Prabhu during that time are eligible for the disqualification. That is a clear-cut interpretation which Shiv Sena party leader Anil Prabhu is explaining. Anil Parab is explaining.
सभा अध्यक्षांनी योग्य तो निर्णय घ्यावा. त्यामुळे एकंदर या सगळ्या
about the merger also he's saying that the court has asked the legislative assembly speaker to take a decision.
पासून वाचू शकत नाही आणि या 16 आमदारांच्या पाठोपाठ.
No, Anil Parab is basically very much confident that the 16 MLAs against whom the disqualification plea has been filed, they cannot save right now, because everything is against them after the SC order. He's also saying that if all the 16 MLAs get disqualified, then certainly the remaining 39 MLAs.
Okay, my colleague Mayuresh, who was actually providing us with that translation, is with us right now in Mumbai. He's joining us from Maharashtra itself. Let's check in with him. Mayuresh, the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction must be heartbroken right now to hear from the Supreme Court that the Eknath Shinde-led faction and the Maharashtra governor didn't act per law, but that they can't restore the Thackeray government. Walk us through the mood right now. What are your sources telling you is the mood right now in the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction?
Absolutely, the Uddhav Thackeray faction right now is in hurdle, and what we just heard from Mr. Anil Parab, he was explaining that what court has said, but they are confident that on two issues. One, their whip has been reinstated, which means the Bharat Gogale, who was appointed as a whip and who had issued the orders, now he is a legal whip, and legal whip is Sunil Prabhu. So Shiv Sena is confident that that time when they had issued the whip, the Sunil Prabhu had issued the whip, those who didn't follow that whip have to face that disqualification. That is Shiv Sena banking on. So, but the important aspect here about the whip is that if you remember, when Bharat Gogale had issued the whip, after that the election of speaker had taken place. So if Bharat Gogale's whip has been declared as illegal, then there is a question that whether the election which happened for the post of speaker is also in the question. So that clarity we are yet to get from the Supreme Court, or once we get the detailed order, we'll have that clarity. But that is a very important issue, because Supreme Court has already said that Bharat Gogale is illegal whip, he is not a legal whip, and Sunil Prabhu is a legal whip. So if you ask me about the Shiv Sena, yes, Shiv Sena is banking on this particular aspect about the whip. Yesterday also, if you remember, when we spoke with Anil Parab before he was about to leave to Delhi, he clearly said that we are banking on 10th schedule and also on the issue of the whip, because if we get the whip, our whip gets decided as illegal, then certainly those who didn't follow that whip will have to face the disqualification.
Okay, just stay with us. I want to go over to our colleague Siddhant, who's also with us live right now from Mumbai. Siddhant, I want to come to you now to understand what the BJP's leaders have had to say. We haven't heard from any leader yet on the show. What are sources telling you is the mood? Because the Supreme Court hasn't held back at all in the kind of language they've used to admonish the actions that led to the formation of this government. How is the BJP responding?
Well, look, you know, I did manage to speak to some people post this verdict by the Supreme Court, and those who understand the politics of Maharashtra very well, those who have been following it, the politics of Maharashtra very well, are saying that it is a moral victory for Uddhav Thackeray and a real victory for Eknath Shinde, because the fear that was in the mind of the incumbent government was that what if 16 MLAs get disqualified? or maybe some time frame will be given to Speaker to disqualify the MLAs, or some sort of action takes place. That was the biggest fear in the minds. The second and the most important was that anything in order, if anything goes in favor of Uddhav Thackeray. But going by the order that has been pronounced by Honorable Supreme Court, it looks like that Supreme Court has very clearly stated that there cannot be any possibility of reinstating Uddhav Thackeray as the Chief Minister, because he resigned himself. He did not face the floor test. And the second most important observation which was made by the Supreme Court was that Supreme Court did raise questions on the conduct of the governor. The governor did not have enough material to act, and despite that, governor acted. But at the same time, Supreme Court also said that since the Shinde faction has been recognized as a political party, so these two key observations by the Supreme Court establishes that the government in Maharashtra is safe. The MLAs of Eknath Shinde are safe, and this is perhaps the reason that right now we are getting to know that at around 2 p.m. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis both are going to address joint press conference, and they are going to take questions from the media on this entire verdict that has come from the Supreme Court.
Siddhant, thank you. Siddhant put it beautifully right now when he said a moral victory for the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction, but possibly a very real victory for the Eknath Shinde-led faction. Let's go over to my colleague Vinaya Deshpande, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, who's with us right now from outside Matushri, which is of course Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Vinaya, explain to me, behind the scenes, how is the Thackeray faction processing this? What do they do with this so-called moral victory? That's question one. And question two, Vinaya, if you could now walk our audiences down the memory lane. In June 2022, what led to Uddhav Thackeray making the decision not to go to resign? That decision now has the spotlight on it. What led to that decision when it was made?
Well, absolutely. It's a heartbreaking decision, really. It's a heartbreaking verdict for the Thackeray group, which was hoping that there will be some way in which it will be reinstated back to power, and that Mahavikas Aghadi would get another opportunity to be in the government. Clearly, with this judgment, it has been dashed. Remember, this is something that Uddhav Thackeray was advised since the beginning. In fact, on the day, I remember that when this whole political drama was unfolding and we were all rushing to the assembly in order to witness the floor test, there were questions raised on whether Uddhav Thackeray will face the floor test or not. He suddenly called for a Facebook Live in which he addressed the people of Maharashtra, in which he announced his decision to resign, something that has cost the MVA quite dear. In fact, both the Congress as well as the NCP were upset with him for taking this unilateral decision. Uddhav Thackeray, who was a novice player with respect to the Legislative Assembly, he had never been into electoral politics. He had always worked as a remote control for the party, and that was exactly the difference, because he saw this as a huge ignominy for himself and for the party, and he had preferred to not face the floor test and had instead chosen to resign. This very decision, a unilateral decision, a decision which Uddhav Thackeray took without consulting any of his alliance partners, without consulting any of his party leaders, is exactly the decision that has cost the Mahavikas Aghadi dear. With this kind of a moral victory, it is disheartening for them that the government will not be restored. The only gleam of hope is about the whip, the chief whip, who will possibly be Sunil Prabhu now, and that will lead to a lot of changes on the floor of the House. So clearly at this juncture, when there will be, as we speak, Sanjay Raut has just entered in order to meet Uddhav Thackeray here at Matoshri. As you can see the live visuals on your screen, this is Sanjay Raut here, who has come from his residence in order to meet Uddhav Thackeray. There will now be a meeting of the MLAs here. Several MPs also who have now made a beeline at Matoshri after the Supreme Court verdict. This is an important day today, not just because, we are seeing Sanjay Raut is coming out to give update to the media. Let us get a reaction from him. Let us try and understand what he has to say on this whole political drama. But at this juncture, it is important to see that, with this, we are here at Matoshri, where there is a lot of political cacophony that is going on. Sanjay Raut.
लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है जो सरकार आज फंसी है कोई आपातकाल कोई गैर कानूनी है वो बेकायदेशीर है तो सरकार बची क्या है अगर थोड़ी भी नैतिकता होगी तो शिंदे फडणवीस इस्तीफा दे देंगे
That was Sanjay Raut who was saying that
What is the meaning of that? That is to be decided by the appropriate authorities. Both can have different whips. But the particular whip that was issued by the then whip of the current Uddhav Thackeray, what he wants to say, whether it is legal or illegal, that is to be decided by the Speaker of the House. And in that case, whether a meeting which is not called on the floor of the House, whether it is mandatory on the legislators to attend it or not, that those all points would be come before them. At that time, he could take an appropriate decision.
So the decision has been given to the Speaker. Do you think the Speaker would, in his right mind, uphold the decision in your favor?
Why I should say that? He should listen to everybody and then should give an appropriate decision, which is as per the law.
So lastly, Supreme Court also mentioned that you all had on the behalf, like Eknath Shinde on your behalf had reached out to the governor, but the role of governor was also questioned. There was no way there was mentioned that you all were moving out of Shiv Sena. There was only a mention that you all were unhappy with Shiv Sena and there was no move to mode of MVA. So what do you have to say on that?
No, whatever Supreme Court has said, nobody could make a comment on the Supreme Court. However, the guidelines given by them would be applicable to the future decisions, because here no floor test has taken place and a resignation was submitted. That is the usual tactics of Uddhavji to create a wave of sympathy in his favor. He always thinks of politics and not about the democracy. That's why he has given the resignation, to create a sympathy among his supporters. And there he took a wrong step and he has paid for that. Once you are giving the resignation and you are yourself claiming that restore me back on that position, it is not possible, which is clearly mentioned by the Supreme Court, and that is good enough to teach him a lesson that he should not behave like this to create just a sympathy among the people.
With that, we had Deepak Kesarkar, who's been the spokesperson for Eknath Shinde faction all throughout. He, in fact, has also repeated the same thing that Supreme Court had mentioned, wherein he said that giving his resignation was a way of Uddhav Thackeray to get sympathy from people. We've seen that Supreme Court was also quite critical of the fact that Uddhav Thackeray had resigned, which is why the status quo could not be maintained.
शिवालय शिव सेना एमपी इज विद अस. शिवालय साहब, कितना रिलीफ आप मानते हैं ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से आज?
बहुत बड़ा रिलीफ है, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में जो पॉलिटिकल एटमॉस्फेयर जो खराब हुआ था और एक गंदी राजनीति महाराष्ट्र में चल रही थी, वो अभी खत्म हो जाएगी और एक हिस्टोरिकल डिसीजन है. इस डिसीजन की वजह से जितने भी रीजनल पार्टी है उनको एक सबक मिलेगा, क्योंकि आप देखेंगे जितने रीजनल पार्टी है वो फैमिली परिवार चला लिया, और परिवार अगर डिसीजन लेती है कि हम जो उनकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के विचार है, उसको छोड़ के अपोजिशन के अगर साथ परिवार जाएगा तो पार्टी नहीं जाएगी, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता नहीं जाएगी. ये सबक ये डिसीजन के माध्यम से मिलेगा.
बट सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ी क्रिटिकल टिप्पणियां की हैं गवर्नर के रोल के ऊपर.
गवर्नर के रोल पे, क्योंकि लेकिन गवर्नर ने वो वहाँ पे क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन थी, और जो भी गवर्नर ने डिसीजन लिया था वो लीगल ओपिनियन लेके ही, उनके लीगल एडवाइजर को लेके डिसीजन लिया था.
लेकिन अब आपके लिए अगर हम देखें तो हालांकि आपकी जो है वो सरकार वहाँ पे बच गई है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन आगे की जो अब रहा है वो कैसे देखते हैं आप?
आगे स्पीकर का रोल इसमें इम्पोर्टेंट है. स्पीकर
पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का रेफरेंस लेके ही सब अपॉइंटमेंट और डिसीजन लेंगे। और इसमें इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसके पहले जो डिसीजन लिया था वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो डिसीजन लिया था कि शिवसेना के पूरे राइट्स माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के पास रहेंगे, सिंबल भी एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के पास रहेंगे, तो वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट डिसीजन है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के रेफरेंस के हिसाब से स्पीकर डिसीजन लेंगे।
आपको लगता है कि उद्धव ठाकरे से गलती हो गई क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि फ्लोर टेस्ट में तो उन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट ही नहीं किया, वो गलती बहुत बड़ी उन्होंने की है?
वो पहले ही हम लोग ने कहा, हमारा सबमिशन ही था कि वो रिजाइन नहीं देते तो ये सिचुएशन नहीं आती थी। उन्होंने रिजाइन देने की वजह से ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रॉब्लम है।
लेकिन संजय राव तो अभी भी आपके ऊपर निशाना साध रहे हैं, कह रहा मॉरल ग्राउंड पे आपको।
पागल है, पागल आदमी के बारे में टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं।
ठीक है, बहुत
एक मिनट।
Well, the first reaction there coming in from the Shinde faction after what we've heard from the top court. Reactions coming in, let's listen in.
देखिए, आप लोग सब बोले जा, nobody will speak. Please, if you speak, you are delaying yourself. Please don't speak. I will do Hindi, English, Maharashtra, NCT, both. Just be patient for 10 minutes, please. देखिए, आज दो रुक जाओ ना यार, ये आप ही के लोगों तो बोलिए ना, आप तो अपने लोग ही आपके सब काट करते नहीं, चलता रहेगा। आवाज जो बोलेगा तो हो ही नहीं पाएगा। यार जब तक आप बोलेंगे शुरू नहीं हो सकता।
आप ठीक है, चलिए।
भाइयों और बहनों, आज संविधान पीठ के दो अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय आए हैं। संविधान पीठ ने विस्तृत रूप से सब अपने निष्कर्ष लिखे हैं कारणों के साथ। महाराष्ट्र के विषय में जितने भी मूल मुद्दे हैं कानून के, वो हमारे पक्ष में हुए हैं। राज्यपाल का निर्णय गलत है। उन्होंने ऐसे तथ्यों को देखा जो नहीं थे वहां पर, जो वो नहीं देख सकते थे। राज्यपाल का निर्णय को गलत करार किया गया। स्पीकर का निर्णय, जिन्होंने किसी और की विप को ऊपर आधार पर अपना निर्णय किया, उसको गलत माना है। विप गोगावले के नियुक्ति को गलत माना है। ये कहा है कि विप सिर्फ राजनीतिक पार्टी की हो सकती है, न कि वो विधायिका पार्टी की हो। तो हर महत्वपूर्ण कानूनी मुद्दे पे सत्य की विजय हुई है। हम नमन करते हैं उच्चतम न्यायालय को। ये बात सही है कि माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे जो उस वक्त मुख्यमंत्री थे, उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया, इसलिए उनको रिलीफ नहीं दी। लेकिन आज सबसे महत्वपूर्ण निष्कर्ष क्या है कि माननीय स्पीकर को तुरंत निर्णय करना है कम समय में डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटीशन का। तो मैं आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूं कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटीशन का निर्णय तो एक ही हो सकता है। उन्होंने विप का अस्वीकारिता की, लोगों ने, उन्होंने विप का उल्लंघन किया। तो जब आपने विप का उल्लंघन किया तो क्या बचा? माननीय स्पीकर को तुरंत उस आधार पर डिस्क्वालीफाई करना चाहिए और इसी से न्याय होगा, सत्य की विजय होगी। जहां तक एनसीटी का सवाल है, एक ऐसी सिचुएशन, और ये किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी की बात नहीं है, कल कांग्रेस होगी, आज आप है, कल बीजेपी होगी। आपने दिल्ली को ये स्वरूप दिया जिससे वहां स्वायत्व हो, यहां पर ऑटोनॉमी हो। आज स्वायत्त और दिल्ली की विजय है। दिल्ली के हर उस तौर तरीके से जिसमें केंद्र सरकार ने गलत रूप से हस्तक्षेप किया है, उसको निरस्त किया गया है इस निर्णय द्वारा। और इसमें हर पक्ष में कोई सिंगल ऐसा पक्ष नहीं है, मुझे सौभाग्य था इसका दलील करने का, और कोई हमारा ऐसा पक्ष नहीं है जिसको मना किया गया हो। मैं समझता हूं कि जो सर्विसेज हैं, जो यहाँ के काम हैं, अब बिना अवरुद्ध होने के, बिना उल्लंघन के, बिना विलंब के, बिना तू मैं आरोप प्रत्यारोप के जल्द होंगे, क्योंकि इसका फायदा है नागरिक दिल्ली का। फ्रेंड्स, I'll very briefly tell you in English, this is a historic day. Two major judgments of the Constitution Bench, very detailed, very organized, indexed with conclusions. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, every major substantive finding has been in favor of the side we were representing. The governor's decision is wrong because it is based on irrelevant considerations. The speaker's recognition is of the wrong whip. The whip has to be by a political party, not a legislature party, etc., etc. Now, it is true that the Honorable CM at that time resigned before the floor test, and therefore he has been denied relief. But the point of the matter is different. The point is there is a specific direction that disqualification petitions pending must be decided expeditiously. I want to ask myself, as a student of law, the Honorable Speaker must necessarily decide the disqualification petitions by holding these persons to be disqualified for the simple reason that they have acted contrary to a whip. The whip is of the political party, not the Eknath Shinde faction in the legislature. And if that whip is violated, how is it that for one day the Honorable Speaker can delay that decision? I think it's a victory for the people of Maharashtra, it's a victory for justice, it's a victory for the Constitution, it's a victory for the sovereignty of the legislature, its elected representatives, the 10th schedule. We hope and trust that the Speaker will not delay because of partisan political reasons and will decide very quickly. As far as NCT is concerned, it is an even more significant judgment. It is ultimately a victory for Delhi, for autonomy. You made Delhi for what reason? You made Delhi with autonomy because you wanted to give it a status. It is not merely a union territory. It is a union territory with a special constitutional status not available to other union territories. Now this judgment on every count, has made it clear that barring the 3 prohibited excluded areas, in all other areas, the LG must act on the aid and advice of the state government. I hope and trust that the unnecessary pinpricks, and this is not about party A or party B. Tomorrow the BJP may be in power in Delhi and not in the center.
Well, we continue to track the big story that's coming out of Maharashtra, which is what we've heard from the top court today. In a nutshell, the court essentially has questioned the move of Uddhav Thackeray of deciding to resign before he faced a floor test. So that is why the court has said, because Uddhav Thackeray did not face a floor test, status quo cannot be got back or the clock cannot be turned back in time. The other big takeaway from what we've heard from the court is they've also questioned the role of the governor as well as the speaker. But as of now, politically speaking, the Shinde faction remains, the government also remains. We'll be getting reactions coming in from Uddhav Thackeray shortly. He'll be holding a press conference and then a press conference that will be coming in from the Shinde faction as well. Let's also now bring in our colleagues to try and understand what's the future as far as politics in Maharashtra is concerned. Let's first bring in Vinay Deshpande. We also have Yesha, Siddhant and Ananya, who are also tracking all these developments. Vinaya, going back to the time when this decision was taken, when Uddhav Thackeray decided that no, I'm not going to go for a floor test because I do not have the numbers, I am going to resign. That decision essentially has become a nail in the coffin for him of what we've heard from the top court. Talk to us about the reactions that are already coming in from the Uddhav camp, if any.
Well, Ridhima, you're absolutely right. This, in fact, is a heartbreaking moment for the Uddhav Thackeray faction because remember, the Supreme Court has passed extremely scathing comments against the role of the governor, against the way the speaker took a call, about the way, the whip of the party functioned and the way it was changed, clearly saying that the governor should have gone beyond what was there in order to find out what the objective truth was and not subjectively, see what the reality was. So in that sense, we are seeing that while Uddhav Thackeray faction has been claiming that this is a huge moral victory for them, well, of course it is. But rewinding back to that time when the whole issue had erupted and when there was a floor test which was called, there was a no confidence motion that was moved by the opposition. At that very juncture, at a time when everybody was readying to see how the floor test will go ahead, Uddhav Thackeray, before reaching the assembly and before facing the floor test, went ahead, called for a Facebook Live and announced his resignation. At that time as well, I remember it was an extremely anxious 1.5 hour. We were all trying to gauge last year as to what the response of the government will be, especially after, Fadnavis and Shinde had already garnered the support of several MLAs. At that juncture, it was to be seen on whether the floor test will be faced or not. And while, we had seen that several factors within the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi had then claimed that it was important to face the floor test and preparations were going on in that aspect. Just some time before the floor test, Uddhav Thackeray had called for a Facebook Live and had declared his resignation. Now remember, that particular call later was criticized, and just recently even Sharad Pawar had openly said that that was one big mistake and that it was done without consulting anybody of us, and that was a unilateral decision. For somebody who has not been into legislative politics for a long time, for somebody who was a novice with respect to the legislative affairs, remember this was the first term of Uddhav Thackeray as a legislator, this inexperience cost his government dear, and though they now claim a moral victory of sorts, this is clearly disheartening because there is no change absolutely on ground.
Interesting choice of words, a moral victory as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned, but no change as far as the government is concerned, so the Shinde faction is safe. I'll just request all our colleagues to stay on with us. We're slipping into a very short break. We're coming back to this big political story.
The last 7 days. Now, according to central agency sources, a kind of potassium chlorate was actually possibly used in the making of the explosion itself. Sources have further said that the blast seems to be more to provoke than to harm, with the timing of the last two blasts coinciding with the fact that there were lesser people in the area because it took place early in the morning. Now, the Punjab Police DGP is expected to brief the media over all of these attacks. Let's take a look. This is a walkthrough, a ground report that my colleague Rajiv Sharma brought us from the ground. Take a look.
मंदिर साहिब के बिल्कुल पास श्री गुरु रामदास सराय में एक धमाका होता है। 12:10 पर इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस कमिश्नर खुद मौके पर पहुंचते हैं। तो इस समय हम उसी जगह पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि श्री गुरु रामदास जो सराय है उसका बिल्कुल ये पिछला हिस्सा है और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर गलियारा जो बना हुआ है जहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो सैर करते हैं। तो इसी इलाके में कहा जा रहा है कि रात को तीसरा जो ब्लास्ट है वो हुआ था। जैसे पुलिस को जानकारी मिली तो पुलिस कमिश्नर नौनिहाल सिंह खुद यहाँ पर पहुंचे। उसके बाद जांच जो है वो शुरू की गई।
हमारे को रात को 12 बजे के आसपास, 12:15 के आसपास यहाँ पे इंटीमेशन आई थी कि यहाँ पे एक लाउड साउंड हैज बीन हर्ड। इट इज सस्पेक्टेड दैट देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक एक्सप्लोजन और हुआ है, बट बिकॉज अभी अंधेरा है और ये इस बिल्डिंग के पीछे हुआ है, वहाँ पे अभी तक एक कंफर्म नहीं हो पाया है कि वेदर इट इज अ ब्लास्ट और कोई और इंसिडेंट है। आर FSL टीम इज ऑन द स्पॉट, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं एंड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स, एज पार्ट जो हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, हम सस्पेक्ट्स को राउंड अप कर रहे हैं, लोगों को वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, पूछताछ कर रहे हैं।
बड़े लंबे समय तो मैं देख रहा भी ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸੀਰੀਅਸਲੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਫਿਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2-4 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2 ਘਟਨਾਵਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਏ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਬਲਾਸਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਦਿਲਚਸਪੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ। ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵੱਜ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੀ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਹੈਗੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ। ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਤੱਥ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀ, ਉਹ ਤੱਥ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਾਲੇ ਨਸ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੇ, ਪਰ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਚੇਚੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਡੰਗਾਈ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸਾਜ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਨੰਗੀ ਕਰੋ।
Like Aam Aadmi Party, Bhagwant Mann should spend more time on focusing on the law and order situation of the state rather than arresting journalists who show the truth of the mirror of truth to the entire Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann establishment.
सर कैसे ऐसा हुआ जहां पर एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है जो अमृतसर साहिब के।
Okay, we're now moving to more details in this same case. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive on the Amritsar blast probe. Remember, we told you that 5 people.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We continue to track the big political story that's coming in from Maharashtra and what we've heard from the top court today. Essentially, they've questioned the move of Uddhav Thackeray deciding to resign without facing a floor test. But what the Supreme Court has also done, and not mincing any words, have questioned the role of the governor as well as the speaker. So what does this mean for the Shinde faction? That states as of now. We'll be getting press conferences that will be coming in from both the camps, so it will be interesting to see what we hear from the leaders. Let's also bring in our colleagues. Vinay Deshpande continues to be with us. Yesha Kotak also continues to be with us. Yesha, while Vinay was, just saying something very interesting before we slipped into a short break, that Uddhav camp can see this as a moral victory, but the real victory still is for the Shinde faction because there is no disqualification and their government stays. Okay, I believe we've lost that connection with Yesha, but let's also bring in our legal correspondent Ananya Bhatnagar, who's also now joining us. So Ananya, there are two aspects here. Politically speaking, the move of Uddhav Thackeray has been questioned, that why did he want to resign before actually facing a floor test. But the Supreme Court has also minced no words in terms of questioning the actions that have been taken by the governor and the speaker. So let's break it down simply for our viewers. First, as far as the role of the governor is concerned, what are these specific actions that have been questioned by the court today?
Gogamble, as in fact, in choosing, in fact, the right whip for between the legislative party and the political party was incorrect and illegal, is what the Supreme Court had to say. Another important thing that the Supreme Court had to say was that the governor's actions were not right. The governor had no objective material to actually say that, these people wanted to leave that particular party, though they were unsatisfied with the party, but they did not mention that they want to leave the political party itself. So very clearly it has been said that though the governor was a little wrong on its part on calling for in fact a floor test, or it was in fact the speaker who was wrong in doing so, but at the end of the day, when Uddhav Thackeray resigned, the whole matrix of the matter changed. And since Uddhav Thackeray had himself resigned even before facing a floor test in this particular case, the status quo ante cannot be changed. Though there were some wrongdoings that happened, there were some illegal acts that happened, there were some actions which were unlawful, but at the same point of time, since Uddhav Thackeray resigned from his post as the chief minister and did not wish to face the floor test, he in fact has no remedy available. But at the same point of that, the only two directions that the Supreme Court now has is one for the speaker, that he has to decide the disqualification petitions with regards to these lawmakers in a time-bound manner. Second is that the Nabam Rebia judgment of the Supreme Court on the clear aspect of whether the speaker can actually decide onto disqualification proceedings when a notice of removal is moved against him is to be referred to a 7-judges bench. The matter, though, would not have any kind of a ramification on the current scenario in the state of Maharashtra, but would be a landmark one when it comes to anti-defection law, when it comes to the functioning of the political parties and how the functioning of the democracy in the federal structure of the country actually works. Definitely, this is a landmark judgment, but at the same time, it is somewhere a sigh of sadness for, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray, since nothing can change at this point of time.
Agreed with the point that Ananya is making, that it is going to be extremely unfortunate and sad for the Uddhav camp that nothing really has changed because the Shinde government still stays. Let's bring Yesha also in the conversation. Yesha, while the Shinde camp today will be relieved that there is no disqualification that has happened, their government still stays in place. But a lot of questions have also been raised as far as the role of the governor is concerned. What is the Shinde faction saying as far as those questions that have been raised by the Supreme Court?
So, in fact, while we spoke to Deepak Kesarkar, who's been the spokesperson for Shinde faction ever since day one, right now they've expressed confidence because they say that a stable government is required for Maharashtra to progress. The fact that their government still stays is a relief for the Shinde faction right now. However, when questions are being raised, when it comes to the chief whip, which was questioned by Supreme Court, apart from that, decision of governor being questioned by Supreme Court, the reaction is that going further, considering that the decision now lies in the hand of the speaker, there'll be a right decision that would be made in this case. We've seen that Supreme Court clearly stated that the decision of a chief whip, Bharat Gogamble, was in fact nullified by the Supreme Court. They clearly said that Bharat Gogamble cannot be the chief whip. Apart from that, what was also mentioned was that governor had taken certain decisions while all of these MLAs who had gone over to Shinde faction, it was Eknath Shinde who written this letter to governor, but there was no desire that was expressed by these people that they would want to move out of MVA. This was something that was questioned and which was quite prominent, and when we'd spoken to Shinde faction leaders, they said that while they were working with Shiv Sena, they were not really happy with it. In fact, the idea about Uddhav Thackeray leaving his position, resigning from his position, was something that was brought up again by Shinde faction leaders. They mentioned clearly that Uddhav Thackeray had done so out just to gain sympathy, and which is where we've seen the correlation with what Supreme Court had also mentioned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just going back to Vinaya also on the aspect of what the Supreme Court has said as far as the resignation of Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. And Vinaya, just help our viewers understand. Today, the Shinde faction is saying that Uddhav Thackeray did what he did because he wanted to create a victim narrative. He wanted to garner some sympathy. But going back in time when this decision was made, Uddhav Thackeray possibly felt that he just didn't have the numbers, so why should I face the floor test? What is the kind of advice that was given to him? Who were the people who were advising him? Because if I remember correctly, even Sharad Pawar had recently said that none of us had an idea that Uddhav, in fact, is going to resign.
You're absolutely right.
Vinaya, I apologize for interrupting. Just stay on with us. We're getting some footage also now coming in, some visuals on our screens as well. This is Uddhav Thackeray meeting Nitish Kumar as well as Tejasvi Yadav. And all of these visuals are coming in from Matoshri. You can see Aditya Thackeray in the frame also. You can see Sanjay Raut also. So you have a meeting that's happening between Uddhav Thackeray, Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav, Aditya Thackeray on our screens as well. Vinay, just talking about these visuals first, help us understand, was this a pre-planned meeting?
You know, we had been showing the visuals some time ago about how Nitish Kumar had entered Matoshri just a while ago. This is a meeting that was pre-planned. Remember, Nitish Kumar is here today along with Tejasvi Yadav. This is an important meeting in order to garner opposition unity. Nitish Kumar is meeting Uddhav Thackeray right now. He will meet Sharad Pawar thereafter. Uddhav Thackeray, Nitish Kumar, Aditya Thackeray are expected to have a meeting over lunch here at Matoshri. As you can see on your visuals right now, there's a press conference which will be addressed by all of them, wherein Uddhav Thackeray will speak about his first response on the Supreme Court verdict that has
Vinay, I apologize for interrupting once again. We in fact have the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker Rahul Navdekar now joining us on the broadcast. Sir, appreciate you taking out the time and joining us here. Your first reaction to what we've heard that's coming from the Supreme Court, first questioning the role of Uddhav Thackeray deciding to resign without a floor test. Sir, can you hear me? Okay, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try and re-establish that. But going back to Vinay, I apologize for interrupting. Please go ahead.
Well, yes. In fact, as I was telling you that this was a meeting that was already, planned, and that is why Nitish Kumar is here. He is meeting Uddhav Thackeray. Thereafter, he will meet Sharad Pawar as well. This is being seen as an important step in order to garner the opposition unity, wherein a meeting is going to be held in Delhi. And Nitish Kumar is believed to be here to invite both the strong regional leaders to be there for that meeting. Remember,
लढवय्या शब्द वापरल्यानंतर इथे त्यांचा येण्याचा हेतू हा आपल्याला सगळ्यांना कळला असेल. देशामध्ये एकूणच लोकशाहीची हत्या होते की काय असं चित्र दिसतंय आणि लोकशाही वाचवण्यासाठी सर्वच नुसते मी विरोधी हा शब्द नाही वापरणार तर विरोधी कोणाचे विरोधी जे लोकशाहीची हत्या करू इच्छितात त्यांचे विरोधी असे सगळे देशप्रेमी पक्ष आणि जनता एकत्र करण्याचे जे आमचे प्रयत्न सुरू आहेत प्रयत्न आणखी बळकट करण्यासाठी सहकारी आलेले आहेत त्यांचं सगळ्यांचं मी स्वागत करतोय.
That is why, in order to strengthen these efforts, Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav are all here.
एका गोष्टीचं समाधान आहे. मी वारंवार असं म्हटलं होतं की सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाचा निकाल हा केवळ शिवसेनेच्या भवितव्याचा नसेल तर तो आपल्या देशातल्या लोकशाहीच्या बद्दल लोकशाही जिवंत राहणार की नाही याबद्दलचा असेल. आणि माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने आज जो निकाल दिलेला आहे त्याच्यामध्ये एकूणच सत्तेसाठी हपापलेल्या लोकांचं उघडं नागडं राजकारण हे त्यांनी त्याची पूर्णपणे चिरफाड केली. सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे राज्यपाल महोदयांची जी भूमिका होती ती संशयास्पद आता त्या संशयास्पद म्हणायला सुद्धा काही अर्थ राहिलेला नाही. ती सरळ सरळ अयोग्य होती. राज्यपालांच्या भूमिकेचं सुद्धा वस्त्रहरण झालेलं आहे. मग ते दिल्लीच्या बाबतीत असेल इथल्या बाबतीत असेल आणि राज्यपाल ही यंत्रणा ही एक आतापर्यंत आदरयुक्त अशी यंत्रणा होती, पण राज्यपाल यंत्रणेचे धिंडवडे ज्या पद्धतीने शासनकर्ते काढतायत ते बघितल्यानंतर आता याच्या पुढे राज्यपाल यंत्रणा ही अस्तित्वात ठेवावी की नाही हा सुद्धा एक मोठा विचार मला असं वाटतं सर्वोच्च न्यायालयापुढे आपल्याला न्यायला पाहिजे.
System of governor should be kept alive or not is something that needs to be decided now.
राज्यपालांना अधिवेशन बोलवण्याचा अधिकार नव्हता, त्यांनी बोलवण्याची गरज नव्हती वगैरे वगैरे सगळे आता आपण डिटेलमध्ये गेल्यानंतर कळेल. पण अपात्रतेचा निर्णय हा त्यांनी अध्यक्षांवरती जरी सोपवला असला तरी पक्षादेश हा त्यावेळेचा जो पक्ष म्हणजे माझी शिवसेना त्या शिवसेनेचाच राहील. आता अध्यक्ष महोदयांना सुद्धा याच्यामध्ये वेळ न काढता लवकरात लवकर निर्णय घ्यावा याच्यासाठी आम्ही आता मागणी तर करूच. हा एक भाग झाला. लेकिन आज नीतीश जी और तेजस्वी जी आए हैं, मैं आपका स्वागत कर ही रहा हूँ और लड़ाई तो आज शुरुआत हो गई है. मैंने जैसे अभी अभी आपको कहा जब हम अंदर बात कर रहे थे तो एक ज्याला शुभ शकुन असं म्हणतो कि इतने दिनों से हमारी लड़ाई चल रही थी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, आज आप भी आ गए और वो निर्णय भी आ गया. इस देश में अब प्रजातंत्र उसकी रक्षा करना हमारा काम है. जैसे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा कि अगर मैं रिजाइन नहीं करता, मैं इस्तीफा नहीं देता तो शायद मैं वापस मुख्यमंत्री बन जाता. मैं मेरे लिए नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मेरी लड़ाई जनता के लिए है, मेरे देश के लिए, मेरे राज्य के लिए है. और भले हम इसके पहले राजनीति में विवाद तो होते रहते हैं, लेकिन एक मत तो हमारा हो गया है कि इस देश को हमें बचाना है, संविधान को बचाया है. और इसलिए आप यहाँ आए हैं, हम मिलकर पूरे आप तो पूरे देश में घूम रहे हैं, सबके घर जा रहे हैं, हम सब मिलकर ये जो अपने देश को फिर से एक बार गुलाम बनाना चाहते हैं उनको घर भेजेंगे. और मुझे पक्का भरोसा है पूरी जनता हमारा इंतजार कर रही है.
राजीनामा देण्याची चूक झाली असं वाटतं का?
जी बोलेंगे
तो आपने तो बात बता ही दिया है. सब लोग तो आए ही हुए हैं इनसे मिलने के लिए. बातचीत तो होती रहती थी, लेकिन ये तय था कि एक दिन लोग आएंगे. इन्होंने आज ही का समय दिया और आज जो इनका मामला था जिसके बारे में जानते ही हैं, इनके साथ जो अन्याय हुआ था, अब जिस तरह से जो फैसला आज आ गया तो बहुत अच्छा हुआ है. तो इन्होंने खुद ही बता ही दिया है. और किसी भी प्रकार से एक तो आश्चर्य की बात है कि पार्टी के नाम को कैसे कोई बदल सकता है. तो इन सब चीज़ों को लेकर के तो हम लोग सब दिन तो अपनी बात अपना इनके साथ हम लोग रही हैं, लेकिन अभी जो हम लोग आए हुए हैं उसका मकसद इन्होंने बता दिया. हम लोग चाहते हैं कि पूरे देश में अधिक से अधिक पार्टियां एकजुट हों और मिल करके हम लोग लड़ेंगे. तो आज जो केंद्र में हैं वो पूरे देश के लिए कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं और समझ लीजिए इतिहास बदल रहा है. इसलिए इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए अपने देश के हित में और आज़ादी की लड़ाई हुई और किस तरह से देश आज़ाद हुआ है और कितना ज़्यादा काम होता रहा है पहले से. काम तो करते नहीं. अब आप सब लोग मीडिया के साथी हम आपका नमन करते हैं, आपके हम खिलाफ नहीं कुछ बोल सकते, लेकिन हम जानते हैं ना कि आप लोगों के ऊपर भी किस तरह से किया है कब्जा. कि कोई बात तो थोड़ा बहुत आप कह दीजिएगा, लेकिन ज्यादातर वो लोग अपनी तरफ से प्रचार करवा रहे हैं. काम क्या कर रहे हैं देश में बताइए? कहीं कोई काम हो रहा? और अलग अलग राज्यों में दूसरे पार्टी के लोगों ने जो काम किया है उसके बारे में तो उतना चर्चा भी नहीं होता. तो इसीलिए देश के हित में जरूरी है कि भाई देश आगे बढ़े और आपस में किसी तरह का विवाद नहीं होना चाहिए. कोशिश क्या हो रही है? समाज में एक तरह का विवाद पैदा हो और ये नहीं होना चाहिए. सब में एकता, हिंदू मुस्लिम कोई भी जाति के हों, सब में कोई विवाद नहीं होना चाहिए, एकता रहनी चाहिए. तो हम लोग तो यही चाहते हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पार्टियां एक साथ मिल करके काम करेंगी. और इस बीच में बहुत लोगों से बातचीत हो गई है. आज तो इनसे ऐसे हमारी बातचीत हम लोगों की होती रहती है, आई ही है, आज भी बात करेंगे. अब इसके बाद ये तय होगा कि कब मीटिंग सब लोगों की होनी. तो अभी तो एक राउंड आप जानते ही हैं, पिछले महीने भी हम लोगों ने बातचीत किया और जिस तरह से बातचीत हुई है अनेक पार्टियों से, बहुत लोगों से बहुत अच्छी बातचीत हो गई है. अब उसके बाद आगे जो करना होगा वो हम लोग करेंगे। लेकिन अभी तो आए हैं, बस यही मकसद है इनका और हम लोगों का विचार तो एक ही है ना, भाई देश के हित में काम करेंगे, कोई तरह से जो हमारा पुराना इतिहास है देश का उसको बिल्कुल कायम रखेंगे। तो ये सब चीजों के लिए करेंगे। इन लोग को अपना कर रहे हैं ना, इन लोग आजादी की लड़ाई से क्या मतलब था, इनको कोई मतलब नहीं। अब वो सोच लीजिए कितना कोई काम हो रहा है, अपने अपने ढंग से नई नई चीजों का नामकरण कुछ भी होते रहता है, तो विचित्र बात है। तो इसीलिए जरूरत इस बात की है कि एकदम पूरे देश को एकजुट करना है और आगे बढ़ाना है। तो अगर सभी लोग एकजुट होकर के करेंगे और उनका जब मुकाबला होगा अगले साल के चुनाव में, लोकसभा के चुनाव में, तो खूब अच्छी तरह से सफलता इधर मिलेगी और फिर देश सही दिशा में आगे बढ़ जाएगा।
सर सवाल इसके दो पक्ष हैं। पहला पक्ष यह है, आपने कहा लड़ाई में अपने लिए नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं जनता के लिए लड़ रहा हूँ। मेरा सवाल यहाँ से इसके दो पक्ष ये है कि पहला तो ये कि क्या अगर आप उस वक्त इस्तीफा नहीं देते तो आज आपकी लड़ाई और ज्यादा मजबूत होकर उभर के सामने आती। पहला
मैं मानता हूँ, देखो इसके जिस नजरिया से आप देखते हो, ठीक है, कानूनी तौर पर मैंने इस्तीफा दिया शायद गलत हो सकता है, लेकिन नैतिकता अगर देखे तो जिन लोगों को मेरे पिताजी ने, मेरे पार्टी ने सब कुछ दिया, वो लोग उठकर मेरे ऊपर उंगलियां उठाए, तो उनके लिए मैं मेरा विश्वास या अविश्वास क्यों जताने की कोशिश करूं? तो ऐसे लोगों को अधिकार ही नहीं है मुझे सवाल पूछने का। जिन लोगों ने मेरे पार्टी से सब कुछ लिया और गद्दारी की, तो गद्दार लोग मेरे ऊपर अविश्वास लाए और उसका मैं सामना करूं, कैसे हो सकता है? ये तो गद्दार लोग हैं। आज तो कोर्ट ने कहा, और मतलब कोर्ट ने गद्दार नहीं किया, लेकिन ये सारी बातें हैं। आज तो मतलब महाराष्ट्र में आप सरकार ही नहीं है। नैतिकता तो अभी जैसे मैंने नैतिकता का पालन किया, तो अगर इस मुख्यमंत्री में जरा भी कोई नैतिकता होगी तो मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री ने इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, जैसे मैंने दिया।
महाविकास आघाडीमध्ये सुद्धा जे सर्व प्रमुख नेते होते त्यांनी तुम्हाला म्हटलं होतं की राजीनामा देऊ नका, आपण फ्लोअर टेस्टला सामोरे जाऊ, तुम्ही भावनिक राजकारणाला महत्व दिलं
नाही। असेल तो कदाचित आमच्या घराण्याचा गुण किंवा दोष असेल, पण मी जे आता म्हटलं की ज्या घराणी, ज्या पक्षांनी ज्यांना सगळं काही दिलं, सगळं काही घेऊन सुद्धा जे माझ्या पाठीत वार करायला निघाले, त्यांनी माझ्यावरती अविश्वास आणावा हे मला काही पटलेलं नाही। म्हणजे एक तर स्वतः गद्दार, त्यांनी विश्वासघात त्यांनी केला, विश्वासघात करणाऱ्यांकडून मला जर विश्वासदर्शक ठराव, अविश्वासदर्शक ठरावाबद्दल विचारलं जात असेल तर ते अयोग्य आहे।
सर मला दो युवा यहाँ पर हैं, आदित्य हैं और तेजस्वी हैं, जिस लड़ाई की आप बात कर रहे हैं, जो मिलकर सामने आए हैं, इनमें इन दोनों का कितना अहम रोल और किस तरह से देखेंगे आप?
अभी क्या रोल, अभी क्या वो सिनेमा या नाटक थोड़ी है कि रोल कैसे रहेगा, ये देखो ऐसा रोल रहेगा। ये रोल तो
जब ये हम लोग ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी की बात करते हैं, इकट्ठा आ रहे हैं, विपक्ष का चेहरा कौन बनेगा? आपकी कुछ कोशिश?
ठीक है, चलो अभी तो हम इकट्ठा आ रहे हैं।
सबको एकजुट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अपना कुछ नहीं करना चाहते हैं, ये जान लीजिए। हम तो सिर्फ चाहते हैं कि सब एकजुट हो, मिल करके सब लोग लड़ें और हम लोग मिल करके पूरा का पूरा सिद्धांत बना के चलें और देश को आगे बढ़ाएं। हमको नहीं बनना है, और जो भी बनेंगे वो सब मिलके सबको आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
बिहार में मीटिंग का डेट तय हुआ है,
So there we heard from Uddhav Thackeray, his first reaction after what we heard from the Supreme Court earlier in the day. We also briefly heard from Dinesh Kumar, who in fact had come to meet Uddhav Thackeray, but of course that meeting was on the lines of opposition unity before 2024. But as far as what we've heard from the Supreme Court, this is what Uddhav Thackeray had to say, that the fight will go on. The people of Maharashtra waiting for us to return. He, of course, has said that possibly his decision to step down before a floor test possibly could be right or wrong. But this is a fight for democracy. This is a fight for the party's people. And he's fighting not just for the people, but for state at large. We'll try and establish a connection with our colleagues to try and understand what is going to be the road ahead as far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned. And going back in time, does he regret stepping down before facing a floor test? Because that's exactly what we've heard from the court today, that If Uddhav Thackeray, in fact, had decided to face that flaws test and not resign, then possibly things could have been very, very different today. Vinaya Deshpande continues to be with us. Vinaya, when asked that specific question, why did he take that decision to step down without facing a flaw test? Does he regret it? We didn't hear a clear answer because Uddhav Thackeray still sees this as the beginning of another fight for his people and the state.
Well, it's the moral high ground that he has taken, and remember, with the kind of victim card that Uddhav Thackeray has been playing for the last few months, this will only possibly boost his image further, because he has said that in view of such an ignominy, I preferred that, on the ground of morality, I should resign, and that is why I did resign. And now, after such a scathing judgment that the Supreme Court has given, there is no moral ground for this government to survive, and that is why, on the grounds of morality, even this government should resign. This is an interesting pitch that Uddhav Thackeray has made right now while speaking to the media, because remember, this will pave way for the kind of sympathy wave that he has been reaping for the last few months. Remember, after he was after he resigned and the whole government dispensation changed, and the kind of emotional appeal that he has been making thereafter, there has been a massive sympathy wave for Uddhav Thackeray in several parts of Maharashtra, the ramifications of which could have been felt through the several local body elections that were held in the last 1 year or so. And now, with this kind of a scathing judgment that has come, questioning the role of the governor as well as the speaker, and asking how those decisions were taken by the governor, this is something that Uddhav Thackeray has shown will be used as ammunition against the Eknath Shinde faction. Till now, the only ammunition that was being used was the Gaddar tag. But now, clearly, armed with this judgment, though this is a kind of a heartbreaking judgment for Uddhav Thackeray and the entire Mahavikas Aghadi, the pitch that Uddhav Thackeray seems to be setting right now for himself, for the party and for Mahavikas Aghadi is taking a moral high ground, is showing that it was on the basis of this moral high ground he gave away power, something that could have been reinstated by the court had he not resigned, and now he expects the same morality from Eknath Shinde faction. So this, in some sense, is Uddhav Thackeray's effort at sullying the image of Eknath Shinde, showing him in a poor light, showing how these 40 MLAs have gone only in the lust of power, and that they have no morality left after such a scathing judgment. So through this press conference that Uddhav Thackeray has held, he has pretty much set the narrative for the coming few months that will be taken up at least by his party.
It's interesting, Vinaya, that he's seeing this as a moral victory, and he's also justifying his decision of stepping down as the chief minister without facing the flaw test, saying because that was the right thing to do. And today he expects the Shinde camp and his deputy to do exactly that. But what I was asking you a short while ago, before we had to cut to those visuals coming in, was going back to that time. What was the advice that was given to Uddhav Thackeray? As I was asking you earlier as well, even Sharad Pawar and the likes had said, we had no idea that Uddhav Thackeray would resign and not decide to face the flaw test. Do you have details of who were the people who were advising Uddhav Thackeray at that time that this is the right step?
Well, it's in fact quite unfortunate and quite ironic that such a huge decision that Uddhav Thackeray took was in fact a unilateral decision. Several party workers, several leaders from within the Mahavikas Aghadi have time and again confided that he did not consult anybody at all, and that the only reason he said while he was discussing with several of his colleagues and party leaders was that he felt this was an extremely insulting thing to do, to face this kind of a floor test when he did not have the numbers and he did not have the heart to face this insult. Now, somebody who's a kind of a veteran political player, somebody like Sharad Pawar, who has seen the making and breaking of several governments and has seen how, even the smallest of steps that are taken at such crucial junctures prove to be crucial for either saving the government or for the downfall of that government. Now, it is exactly that very thing that has been playing out. A novice with respect to legislative politics, Uddhav Thackeray, it is the first term as a legislator, clearly showed that that kind of ignominy was something that was difficult for him to take. And unlike any other politically seasoned players, may it be Congress, may it be NCP, there was no dearth of seasoned political players who would have acted as not just as allies but also as good sounding boards. He did not take their advice at such a crucial juncture. He just said that it was something that he would not have liked, facing that insult on the floor of the House, and he did not find it right to go to the assembly to face the floor test. Now, such a small thing and something that has haunted the MVA has proven to be the death knell for the party finally.
Oh, absolutely. Vinay, we'll just request you to stay on with us. So politically speaking, a sad day as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned, because the status quo cannot be reinstated because of the call that he took, deciding to resign before facing the floor test. Legally speaking, let's bring in our legal correspondent, Ananya Bhatnagar, as well. Ananya, we were speaking earlier as far as the questions that have been raised by the top court on the role of the governor as well as the speaker. But as far as the disqualification is concerned, what happens as far as the disqualification is concerned? Speaker, of course, will take a call as far as the disqualification is concerned. What's next as far as the Shinde faction is concerned?
All right, joining us now is the School Education Minister of Maharashtra, Cabinet Minister Deepak Kesarkar. Thank you very much, Mr. Kesarkar, for speaking with us. The Supreme Court today saying that the status quo ante, that is the Uddhav Thackeray government, cannot be restored because Mr. Thackeray resigned, did not face the floor test. So for now, your government is safe. The BJP Shinde faction government is safe for now. Yes. But do you believe that the court, what it said about the role of the governor and the role of the speaker, basically saying that it was illegal, what they did?
You'll have to understand one thing, that written judgment has not yet received by us. At the same time, there are no particular guidelines how the governor should act in such cases. This is a good thing that now there are written guidelines when situation like that arises, what decision the governor has to take. Those guidelines are there, which will be very useful in future.
But the court has said that A, the decision of the speaker to appoint Mr. Gongawale as the chief whip was erroneous, it was illegal, and that there was no material evidence to show that these MLAs, 34 or 35 MLAs, were actually going to withdraw support to the Uddhav Thackeray government.
These things are not relevant now because Uddhav Thackeray has resigned and he has not faced the floor test. That is very important. And that's why here once you are resigning and the other side you are asking to be restored, that is being refused by the court, which is a very good decision and we welcome this decision. And you must have observed that Uddhav Thackeray had never listened to Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar ji has advised him not to resign. At the same time, in his own autobiography, he has clearly mentioned that Uddhav Thackeray was not meeting anybody, he was not meeting the people, he was not meeting the MLAs, not meeting the MPs, and that was the reason for the revolt that happened in Shiv Sena. That his autobiography remarks were also very rudely replied by Samna and Uddhav Thackeray fraction, and I think a senior leader like him should not have been treated like this by them.
So you must have heard Mr. Thackeray just had a press conference along with the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, where he said that the Shinde government now has no moral authority or constitutional authority to continue in office because the Supreme Court has declared both the governor's action and the speaker's action as bona fide erroneous in law.
What moral he had to become the CM of Maharashtra with the support of Congress and NCP, who were rejected by the people of Maharashtra. The mandate of the people of Maharashtra is more important than anything else, and since he has resigned, the question of governor's decision does not arise at all, and as a whip, his whip, who is Mr. Prabhu, can always put before his part of the incidents before the Honorable Speaker, because they are claiming that attending a meeting, not on the floor of the house. It is just not attending the meeting called by him. Calls for disqualification. It is never written neither in the act nor the rules framed under this act.
Okay.
That's why I feel that these are all academic questions now. So far the moral is questioned. What he has written about Nitish ji, you will have to go through it, and then you will have to realize that a towering personality who is leading India, every Indian is proud of him, and these people are coming together just to defeat one person who is making proud to our country. And all Indians will take note of this and give them a proper reply when the parliament elections come.
Now that this legal hurdle has been crossed, do you believe it's time for the BJP and Mr. Shinde to call for the BMC election? And also, can you assure that in 2024, both parliamentary and Vidhan Sabha elections, it will be the BJP and Shinde faction that will go in united as an alliance?
We are not Shinde fraction, we are Shiv Sena, and we have that symbol also, and that is not challenged and not accepted by the Supreme Court also. We can function separately. That is what the Supreme Court has said. So we'll act separately. We are in alliance with BJP, and this is called Yuti government in Maharashtra, which will work for Maharashtra, people of Maharashtra, and will restore the back glory of Maharashtra.
No, so will you call for the BMC elections, and will you fight both parliamentary and Vidhan Sabha in alliance?
All elections together.
All elections together.
We'll win it, and we'll work for the Maharashtra. Yes, yes, certainly.
Okay.
And that too, Fadnavis Sahib has clearly mentioned that under the leadership of Mr. Shinde, the election would be fought.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak Kesarkar, for joining us. That is the cabinet minister in the Maharashtra government in charge of school education, speaking for the Shinde faction, of course, welcoming this decision by the Supreme Court.
Well, that was the first reaction that was coming in from the Shinde faction, saying that we welcome the decision that has come in from the top court. He's also gone on to say that people of Maharashtra have rejected Uddhav Thackeray. On us, as far as the questions that were raised on the role of the speaker and the governor, he said that everything was done by the book. All protocols, in fact, were followed. Let's also now continue the conversation with our colleagues. Vinaya as well as Ananya continue to be with us. Ananya, coming to you first, what I was essentially asking you earlier, as far as the questions that have been raised, as far as actions, I apologize for interrupting Ananya. Another press conference now coming in. Let's listen in.
सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाचा जो निकाल आला आहे त्या निकालामुळे आम्ही पूर्ण समाधानी आहोत. या संदर्भात 2 वाजता माननीय मुख्यमंत्र्यांसमवेत प्रेस कॉन्फरन्सला मी उपस्थित राहणार आहे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्र्यांची प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स आहे, त्यामुळे निकालावर अधिक विश्लेषण हे प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये आम्ही करू. फक्त एवढं सांगतो की जे लोक कालपर्यंत उड्या मारत होते की आज सरकार जाणार, त्यांच्या सगळ्या मनसुब्यांवर पाणी फेरलं गेलेलं आहे. ज्यांनी वेगवेगळ्या चर्चा केल्या त्या चर्चाही किती थोतांड होत्या हेही यातनं पूर्णपणे समोर आलेलं आहे. आता याचं पुढचं सगळं विश्लेषण हे निश्चितपणे 2 वाजताच्या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये आम्ही करू. तोपर्यंत आपण मला असं वाटतं वाट पाहू. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय दिया है उस पर हम समाधान व्यक्त करते हैं. 2 बजे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी और मैं इस विषय पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे. उस समय इसका पूरा विश्लेषण करेंगे. किंतु जो लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय पर स्पेक्युलेशन करते हुए हमारी सरकार जाएगी ऐसा कहते थे, आज उनको उसका जवाब मिल गया है. हम लोग इसके ऊपर विस्तार के साथ 2 बजे बोलेंगे. आज नवी मुंबई आयुक्तालयाच्या अंतर्गत अतिशय चांगला कार्यक्रम झाला. महिलांकरता सावली अशा प्रकारचं एक इमारत जी निर्माण झाली आहे, याच्यामध्ये सायबर क्राईमच्या संदर्भातली सायबर लॅब, महिलांकरता समुपदेशन केंद्र, महिलांना डिस्ट्रेसमध्ये असल्यानंतर राहण्याची व्यवस्था, अशा सगळ्या व्यवस्था करण्यात आल्या. त्यासोबत एक निर्भया पथक देखील या ठिकाणी तयार केलेलं आहे. एर्टिगा गाड्या आणि 2 व्हीलर ज्यातनं महिलांनी कॉल दिल्यानंतर
Ertiga car as well as two-wheelers have been formed.
मदत केली पाहिजे अशा प्रकारचे सेंटर देखील सुरू झालं आहे.
Devendra Fadnavis's first reaction also coming in post the verdict that came from the Supreme Court, saying we are satisfied as far as the verdict is concerned, and they will give a detailed reply at around 2 o'clock, which is less than 10 minutes from now. Yesha Kotak also now joining us. Yesha, first help us understand, translate what we heard from Devendra Fadnavis.
What in fact we got to know is that Devendra Fadnavis has said that they're satisfied with the decision of the Supreme Court. The fact that those people who were saying that the government would be dismissed have gotten an answer from the Supreme Court. This has been a unanimous reaction that we've seen coming in Devendra Fadnavis as well as the Shinde faction, wherein they've said that there are people who are questioning the stability of the Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis government. But now, clearly, Supreme Court has in fact given them an answer. Now, this is what we've heard Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy CM, speaking about it. We'll see that in a while from now, we have Chief Minister Eknath Shinde also would be addressing the press conference very soon and giving his reaction. But however, just before Devendra Fadnavis could speak, we saw that Deepak Kesarkar, who's been the spokesperson for Shinde faction, also expressed a similar kind of a reaction, wherein he said that the Supreme Court has ensured that that a stable government be maintained in Maharashtra. In fact, while we see that there has been certain moral grounds on which the Supreme Court had supported Uddhav Thackeray, but on the other hand, the stance clearly when it comes to the government lies with the Shinde faction, Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis faction. Yes.
Yeah, so we're still awaiting that detailed press conference that will come in at about 2 o'clock is what we're understanding. But Yesha, because you got the first reaction from the Shinde faction a short while ago, are they responding to the criticism that's coming in as far as decisions that were taken by the governor, specifically when the Supreme Court said that the governor erred in the judgment that the Maha Vikas Aghadi in fact had no majority? Are they responding to that criticism?
Yes, very much. We've seen that the Shinde faction, considering we question them particularly on the fact that governor erred. Apart from that, we also question them on the bit that the whip which was in fact assigned earlier by Shiv Sena, who was in fact replaced as Bharat Gogavle, that was also questioned by the Supreme Court. When these questions were asked to the Shinde faction, the response was that in fact now when the speaker would look after this case, all these questions that have been raised by Supreme Court would in fact be looked at, and they very much believe that they are Shiv Sena, and it is not that they've gotten out of Shiv Sena. They believe that considering these people who got out of the faction are actual Shiv Sena is the reaction that is coming now, and that's been their stance from day one.
Yeah, Yesha, I want to ask you another aspect. We just heard that press conference that came from Uddhav Thackeray a short while ago, and he's one defending his decision of resigning, saying because it was the right thing to do, that was the right moral decision to take. Today, he's also saying that if people today have any morality, hitting out at the Shinde faction, saying they should also step down. Is the Shinde faction reacting to what Uddhav Thackeray said?
Yes, in fact, what Uddhav Thackeray is saying is something that the Supreme Court had also questioned, that if he had not resigned, the status quo could have been maintained. But when it comes to the Shinde faction, when you speak to them about this stance of Supreme Court as well as that of Uddhav Thackeray, they're saying that Uddhav Thackeray stepped down because he wanted to gain sympathy of people. There was no stance that Uddhav Thackeray had. That's what the Shinde faction is saying, that there was no stance that Uddhav Thackeray had. He did not have the support of these people. 40 of his MLAs had already gone in with Eknath Shinde, which is where he resigned because he was sure that he would not get that kind of a support on the floor of the House. And that's something that even Uddhav Thackeray has said, that he stepped down because he wanted to defend democracy, and democracy is being murdered. Now, what we've seen is that Uddhav Thackeray has said that governor acted illegally. Now, this is the kind of reaction that is coming in from him post the Supreme Court order as well. And similarly, Supreme Court was also critical of the governor's stance.
Yeah, Yesha, unfortunately, we'll have to leave that conversation there, but this is the big political story that we'll continue to track here on CNN News 18. For now, it's a wrap from my side. Slipping into a very short break. We're coming back with lots more.
police sources on the ground said that this does not seem like a terror attack and this seems like a case of property dispute. But now, since the person has been taken into custody, it has now very clearly been revealed about the nitty-gritties of this entire operation that was carried out by these two individuals. Basically, they wanted to give a message of atrocities against Sikhs, and hence these low-intensity blasts were carried out. Now, these bombs that were used, these were crude bombs, and these were not ID or any other sort of sophisticated bombs, but these were crude bombs that were used, and hence it was of very, very low intensity. Now, remember the blast that happened on Saturday, at least 6 people got injured, whereas the blast that happened on Monday, another person got injured. He had a few splinters on his leg. Now, this entire investigation is now being carried out.
A development coming out of Amritsar, where early this morning the area around the Golden Temple saw the 3rd blast it's seen since just Saturday. Now, in the blast that took place this morning, 5 people have already been arrested. Now, the blast itself took place in the early hours of the morning. And as we just told you, this is the 3rd blast the area has seen in just the last 7 days. Now, according to central agency sources, a kind of potassium chlorate was actually possibly used in the making of the explosion itself. Sources have further said that the blast seems to be more to provoke than to harm, with the timing of the last 2 blasts coinciding with the fact that there were lesser people in the area because it took place early in the morning. Now, the Punjab Police DGP is expected to brief the media over all of these attacks. Let's take a look. This is a walkthrough, a ground report that my colleague Rajiv Sharma brought us from the ground. Take a look.
मंदिर साहिब के बिल्कुल पास श्री गुरु रामदास सराय में एक धमाका होता है। 12:10 पर इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस कमिश्नर खुद मौके पर पहुंचते हैं। तो इस समय हम उसी जगह पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि श्री गुरु रामदास जो सराय है उसका बिल्कुल ये पिछला हिस्सा है और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर गलियारा जो बना हुआ है, जहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो सैर करते हैं। तो इसी इलाके में कहा जा रहा है कि रात को तीसरा जो ब्लास्ट है वो हुआ था। जैसे पुलिस को जानकारी मिली तो पुलिस कमिश्नर नौनिहाल सिंह खुद यहाँ पर पहुंचे। उसके बाद जांच जो है वो शुरू की गई।
हमारे को रात को 12 बजे के आसपास, 12:15 के आसपास यहाँ पे इंटीमेशन आई थी कि यहाँ पे एक लाउड साउंड हैज़ बीन हर्ड. इट इज़ सस्पेक्टेड दैट देयर इज़ अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक एक्सप्लोजन और हुआ है, बट बिकॉज अभी अंधेरा है और ये इस बिल्डिंग के पीछे हुआ है, वहाँ पे अभी तक एक कंफर्म नहीं हो पाया है कि वेदर इट इज़ अ ब्लास्ट और कोई और इंसिडेंट है. आर FSL टीम इज़ ऑन द स्पॉट, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं. एंड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स, एज पार्ट जो हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, हम सस्पेक्ट्स को राउंड अप कर रहे हैं लोगों को.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Anusha Soni. Our top focus this hour. Well, it's been a day of big judgments from the Supreme Court. These are Constitution bench judgments which have wide implications on the political scenario of this country. Let's talk about the one that has impacted the politics of Maharashtra. The Supreme Court pronounced the verdict on a batch of cross petitions filed by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray faction. The 5-judge Constitution bench, headed by Chief Justice of India, Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, said that it cannot order the restoration of Uddhav Thackeray government. The reason? He resigned himself, and that broke the chain of causation and stopped the Supreme Court from giving a status quo ante, something that Uddhav Thackeray had demanded from the Supreme Court of India. The bench also added that the Speaker was wrong in appointing the whip of the Eknath Shinde faction, and this is a matter which is best left to a political party. The court further said that the exercise of discretion by the governor was not in accordance with the constitution, and the governor erred in making the judgment that MVA had no majority, the Maha Vikas Aghadi. The court order has come and now this is clearly something which has evoked reaction from across different political spectrums. We have had the faction of Eknath Shinde speaking. We've also had reaction coming in from Uddhav Thackeray and his team. Let's also get you the details. The detailed judgment copy is out. We get you the details of that crucial order, 141-page judgment from the Supreme Court of India that enumerates the reasoning. Now, here is how this judgment goes on. First, it talks about the role of the Speaker, how various events unfolded in Maharashtra politics that prompted the decision of the governor.
The two key constitutional authorities which are critical here in a political stalemate of this nature, pertaining to the governor, pertaining to the speaker, these two offices, their role in a sense has been criticized. The Supreme Court goes on to say that the speaker ought not have decided as to who the whip of the party is. Whip is decided by a political party. Frowning upon the role of the governor, he also said that when the governor had called in for a session, at that point there was no objective evidence before the governor to call in for a session. Now, let's also break down the details. My colleague Ananya is joining us on the broadcast, getting us more details on that story. Ananya, I believe in the last few paragraphs, in the last few pages of this judgment, the Supreme Court enumerates certain points. Could you take us through them?
Well, definitely the judgment enumerates on a very, very important aspect. Number one, the conclusion is that the Nabam Rebia judgment has been referred to a 7-judges bench. Second is with regards to the whip. That was a very controversial opinion that was also being talked about by the lawyers and the politicians after this judgment came in. But the Supreme Court is very clear in its direction, and it has asked the speaker to actually go into the party constitution, inquire, and to see as to who is the whip of the Shiv Sena party at this point of time. It is by the political party that it would be decided, and by going into the party constitution, and that is the clear direction of the Supreme Court. With regards to the reinstating of Uddhav Thackeray, the Supreme Court is clear that since you've resigned on your own will and did not face a floor test, he cannot be reinstated as the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. But I'll take you through some of the key portions of this particular judgment, wherein the Supreme Court is also justified as to how, in fact, the inviting of Mr. Eknath Shinde and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis to form a government in Maharashtra was very clear. There are two reasons that the Supreme Court has actually given, and I'll read that particular portion for our viewers itself. The president of the Shiv Sena, Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, was not in favor of a government formed in the coalition with the BJP. However, the Shinde was in favor of such an alliance. By inviting Mr. Shinde to form a government, the governor has de facto recognized the group led by him as the real Shiv Sena, and the governor is not empowered to recognize the legitimacy of one of the faction over another.
Before I go to Ridhima and talk more about this judgment, there's one particular factor that I want to discuss with you. And let's come to page number 140, para G. And here, the court goes on to say that the effect of deletion of para 3 in the 10th schedule is that the defense of split is no longer available to members facing disqualification proceedings. The speaker would prima facie determine who the political party is for the purpose of adjudicating. This directly means that when the disqualification petitions are decided, split, or the fact that they are more than 2/3, is not a defense that at least those 16 MLAs can raise.
Well, definitely you're absolutely correct in saying so. And when the speaker would be going into, in fact, the political party, he will have to see as to what the party constitution say, who are the people that are recognized by the party constitution, and then he has to decide as to who is the real whip of the Shiv Sena. He has been asked to conduct an inquiry into the same. But since now the Eknath Shinde camp has been recognized by, in fact, the Election Commission of India as well. So what would be the impact of that? What would be the decision of the speaker? It is something that is a matter of time, and we'll get to know in when the speaker
Ananya,
actually
stay
decides
with us
on
the broadcast. So these 2 points that I discussed with Ananya, Ridhima is also with us on the show, and she's going to show us, broadly that those pages of the judgment. Ridhima, I believe you have specific portions of the judgment that talk about the role of the governor. And if you can also specifically refer to this point which has been made about the 10th schedule on page number 140. These are two very important aspects of this judgment that has come out. Ridhima.
Oh, absolutely. Anusha and Ananya, as you both rightly pointed out, it's over 140 pages, and this is the order copy which we've accessed exclusively here on CNN News 18. The two big questions that have been raised by the Supreme Court, one, of course, is why did Uddhav Thackeray decide to resign and not face a floor test, and that is why clock cannot be turned back in time. And the other is, as Anusha and Ananya have been reporting since morning, the role of the governor and the speaker that has been questioned. Now, why is this important? Let's go to page 128, where the order copy says, and I'm reading out from that, the governor had no objective material on the basis of which he could doubt the confidence of the incumbent government. The resolution on which the governor relied did not contain any indication that the MLAs wished to exit from the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. This is crucial. The communication expressing discontent on the part of some MLAs is not sufficient for the governor to call for a floor test. It further says, and I'm just going to move this up, the governor ought to apply his mind to the communication or any other material before him to assess whether the government seemed to have lost the confidence of the House. We use the term opinion to mean satisfaction based on objective criteria as to whether he possessed relevant material, and not to mean the subjective satisfaction as far as the governor is concerned. So was there an error in assuming that the MVA had lost the majority and support as far as the MLAs is concerned? That's what it says as part of the governor is concerned.
As part of the governor is concerned, I'm going to talk a bit more about the effect this order has on the pending disqualification proceedings and how this really moves forward. The court was very clear of the view that they cannot decide on the disqualification. It is a matter which is best left to the constitutional authority, the speaker. Ananya, let's talk about 2 points which I believe, other than the theoretical quote-unquote or the philosophical or morality aspect of it, become important. One is the appointment of whip and the manner it was done. It is being said in the judgment, without mincing any words, that the whip of the party was what was appointed by Uddhav Thackeray. That's the stated legal position. But there is no direction per se to reinstate that whip. The second point is, and I believe that's of constitutional importance for other political parties or other scenarios that may emerge in the future, that suppose there's a political party, 60 out of 40 people break out and say, look, we are the real political party, not you. Well, that does not prevent you from saving yourself from the disqualification proceedings. I believe that's a huge and a very important part that the Supreme Court has clarified, that the protection under the 10th schedule, the 2/3, if you are a 2/3 and you go and merge with another political party, that only applies if you merge with other political party. You do not become the soul of the parent political party that you really come from. You cannot defy the party's constitution or the party structure. Ananya.
Well, definitely, Anusha, this is a landmark judgment not only for the state of Maharashtra but for the country all across, and it would be a very, very precedent judgment when it comes to similar disputes arising in the future as well. But what is very, very clear is that if at all a group of MLAs defect, and even if they want to hijack basically a party, if I say in simple terms, that would not be possible from now on, because the split cannot be used as a tool for, you know, taking over a party and being a majority into that party. You cannot take over that party. Another important aspect that the Supreme Court judgment highlights herein is that, you know, the effect of the 10th schedule and in fact, the deletion of the para 3 won't be a defense that would be available for any of the leaders to actually, you know, avoid the disqualification proceedings in this particular case or in the future as well. This would be a very, very landmark judgment, because defection is something that we've seen happen very, very easily when there is a lower number, when there are coalition governments, when the people are not happy with their own political party. But at the same point of time, this judgment would restrict a lot of wrongdoings that would have happened in the past or would have happened in the case of Maharashtra as well. Though there have been questions raised on, in fact, the incumbent governor, on, in fact, the speakers taking decision. But at the same point of time, the final conclusion for the state of Maharashtra at least remains that the Eknath Shinde government sustains. But the speaker will be deciding as to who the whip of that particular political party would be. And he will have to go into the constitution, conduct an inquiry on the same. And this would also, you know, set the terms straight for an assembly itself, because in the near future, whenever such kind of a dispute arises and the whips are to be changed, this judgment would act as a precedent, and people cannot actually go on and play with the 10th schedule. Because if you remember, when this hearing was going on, the Maharashtra governor had very, very clearly, through Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, had said that the 10th schedule cannot be used as a weapon to stifle, you know, dissent in the party. But the Supreme Court has observed
let's also talk about the
said,
fact that dissent within the political parties and the way it is handled. Suppose there's a rebellion within the Congress party, BJP, or like it happened in Shiv Sena. Is it really open for these factions to go before the governor, to go before the speaker, or determine it on the floor of the House? Chief Justice of India, while reading the judgment, very clearly said that intra-party disputes cannot be decided/adjudicated on the floor of the House, and this is a matter which is best left to the party constitution and the party functionaries. Ananya.
Well, definitely, and I read out that particular excerpt from the judgment where, in fact, you know, in fact, the Chief Justice of India, which he read, the political imbroglio in Maharashtra arose as a result of party differences between the Shiv Sena. However, the floor test cannot be used as a medium to resolve internal party disputes or intra-party disputes, dissent and disagreement within a political party must be resolved in accordance with the remedies prescribed under the party constitution or through any other methods that party chooses to opt for. So basically going on to say that, you know, floor test is not a medium that you can use if you have a dissent with your own political party. You have to go for the party constitution, you have to talk with the party itself, or you have to take some other kind of remedy. But floor test is no remedy even if you are in a humongous majority amongst that particular political
party. The governor had no
judgment is actually
the governor had no objective evidence before him when he called for the assembly session. That's clearly something that was highlighted by the Supreme Court. Well, on your screen right now, that's Mr. Eknath Shinde. Those are the live visuals coming in. He's likely to make a press statement very, very soon. All that has happened in Supreme Court, it is true that the status quo ante has not been restored. But yes, from the constitutional point of view, from a political morality point of view, the Supreme Court has said that the process that was followed by the Speaker, by the Governor, the entire proceedings on the floor of the House, up to the point till Mr. Uddhav Thackeray resigned, were illegal. Let's try and listen in.
पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये मी आपल्या सर्वांचं स्वागत करतो. सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने महाराष्ट्राच्या संदर्भात आज जो निकाल दिलेला आहे, या निकालाबद्दल आम्ही पूर्ण समाधान व्यक्त करतो आणि निश्चितपणे गिरीभाऊया लोकशाहीमध्ये लोकशाहीचा आणि लोकमताचा हा पूर्णपणे विजय झालेला आहे असं या निमित्ताने नमूद करू इच्छितो. हा जो काही निकाल आहे त्यातले 4-5 जे महत्त्वाचे मुद्दे आहेत त्या मुद्द्यांकडे मी
There were 4-5 important aspects that were mentioned here in this decision. I want to speak about it. Firstly,
सर्वात पहिल्यांदा तर महाविकास आघाडीच्या मनसुब्यावर पूर्णपणे पाणी फिरत सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने स्पष्टपणे सांगितलेलं आहे की स्टेटस को एंटे करता येणार नाही,
the intention of Mahavikas Aghadi
बनवता येणार नाही.
Uddhav Thackeray will never be able to become the chief minister again.
त्यांनी अतिशय स्पष्टपणे हे सांगितलेलं आहे की डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनचे जे पिटिशन्स आहेत या संदर्भातला सगळा अधिकार हा स्पीकरचा आहे.
Regarding disqualification will be taken by speaker.
डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनच्या पिटिशनवर सुनावणी घेतील आणि त्यात त्यांनी जे ऑब्झर्वेशन केलं ते अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं आहे. There are no extraordinary circumstances in the instant case that warrant the exercise of jurisdiction by this court to adjudicate disqualification petition. The speaker must decide the disqualification petition. त्यामुळे याच्यामध्ये कुठलाही एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी सिच्युएशन नाही. त्यामुळे सुप्रीम कोर्टाने याच्यामध्ये हस्तक्षेप करण्याला नकार दिला आणि ते स्पीकरचे अधिकार हे स्पीकरला दिलेले आहेत. दुसरं, हे सगळं डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटिशन सुरू असताना ज्यांच्या विरुद्ध पिटिशन सुरू आहेत अशा आमदारांचे सगळे अधिकार हे पूर्णपणे त्यांना आहेत असं देखील अतिशय स्पष्टपणे म्हटलेलं आहे. किंवा त्यांना राईट टू पार्टिसिपेट इन हाऊस रिगार्डलेस ऑफ पेंडन्सी ऑफ एनी पिटिशन ऑफ देअर डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन. आणि जी काही हाऊसचे प्रोसिडिंग चालतील वगैरे याचा डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनचा जो काही निकाल आहे त्याच्याशी काही संबंध राहणार नाही असं सांगितलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे ज्यांच्या विरुद्ध डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनची पिटिशन चालू आहे त्यांना सगळे अधिकार आहेत हे स्पष्टपणे या ठिकाणी सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने सांगितलेलं आहे. त्यानंतर एक अजून महत्वाचं ऑब्झर्वेशन आहे की ज्यामध्ये त्यांनी इलेक्शन कमिशनला पूर्णपणे अधिकार आहेत हे स्पष्टपणे सांगितलेलं आहे. आणि रिगार्डलेस ऑफ डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटिशन प्रोसिडिंग्स इलेक्शन कमिशन स्वतंत्रपणे निर्णय हा या ठिकाणी घेऊ शकतं.
त्यामुळे
whatever proceedings
जे
take place,
इलेक्शन
election
कमिशनच्या
commission
निर्णयावर किंवा त्यांनी
take
केलेल्या
a stand
प्रोसिडिंग्सवर जे
independently.
प्रश्नचिन्ह निर्माण करण्याचा प्रयत्न उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या गटाने केला होता तो पूर्णपणे
Uddhav Thackeray has tried to
चुकीचा
reach
आहे
the election
हे
commission.
आपलं स्पष्ट झालं आहे आणि हे
Here,
अतिशय
Supreme
स्पष्टपणे
Court
त्यांनी असं
clearly
म्हटलंय
states
की
that
the
this
speaker
approach
and the ECI
completely
are empowered
not
to
acceptable.
concurrently adjudicate on the petitions before them under 10th schedule and under paragraph 15 of the symbols order respectively. आणि while adjudicating petitions under paragraph 15 of the symbols order, the ECI may apply a test that is best suited to the facts and circumstances of case before it. म्हणजे सगळे अधिकार हे इलेक्शन कमिशनचे आहेत आणि त्याच्यामध्ये कुठलीही बाधा नाही हेही या ठिकाणी अतिशय स्पष्टपणे सांगितलेलं आहे. त्यानंतर एक अजून महत्त्वाची गोष्ट की याच्यामध्ये फॉर द पर्पज ऑफ 10th शेड्यूल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कुठली आहे हे डिसाइड करायचे अधिकार देखील स्पीकरला देण्यात आलेले आहेत. याच्यामधला जी पॅराग्राफ जर आपण वाचला
is a decision that
would prima facie
speaker will only
determine
take.
who the political party is for the purpose of adjudicating disqualification petitions under paragraph 2(1) of the 10th schedule where 2 or more factions claim to be the political party. त्यामुळे याही बाबतीत अतिशय स्पष्टपणे अधिकार हे स्पीकरला देण्यात आलेले आहेत. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं the governor was justified in inviting Mr. Shinde to form the government. असं म्हटल्यामुळे आता हे सरकार पूर्णपणे कायदेशीर आधी कायदेशीरच होतं संवैधानिकच होतं. काही लोकांना शंका होती. मला असं वाटतं की सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने त्यांच्या शंकेचं समाधान केलं असावं. अर्थात ते सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाला मानत असतील तर मानतो ते मानत असतील तर त्यांच्या शंकेचं निश्चितपणे समाधान झालं असेल. आज उद्धव ठाकरेजी पत्रकार परिषद मी बघितली.
Justified. I saw Uddhav Thackeray's press conference.
आणि त्याच्यामुळे ते असं म्हणाले की मी नैतिकतेच्या आधारावर राजीनामा दिला.
He had
माझा त्यांना सवाल आहे
in his press conference
भारतीय जनता
that I
पक्षासोबत निवडून आला
gave my resignation
काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी सोबत
on moral ground.
तेव्हा ही नैतिकता कुठल्या डब्यामध्ये बंद केली होती याचं पहिलं उत्तर द्या.
I want to question his moral
तेव्हा
right.
ही नैतिकता कुठे होती. खरं म्हणजे नैतिकतेचा विषय तुम्ही सांगू नये कारण तुम्ही खुर्ची करता विचार सोडला आणि एकनाथ शिंदेंनी विचारा करता खुर्ची सोडली. ते सत्तेमध्ये होते आणि ते विरोधी पक्षासोबत आमच्यासोबत आले. त्यामुळे नैतिकतेचा बोलण्याची कुठलाही अधिकार नैतिक अधिकार तुम्हाला नाही. तुमच्या लक्षात आलं
Which is why you do not have the right to speak about moral rights. You do not even have the numbers, you do not have the support of your MLAs. People have already left you.
त्या भीतीपोटी तुम्ही त्या ठिकाणी राजीनामा दिला. त्यामुळे विनाकारण त्याला नैतिकतेचा मुलामा चढवण्याचा प्रयत्न करू नका.
You resigned
एकनाथ शिंदेंनी राजीनामा देण्याचा प्रश्न उद्भवत नाही कारण आज त्यांच्या नियुक्तीवर
as a moral right. Today, Eknath Shinde should not resign because the Supreme Court has clearly justified
फक्त थोडंसं ब्रीफिंग आपल्याला करून देतो. माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज महाराष्ट्र के मामले में जो डिसीजन दिया है उस पर हम पूर्ण तरीके से संतोष व्यक्त करते हैं और अब किसी को भी ये शंका नहीं होनी चाहिए कि महाराष्ट्र की सरकार पूर्णतः संवैधानिक है, पूर्णतः लीगल है और
ये पूरे संवैधानिक ताकत के साथ यहां पर कार्य कर रही है। जो ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आदेश दिए हैं उसमें से चंद मुद्दे ये मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। पहला मुद्दा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह कहा कि स्टेटस को एंटेन नहीं किया जा सकता। उद्धव ठाकरे इन्हें वापस मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनाया जा सकता, जो उन्होंने मांग की थी उनके पिटीशन में, ये बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से उच्चतम न्यायालय ने कहा है। दूसरा, उच्चतम न्यायालय ने कहा है कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटीशन का फैसला ये स्पीकर करेंगे, ये फैसला सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं करेगा। और उस पर बहुत स्पष्टता से सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है, देयर आर नो एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी सर्कमस्टांसेस in the instant case that warrant the exercise of jurisdiction by this court to adjudicate disqualification petition. There are no extraordinary circumstances ऐसा कहा है, the speaker must decide disqualification petition। ये सीधे सीधे स्पीकर को अधिकार दिया गया है। उसके साथ साथ जो विधायक जिनके खिलाफ डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन की पिटीशन दाखिल की गई है, उनके राइट टू पार्टिसिपेट इन द असेंबली या उनके कोई भी संवैधानिक अधिकार या उनका जो अधिकार है एक जनप्रतिनिधि के रूप में, ये सारा का सारा कंटिन्यू होगा। इसमें डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटीशन से कोई बाधा नहीं आएगी, ऐसा भी बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से इस ऑर्डर में कहा गया है। इसके साथ साथ एक और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज है जो इस ऑर्डर में कही गई है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो अधिकार है, उस अधिकार को बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है कि वो अधिकार डिस्टिंक्ट एंड डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द प्रोसीडिंग्स ऑफ डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन इन फ्रंट ऑफ स्पीकर। इसका मतलब यह है कि स्पीकर के सामने जो भी डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटीशन के प्रोसीडिंग्स चल रहे हैं, उसका, क्योंकि शिवसेना ने यह मांग की थी कि चूंकि ये प्रोसीडिंग चल रहे हैं तो आप इलेक्शन कमीशन को रोकिए और उनको निर्णय मत लेने दीजिए, लेकिन आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि इलेक्शन कमीशन को ये पूर्ण अधिकार है। तो एक प्रकार से इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो निर्णय श्री शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में शिवसेना और सिंबल का किया है, उसमें कोई बाधा नहीं है और वो पूरा अधिकार इलेक्शन कमीशन का है, ये स्पष्ट रूप से इसमें कहा है। इसके साथ साथ उन्होंने आगे ये भी कहा है, मैं इसको पढ़कर दिखाता हूं, कि द स्पीकर एंड द ईसीआई आर एम्पावर्ड टू कॉन्करेंटली एडजुडिकेट ऑन द पिटिशंस बिफोर देम अंडर द 10th शेड्यूल एंड अंडर पैराग्राफ 15 ऑफ द सिंबल्स ऑर्डर रेस्पेक्टिवली। While adjudicating petitions under paragraph 15 of the symbols order, the ECI may apply a test that is best suited to the fact and circumstances of the case before it. इसका मतलब ये दोनों को बिल्कुल अलग कर दिया है। फैक्ट्स एंड सर्कमस्टांसेस पे वो निर्णय ले सकते हैं, उन्होंने निर्णय ले लिया है। अंतिम निर्णय जो भी वो लेंगे वो आपके सामने है। इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस बारे में भी किसी के मन में कोई शंका नहीं होनी चाहिए। इसके साथ साथ स्पीकर को भी यह अधिकार दिया गया है कि 10th शेड्यूल के मायने रखते हुए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन सी है, इसका प्राइमा फेसी डिसीजन स्पीकर करेंगे। और बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा है, द स्पीकर वुड प्राइमा फेसी डिटरमिन who the political party is for the purpose of adjudicating disqualification petitions under paragraph 2(1) of the 10th schedule where 2 or more factions claim to be the political party। तो स्पीकर साहब को भी अब यह अधिकार है कि दो गुटों में से पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ये कौन सी है, ये स्पीकर साहब प्राइमा फेसी पहले वो डिसाइड करेंगे, उसके बाद फिर ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटीशंस के ऊपर आगे में डिसीजन होगा। इसके साथ साथ एक और चीज बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कही है द गवर्नर वॉज जस्टिफाइड इन इन्वाइटिंग मिस्टर शिंदे टू फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट। इसका मतलब यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट बहुत स्पष्टता से कहता है कि गवर्नर साहब ने शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेने का जो न्योता दिया वो सही है। इसका ही मतलब ये होता है कि शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार तैयार हुई है वो लेजिटिमेट है, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, और इसलिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। जो लोग ये कहते थे कि ये सरकार संवैधानिक नहीं है, उनको इसका जवाब मिल गया होगा, बशर्ते वो अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट को मानते हो तो। क्योंकि कई बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर भी वो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाते हैं। तो अगर देश के संविधान को सुप्रीम लेजिटिमेट है, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, और इसलिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। जो लोग ये कहते थे कि ये सरकार संवैधानिक नहीं है, उनको इसका जवाब मिल गया होगा, बशर्ते वो अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट को मानते हो तो। क्योंकि कई बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर भी वो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाते हैं। तो अगर देश के संविधान को और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को अगर वो मानते होंगे तो आज उनको इस बात का जवाब पूर्ण तरीके से मिल गया कि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व की सरकार ही संवैधानिक है, पूरे तरीके से लेजिटिमेट और लीगल सरकार ये है। आज उद्धव ठाकरे जी नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ एक पत्रकार वार्ता साझा कर रहे थे, और उस वार्ता में उन्होंने ये कहा कि मैंने नैतिकता के आधार पर इस्तीफा दिया था। नैतिकता की बात करना उद्धव ठाकरे जी को शोभा नहीं देता, क्योंकि मैं उनको सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि बीजेपी के साथ चुनकर आए और मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी के लिए कांग्रेस एनसीपी के साथ आप गए, उस समय इस नैतिकता को कौन से डिब्बे में आपने बंद किया था, इसका जवाब आप दीजिए। मूल रूप से उद्धव जी, आपने नैतिकता के आधार पर इस्तीफा नहीं दिया था, आपने डर के कारण इस्तीफा दिया था, क्योंकि आप जानते थे कि आपके लोग आपको छोड़कर चले गए हैं, आप विश्वास मत प्रस्ताव नहीं जीतेंगे, और एक प्रकार से हारने के बाद शर्मसार होना, इसको टालने के लिए आपने इस्तीफा दिया था। इसलिए नैतिकता की बात मत कीजिए। उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि नैतिकता के आधार पर शिंदे जी ने इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। इससे हास्यास्पद क्या हो सकता है कि जिस सरकार को सुप्रीम कोर्ट लीगल, लेजिटिमेट और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ठहराता है, उस सरकार के मुखिया से वो इस्तीफा मांगते हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उन्होंने जरूर इस निर्णय का अभ्यास करना चाहिए और उसके बाद इस प्रकार की बात कहनी चाहिए। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि मुख्यमंत्री जी इस प्रेस वार्ता को संबोधित करें।
आजच्या पत्रकार परिषदेमध्ये उपस्थित सर्व मान्यवर उपमुख्यमंत्री जी आहेत आणि बाकी सर्व माझे सहकारी आणि पत्रकार मित्रांनो, सगळ्यात आधी मी आपलं मनापासून स्वागत करतो आणि आजचा सुप्रीम कोर्टाचा निकाल,
Today's Supreme Court order,
आपल्या लोकशाहीमध्ये अपेक्षित असलेला निकाल लागल्याबद्दल मी आमच्या सगळ्यांना शुभेच्छा मलाही दिल्यात, पण तुम्हालाही देतो शुभेच्छा सगळ्यांना। खरं म्हणजे सत्याचा विजय झाला आणि
congratulating everyone because truth has prevailed.
सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये
and Supreme
आज
Court
आपण आलेला निकाल देखील पाहिला। त्याच्यामध्ये काही कायदेशीर आणि टेक्निकल बाबींचा उल्लेख आदरणीय देवेंद्रजींनी या ठिकाणी
we've
आपल्या
seen
समोर
that
केलेला आहे।
several technical aspects of
खरं
the
म्हणजे
decision has been elaborated by Devendra
आज आपण
Fadnavis.
जर पाहिलं तर मी जेव्हा आपण मला विचारत होता त्यावेळेस मी सांगत होतो की लोकशाहीमध्ये
That whenever you had asked me this,
बहुमताला
I've
महत्त्व
always
आहे आणि या देशामध्ये
informed you all that in a
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन
democracy
आहे,
it is important
कायदा आहे, नियम आहे, सगळंच आहे
to consider the voices of people.
आणि त्याच्या बाहेर कुणालाही जाता येणार नाही, हे माझे शब्द नेहमी आपल्याला
As
आठवत
per
असतात।
the Constitution,
आणि
people
आम्ही
have to
सरकार
abide
जे
by them. No
स्थापन
one
केलं
can go against
ते पूर्णपणे कायदेशीर चौकटीत बसून कायदेशीर सगळ्या बाबींची पूर्तता करून आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं आणि बहुमताचं स्थापन झालं आणि आज सुप्रीम कोर्टाने त्याच्यावर शिक्कामोर्तब केलेला आहे.
And today Supreme Court has
त्यामुळे अनेक लोक यापूर्वी
given approval to it.
घटनाबाह्य सरकार, बेकायदेशीर सरकार अशा प्रकारचं म्हणून स्वतःचे समाधान आणि स्वतःची पाठ तोडून घेत होते. परंतु त्यांना आज सुप्रीम कोर्टाने एक घटनाबाह्य सरकार म्हणणाऱ्यांना चांगली चपराक दिली आहे आणि खऱ्या अर्थाने त्यांना घटनाबाह्य सरकार म्हणणाऱ्यांना कालबाह्य केलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून आज आपला हा जो निर्णय सुप्रीम कोर्टाचा आलाय त्याचा मी मनापासून आणि आम्ही सगळ्यांनी स्वागत केलं.
Decision that has been taken by Supreme Court has been accepted and appreciated by us.
त्यांच्या निर्णयामध्ये काही गोष्टींचा उल्लेख केला. त्यामध्ये आमचं देखील आर्ग्युमेंट म्हणजे आमची भूमिका हीच होती की डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनचा अधिकार जो आहे तो अध्यक्षांकडे तो अधिकार येईल आणि मेरिट प्रमाणे तेच अपेक्षित असा निकाल सुप्रीम कोर्टाने दिला आणि अधिकार जे डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनचे अधिकार अध्यक्षांकडे दिले. त्याचबरोबर निवडणूक आयोगाने जो निर्णय घेतला होता त्याही बाबतीमध्ये विरोधी पक्षाने म्हणजे
the decision taken by Election Commission
माजी मुख्यमंत्री आणि ते सगळ्या टीमने म्हटलं होतं की निवडणूक सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये प्रकरण असताना निवडणूक आयोग कसा निर्णय घेऊ शकतो.
by the former Chief Minister.
सुप्रीम कोर्टाने भाष्य केलं की निवडणूक
He
आयोग
had mentioned how can Election Commission took a stance that it should be criticized by Supreme Court.
शिवसेना पक्ष म्हणून आम्हाला रेकग्नाइज केलं. धनुष्यबाण सिम्बॉल देखील आम्हाला दिलं.
When Election Commission had recognized us as the actual Shiv Sena, they had also given us the party symbol.
त्यामुळे खऱ्या अर्थाने अध्यक्षांना जे अधिकार दिले त्यामध्ये डिस्क्वालिफिकेशनचे अधिकार, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जी आहे, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आणि लेजिस्लेटिव्ह पार्टी याच्यामध्ये देखील त्यांनी भाष्य केलं आणि म्हणून आम्ही जो निर्णय घेतला बहुमताचा त्या 2-3 महिन्यानंतर निवडणूक आयोगाने तो निकाल दिला की आम्ही शिवसेना आणि धनुष्यबाण आमच्याकडे 2-3 महिन्यापूर्वी जो आम्ही निर्णय घेतला तो बहुमताचा निर्णय होता आणि त्यावेळेस देखील लेजिस्लेटिव्ह पार्टी बरोबर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी देखील आम्हीच होतो असे या ठिकाणी मी सांगू शकतो आणि त्याचा अधिकार जो आहे अध्यक्षांकडे दिलाय. अध्यक्ष त्याच्यावर मेरिटवर निर्णय घेतील. या सगळ्या जर बाबी आपण बघितल्या त्याच्यामध्ये माजी मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी राजीनामा दिला नैतिकतेच्या आधारावर. आता देवेंद्रजी म्हणाले त्यांना माहित होतं त्यांच्याकडे बहुमत नाहीये. अल्पमतामध्ये आलेलं सरकार आहे.
Even Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis mentioned about this.
राज्यपालांनी देखील त्यावेळेस
he did not have the
त्याचं काही
majority.
इतर राज्याचं मी उदाहरण आपलं इकडचं पण झालं त्या बोम्मईंचं आणि त्यावर मी बोलू इच्छित नाही. पण जेव्हा राज्यामध्ये जेव्हा परिस्थिती निर्माण होते आणि राज्यपालांनाच काय तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना माहित होतं त्यावेळेस सरकार अल्पमतात आलंय. सरकारचा गाडा कारभार चालला पाहिजे त्यामुळे त्यांनी त्यांच्या अधिकारामध्ये तेव्हा निर्णय घेतला आणि आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं पूर्णपणे कायदेशीर घटनात्मक बाबींची काळजी घेऊन पूर्णपणे त्याच्यामुळे हेड काउंट झाला. ते सगळे तुम्ही साक्षीदार आहात आणि म्हणून राजीनामा देण्याशिवाय काही पर्याय होता. आणि नैतिकतेच्या ज्या काही गोष्टी इथे सुरू झालेल्या आहेत तर त्या बाबतीमध्ये देवेंद्रजी म्हणालेत की त्यावेळेस मॅन्डेट लोकांनी जनतेने कुणाला दिलं होतं शिवसेना भाजपा युतीला आणि मग नेमकं हा निर्णय घेताना जनमताचा आदर केलाय, जनभावनेचा आदर केलाय. लोकांना अपेक्षित हवं असलेलं ते आम्ही केलंय बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांचा भूमिकेचा आम्ही आदर केलेला आहे आणि भारतीय जनता पक्ष आणि शिवसेना मिळून निवडणूक लढवली आणि सरकार दुसऱ्याबरोबर सत्तेसाठी खुर्चीसाठी त्यावेळेस बनवलं आणि हे सगळ्यांना माहित आहे. तेव्हा पुढे काय होईल आम्हाला माहित नव्हतं. खरं म्हणजे नैतिकता कोणी जपली हे मला सांगण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. खऱ्या अर्थाने बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची शिवसेना वाचवण्याचं काम, त्याचं काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीकरण करण्यात थांबवण्याचं काम आम्ही केलं. धनुष्यबाण वाचवण्याचं काम आम्ही केलं. तुम्ही तर तो गाण ठेवला होता. आणि यामध्ये आता मी देखील पत्रकार परिषद थोडीशी बघितली. त्यामध्ये आम्ही पक्ष आहोत, आमचाच व्हीप लागणार. पण व्हीप लागायला तुमच्याकडे माणसं किती आहे हा एक प्रश्न आहे. त्यामुळे शेवटी बहुमताचा आदर सुप्रीम कोर्टाने केलाय आणि त्याचबरोबर अध्यक्ष जे आहेत आपले विधानसभेचे ते देखील या सर्व प्रकरणामध्ये मेरिटवर निर्णय घेतील आणि हा घटनाबाह्य बेकायदेशीर म्हणणाऱ्यांना आजच्या सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने खरं म्हणजे त्यांच्या बाजूने निकाल दिल्यानंतर ते सगळी ती संस्था त्या सगळ्या गोष्टी चांगल्या असतात. पण निर्णय मेरिटवर दिल्यानंतर मात्र जे काही भाष्य केलं जातं हे देखील आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहीत आहे. आणि म्हणून कुणाचीही दिशाभूल देखील यापुढे देखील करतील. परंतु आज सुप्रीम कोर्टाने जे काही पूर्ण बहुमताचं सरकार आणि हे सरकार कायदेशीर घटनात्मक आहे याच्यावर शिक्कामोर्तब केलेलं आहे. हे जनतेचं सरकार आहे, जनतेच्या मनातलं सरकार आहे. त्यामुळे मी पुन्हा एकदा आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाच्या मनापासून या ठिकाणी स्वागत आज आखिर में सत्यमेव जयते कहते, सत्य का विजय हुआ है और सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में जो महाराष्ट्र सरकार की जो केस थी उसमें ये सरकार जो है हमने गठित किया हुआ शिवसेना भाजपा का वो कानूनी तौर से घटनात्मक दृष्टि से योग्य है. इसमें शिक्कामोर्तब हुआ है. अब घटना बाह्य बोलने वालों को ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्णय ने काल बाह्य कर दिया है. उनको अभी अगर निर्णय को मानते होंगे तो हम लोग तो निर्णय को मानने वाले लोग हैं और हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो भी निर्णय होगा मेरिट पे होगा. लोकशाही में बहुमत को महत्व होता है. मेजॉरिटी को बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंस देने का काम सभी जगह होता है और हम लोगों ने जो सरकार स्थापित किया है वो पूरी तरह से कानून और घटना इसका आदर करते हुए हम लोगों ने किया है. और जो जिनके पास बहुमत नहीं था उन्होंने रिजाइन किया है. और नैतिकता की बात अब करने से पहले अगर करते, जब चुनाव हुआ था, जब शिवसेना भाजपा की सरकार का जब गठित होने मतलब जो सार्वत्रिक चुनाव हुआ तब लोगों का मैंडेट ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर नैतिकता की बात करते तो शिवसेना बीजेपी का सरकार स्थापित हो जाता था. लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ सत्ता पाने के लिए, कुर्सी पाने के लिए जब निर्णय लिया, ये जनता ने देखा है, महाराष्ट्र ने देखा है और उसी को सुधारने का काम हम लोगों ने किया है. जो मैंडेट था, जो बरसों से शिवसेना भाजपा की अलायंस गठबंधन था, उसी के साथ सरकार बना दिया हम लोगों ने और निवडणूक चुनाव आयोग ने भी उसके ऊपर शिक्कामोर्तब कर दिया. जब हम लोगों ने निर्णय लिया उसके बाद 3-4 महीने में ही चुनाव आयोग ने हमारे को पार्टी का दर्जा दे दिया, शिवसेना, और सिंबल धनुष्यबाण दे दिया. और ये पूरी तरह मेरिट में हुआ है. आरोप किसने लगाया उनके ऊपर मैं आज नहीं टिप्पणी करना चाहता हूँ. लेकिन इसके बाद आज का जो निर्णय है, और जब रिजाइन की बात होती है, रिजाइन जब आपके पास बहुमत ही नहीं था, जो अल्पमत की सरकार हुई थी, सब लोग जानते हो, आप भी जानते हो कितने लोग बचे थे. और फिर एक बात कहूंगा कि लोकशाही में ये मेजॉरिटी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और तभी जाके उनको पता था कि हमारी हार हो जाएगी, पराभव हो जाएगा और रेजिग्नेशन हुआ है। और राज्यपाल गवर्नर महोदय जी ने परिस्थिति का जायजा लेने के बाद निर्णय लिया और उस निर्णय को भी जायज यहाँ पर ठहराया गया है। और इसीलिए मैं इतना ही आज कहूँगा, शिवसेना बचाने का काम धनुष्यबाण जो कई वर्षों से बाबा साहब ठाकरे जी की भूमिका जो है आइडियोलॉजी बचाने का काम हम लोगों ने किया है और इसीलिए जनता ने भी हमें बहुत ही सपोर्ट किया है। और इसलिए मैं फिर एक बार कहूँगा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आज के निर्णय का मैं तहे दिल से फिर एक बार स्वागत करता हूँ और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ।
एक करो शांति के साथ।
नाही, नंतर त्यांनी सांगितलं की जेव्हा परिस्थिती निर्माण झाली त्याप्रमाणे तो निर्णय घेतला। बरं, आता एकच मी आता सुप्रीम कोर्टाच्या किंवा राज्यपालांच्या भूमिकेवर बोलू इच्छित नाही। परिस्थितीनुसार राज्यपालांनी निर्णय घेतला त्यावेळेस जर समजा फ्लोर टेस्ट झाली असती आणि पराभव झाला असता मग राज्यपालांचा निर्णय योग्य होता असं म्हटलं असतं। त्यामुळे परिस्थितीनुसार त्यांनी निर्णय घेतला। पूर्णपणे बहुमत सरकारच्या बाजूने होतं। हेडकाउंट झालं, आपण सगळे साक्षीदार आहात।
The head count was clearly in the favor of the government when this decision was taken. I do not wish to comment further on this. If the floor test should have been done for resignation, it would have still been justified similarly.
देखिए, सवाल यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने टिप्पणी की है, लेकिन इस टिप्पणी के बाद उसको उल्टा तो नहीं किया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको स्ट्राइक डाउन तो नहीं किया है। मूलतः ये होता है कि गवर्नर के सामने कुछ ऑप्शंस होते हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पर जो एक लैंडमार्क जजमेंट है मुंबई का, उस मुंबई के जजमेंट में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह कहा कि जब भी ऐसी परिस्थिति आती है कि गवर्नर का एक सब्जेक्टिव सेटिस्फैक्शन होता है कि किसी सरकार के पास मेजॉरिटी नहीं है, तो गवर्नर ने MLAs की परेड नहीं करना है, उन्होंने फ्लोर टेस्ट के लिए बोलना है। तो हो सकता है कि उसके आधार पर उस समय गवर्नर ने यह निर्णय लिया हो। अब ये निर्णय सही है कि गलत है, ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय देख सकता है, उसके ऊपर टिप्पणी कर सकता है। कौन सी कंडीशन में गवर्नर ने उसका निर्णय लिया ये गवर्नर साहब बता सकते हैं। लेकिन मूल रूप से इस बात को आप समझिए कि ये टिप्पणी करने के बावजूद उस निर्णय को या हुई जो प्रोसेस है स्टेटस को एंटे ये नहीं किया जा सकता। ये स्पष्ट रूप से जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहता है तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में किस प्रकार से निर्णय लेते समय गवर्नर साहब ने क्या क्या करना चाहिए, मैं ऐसा मानूंगा कि उसके लिए एक प्रकार से उन्होंने एक राह दिखाई है। और जहां तक व्हिप का सवाल है, उसमें उन्होंने ये कहा है कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ये व्हिप को अपॉइंट करती है। तो उन्होंने कहा एम्बिलिकल कॉर्ड ये उसको सीवियर नहीं कह सकता, उसको तोड़ा नहीं जा सकता। लेकिन पॉलिटिकल, हमारा इंटरप्रिटेशन बहुत स्पष्ट है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन है? पॉलिटिकल पार्टी एकनाथ शिंदे जी है, क्योंकि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हमने जो उनके सामने मांग की थी उस मांग के आधार पर शिंदे जी की याचिका को मान्य करते हुए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी उनको किया है। और अब इसका फैसला स्पीकर को लेना है, तो उससे पहले इसके ऊपर डिस्कशन करना ये गलत होगा। अब स्पीकर ये फैसला करेंगे कि उस समय पॉलिटिकल पार्टी शिंदे जी थे या और कोई था।
और उसमें मैं थोड़ा ऐड करना चाहता हूं कि जब भी हम लोगों ने ये डिसीजन लिया सरकार बनाने का, उसके बाद 3 महीने के बाद चुनाव आयोग ने तो हमारे को पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का दर्जा दे दिया था।
एक चीज और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, आपसे हाथ जोड़कर निवेदन करता हूँ कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले से पहले कई नेता और चंद पत्रकार ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट बन गए थे और उन्होंने कई फैसले सुना दिए थे। तो आप तो सारे बहुत समझदार पत्रकार हो। अब चूंकि निर्णय स्पीकर साहब को लेना है तो इसलिए उसके बारे में स्पेक्युलेटिव बोलना ये सही नहीं होगा, इसलिए उसके ऊपर सवाल करना ये भी ठीक नहीं होगा।
उद्धव ठाकरे आजही म्हणतात की हे पक्षाचं नाव आहे, ते माझंच आहे, हे मी कोणाला देऊ देणार नाही, हे कोण घेऊ शकणार.
मग ते आता सुप्रीम कोर्टाच्या वर आहेत, निवडणूक आयोगाच्या वर आहेत. आता क्लिअर आहे निवडणूक आयोगाने सिम्बॉल दिलाय आणि हे संभ्रम पसरवण्याचा मी ऐकलं ते. आता ते कोणाला व्हीप देऊ शकतात? शिवसेना म्हणून देऊ शकतात का ते? शिवसेना आम्ही आहोत, धनुष्यबाण आम्ही आहोत. सहानुभूती आता लोकांची सहानुभूती मिळाली असती. तुम्ही भाजप बरोबर सरकार बनवलं असतं तर तुम्ही कोणाबरोबर सरकार बनवलं? ज्यांच्याबरोबर निवडून आलात, निवडणुका लढवल्यात, बाळासाहेब मोदी साहेबांचा आणि बस कोणाबरोबर गेलात? ते दुरुस्त केलं. लोकांची सहानुभूती उलटी आहे. कुणाकडे लोक आम्हाला प्रतिसाद देत आहे.
CM Modi's picture, but then you change your stance after that. How would you gain sympathy after this?
नाही, हे बघा, ऑब्झर्वेशन आणि निर्णय आता त्याच्यामध्ये तोही अधिकार अध्यक्षांकडे दिलेला आहे. त्यामुळे आम्ही तेव्हा कोण पार्टी होती आणि कोण लेजिस्लेटिव्ह पार्टी आणि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हे निर्णय घेण्याचा अधिकार कोणाला दिला आहे? बरं, मी मगाशी म्हटलं, आताही म्हणतोय, आम्ही निर्णय घेतल्यानंतर 3-4 महिन्यात निवडणूक आयोगाने निर्णय दिला होता.
When we mention that we the Shiv Sena and we have the support of people
आता सरकार पडणार,
and also the symbol.
किती वेळा तुम्हीच दाखवलं ना? पास झाला त्याच्यावर शिक्कामोर्तब.
How many times would the government fall and we form the game?
असं म्हटलेलं नाही, असं म्हटलेलं नाही. असं आहे, असं बिलकुल त्यांनी म्हटलेलं नाही की आम्ही त्यांना पुन्हा आणलं असतं. त्यांनी असं म्हटलंय की आता विषयच येत नाही, त्याच्यामुळे स्टेटस को अँटी होऊ शकत नाही. असं कुठेही म्हटलं नाही की त्यांनी राजीनामा दिला नसता तर त्यांना आम्ही परत आणलं असतं. त्यांनी म्हटलंय की ही सर्कमस्टन्सेसच नाहीये, त्यांनी राजीनामा दिलाय. त्याच्यामुळे
that the Supreme Court had mentioned that had he not resigned he would have gotten the position. Here the mention that Supreme Court is that there is no status quo, there is no way
right interpretation करा, चुकीचं interpretation
that this particular social science should interpret the order right.
आनंद जितका आपल्याला झालाय, मला वाटतं त्याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आनंद आपल्या इतर आमदारांना झाला असेल, कारण की अनेकांची प्रतीक्षा ही विस्ताराकडे होती.
ते पण होईल ना. हो, सगळ्यांना होईल. लवकरच होईल.
वारंवार चर्चा होत, आता हे सरकार कायदेशीर झालेलं, शिक्कामोर्तब झालेलं आहे. मध्यंतरी चर्चा तिथून झाली.
नाही, आता तुम्हाला पण पटलंय ना कायदेशीर आहे. पहिलं ते सांगा, नाही तर आता आणखी कोणतरी मध्ये ते
इतर पक्षाचे नेतेही येणार, बरीच चर्चा
कुठे येणार
तुमच्याकडे. आता ते इन्कमिंग कधी सुरू होणार?
नाही, ते सुरूच आहे ना. आता किती सरकार स्थापन केल्यापासून सुरू आहे, कुठे थांबलंय? अरे ते पण तुम्हाला, आता तुम्ही काहीतरी कितीतरी प्रवेशांना तुम्ही स्वतः होतात ना, सगळे येत आहेत.
की सरकारला कुठलाही धोका नाही, त्यांना जास्त विश्वास होता पुन्हाहीपेक्षा की तुमच्या सरकारला अजिबात धोका नाही, मेजॉरिटी तुमच्याकडे आहे. अजित पवारांबद्दल काय म्हणतो?
अजित पवारच नाही, ज्या माणसाला कायदा कळतो अशा प्रत्येकाला हे माहिती होतं की सर्वोच्च न्यायालय अशी कुठली एक्स्ट्रॉर्डिनरी कंडिशन नाहीये की ज्या कुठलाही
extraordinary condition that the disqualification would have taken place.
हे माहिती होतं की सर्वोच्च न्यायालय हे लोकशाहीने अधिकार स्पीकरला दिले आहे, ते स्पीकरला सांगेल आणि म्हणून कदाचित त्यांनी त्या
Supreme Court has given the right to the speaker.
उद्धव ठाकरे गुट के अन्य विधायकों ने फैसले के बाद आपसे संपर्क किया है आपके साथ जुड़ने के लिए?
अरे भैया, अभी तो फैसला अभी हुआ है ना, और अभी संपर्क तो अभी उसके ऊपर अभी मैं भाषण नहीं करना चाहता हूँ.
नाही, मी तो मगाशीच दिला ना सल्ला. मी मगाशीच सांगितलं की काही नेते हे स्वतः सर्वोच्च न्यायालय झाले होते, त्यांना सल्ला देण्याएवढा मी मोठा नाही, पण मला असं वाटतं सर्वोच्च न्यायालयात एखादी केस असताना अशा प्रकारे आपणच सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने आपल्यालाच कायदा समजतो अशा आविर्भावात वावरणाऱ्यांनी यातनं थोडा धडा घेतला पाहिजे.
नाही, आज पण सुरू होता ना सुप्रीम कोर्टाचा निकाल, म्हणजे सुरू व्हायच्या आधी सुरू होतं ना काही लोकांचं, आम्ही बघत होतो थोडं.
पण त्यांच्यावर काही परिणाम होईल असं मला वाटत नाही. अरे भाई, नीतीश कुमार आप तो कोई भी है.
शिवसेना बीजेपी यहाँ महाराष्ट्र में मजबूत है और फिर चुनाव लड़ेगी, पूरे मेजोरिटी के साथ जीतेगी.
बरं, चला पेन्शन.
I am Rashid Kirbai. Catch me on CNN News 18 as I join the channel's non-stop coverage on Karnataka elections on the 13th of May.
And hence it was of very, very low intensity. Now remember, the blast that happened on Saturday, at least 6 people got injured, whereas the blast that happened on Monday, another person got injured. He had a few splinters on his leg. Now this entire investigation is now being carried out.
A development coming out of Amritsar, where early this morning the area around the Golden Temple saw the third blast it's seen since just Saturday. Now, in the blast that took place this morning, 5 people have already been arrested. Now, the blast itself took place in the early hours of the morning. And as we just told you, this is the third blast the area has seen in just the last 7 days. Now, according to central agency sources, a kind of potassium chlorate was actually possibly used in the making of the explosion itself. Sources have further said that the blast seems to be more to provoke than to harm, with the timing of the last 2 blasts coinciding with the fact that there were lesser people in the area because it took place early in the morning. Now, the Punjab Police DGP is expected to brief the media over all of these attacks. Let's take a look. This is a walkthrough, a ground report that my colleague Rajiv Sharma brought us from the ground. Take a look.
मंदिर साहिब के बिल्कुल पास श्री गुरु रामदास सराय में एक धमाका होता है। 12:10 पर इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस कमिश्नर खुद मौके पर पहुंचते। तो इस समय हम उसी जगह पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि श्री गुरु रामदास जो सराय है उसका बिल्कुल ये पिछला हिस्सा है और आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर गलियारा जो बना हुआ है जहाँ पर जो लोग हैं वो सैर करते। तो इसी इलाके में कहा जा रहा है कि रात को तीसरा जो ब्लास्ट है वो हुआ था। जैसे पुलिस को जानकारी मिली तो पुलिस कमिश्नर नौनिहाल सिंह खुद यहाँ पर पहुंचे। उसके बाद जांच जो है वो शुरू की गई।
हमारे को रात को 12 बजे के आसपास, 12:15 के आसपास यहाँ पे इंटीमेशन आई थी कि यहाँ पे एक लाउड साउंड हैज़ बीन हर्ड। इट इज़ सस्पेक्टेड दैट देयर इज़ अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक एक्सप्लोजन और हुआ है, बट बिकॉज अभी अंधेरा है और ये इस बिल्डिंग के पीछे हुआ है, वहाँ पे अभी तक एक कंफर्म नहीं हो पाया है कि वेदर इट इज़ अ ब्लास्ट और कोई और इंसिडेंट है। आर FSL टीम इज़ ऑन द स्पॉट, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं एंड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स, एज पार्ट जो हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, हम सस्पेक्ट्स को राउंड अप कर रहे हैं, लोगों को वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, पूछताछ कर रहे हैं।
बड़े लंबे समय तो मैं देख ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸੀਰੀਅਸਲੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਫਿਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2-4 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2 ਘਟਨਾਵਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਏ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਬਲਾਸਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ
I am Rashid Kirbai. Catch me on CNN News 18 as I join the channel's non-stop coverage on Karnataka elections on the 13th of May.
Bhagwant Mann should spend more time on focusing on the law and order situation of the state rather than arresting journalists who show the truth of the mirror of truth to the entire Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann establishment.
सर कैसे ऐसा हुआ जहां पर एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है जो अमृतसर साहिब के
Okay, we're now moving to more details in this same case. This is a CNN News 18 exclusive on the Amritsar blast probe. Remember, we told you that 5 people had been arrested already in relation to the explosion that took place this morning in particular. Now, top intelligence sources are telling us that the blasts were done by 2 individuals, possibly to give a message against the atrocities that have been taking place against Sikhs. We're learning that one of those 2 was a former government employee. Now, we do have more details about the person. We are learning that he was upset, as we just told you, due to what he perceived were anti-Sikh activities taking place across the state. My colleague Anshul is with us to bring us more details. Anshul, some media outlets are also saying that the suspect distributed pamphlets at the site when the explosion took place, and those pamphlets also contained some information. Bring us some context, please, as to what took place early this morning and as to what police are finding now in their probe.
So yes, the police is carrying out a detailed investigation in this entire matter. If you see, initially the kind of reports that we picked up from Amritsar, the DGP himself and the other police sources on the ground said that this does not seem like a terror attack and this seems like a case of property dispute. But now, since the person has been taken into custody, it has now very clearly been revealed about the nitty-gritties of this entire operation that was carried out by these 2 individuals. Basically, they wanted to give a message of atrocities against Sikhs, and hence these low-intensity blasts were carried out. Now, these bombs that were used, these were crude bombs, and these were not ID or any other sort of sophisticated bombs, but these were crude bombs that were used, and hence it was of very, very low intensity. Now, remember the blast that happened on Saturday, at least 6 people got injured, whereas the blast that happened on Monday, another person got injured. He had a few splinters on his leg. Now, this entire investigation is now being carried out.
A development coming out of Amritsar, where early this morning the area...
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. Our top focus is coming from what the Supreme Court has said as far as the Maharashtra crisis is concerned. The Supreme Court today pronounced their verdict on a batch of cross petitions which had been filed by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and even the Uddhav Thackeray factions. A 5-judge constitutional bench headed by the Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud pronounced that it cannot order the restoration of Uddhav government as he resigned without facing a floor test, although the governor's decision for floor test was wrong. The bench also added that the speaker was wrong in appointing the whip of the Eknath Shinde group. The court further said that the exercise of the discretion by the governor was not in accordance with the constitution and that the governor erred in judgment that the Mahavikas Aghadi had no majority. The court has also ordered that the speaker will decide on the disqualification of the MLAs.
दिनों से हमारी लड़ाई चल रही थी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, आज आप भी आ गए और वो निर्णय भी आ गया। इस देश में अब प्रजातंत्र उसकी रक्षा करना हमारा काम है। जैसे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा कि अगर मैं रिजाइन नहीं करता, मैं इस्तीफा नहीं देता तो शायद मैं वापस मुख्यमंत्री बन जाता। मैं मेरे लिए नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मेरी लड़ाई जनता के लिए है, मेरे देश के लिए, मेरे राज्य के लिए है। और भले हम इसके पहले राजनीति में विवाद तो होते रहते हैं, लेकिन एक मत तो हमारा हो गया है कि इस देश को हमें बचाना है, संविधान को बचाया है। हम सब मिलकर ये जो अपने देश को फिर से एक बार गुलाम बनाना चाहते हैं, उनको घर भेजेंगे और मुझे पक्का भरोसा है पूरी जनता हमारा इंतजार कर रही है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट बहुत स्पष्टता से कहता है कि गवर्नर साहब ने शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेने का जो न्योता दिया वो सही है। इसका ही मतलब ये होता है कि शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार तैयार हुई है वो लेजिटिमेट है, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है और इसलिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। जो लोग ये कहते थे कि ये सरकार संवैधानिक नहीं है, उनको इसका जवाब मिल गया होगा, बशर्ते वो अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट को मानते हो तो, क्योंकि कई बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर भी वो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाते हैं। तो अगर देश के संविधान को और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को अगर वो मानते होंगे तो आज उनको इस बात का जवाब पूर्ण तरीके से मिल गया कि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व की सरकार ही संवैधानिक है, पूरे तरीके से लेजिटिमेट और लीगल सरकार ये है।
हम लोगों ने जो सरकार स्थापित किया है वो पूरी तरह से कानून और घटना इसका आदर करते हुए हम लोगों ने किया है, और जो जिनके पास बहुमत नहीं था उन्होंने रिजाइन किया है। और नैतिकता की बात अब करने से पहले अगर करते, जब चुनाव हुआ था, जब शिवसेना भाजपा की सरकार का जब गठित होने मतलब जो सार्वत्रिक चुनाव हुआ, तब लोगों का मैंडेट ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर नैतिकता की बात करते तो शिवसेना बीजेपी का सरकार स्थापित हो जाता था। लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ सत्ता पाने के लिए, कुर्सी पाने के लिए जब निर्णय लिया, ये जनता ने देखा है, महाराष्ट्र ने देखा है, और उसी को सुधारने का काम हम लोगों ने किया है।
So what does the verdict from the Supreme Court really mean, and what really are the big takeaways? Let's break down all those details before we bring in our colleagues to try and understand what we can expect in the days and weeks to come. So what did we hear from the Supreme Court? The first takeaway was that there is going to be no change as far as the Shinde government is concerned. The Eknath Shinde-led government as of now stays, and the entire blame of that has actually been put on the decision that was taken by Uddhav Thackeray when he decided to resign and not actually face a floor test. And that is what the Supreme Court said, that we can't reinstate the ex-Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray because he resigned voluntarily and he did not face a floor test. If that wasn't the situation, possibly today things would have been very different for Uddhav Thackeray. The third takeaway is, and the Supreme Court has minced no words in questioning the role of the Speaker and the Governor as well. The Speaker to decide on the disqualification petition. This, of course, we'll have to see how this plays out. What we've also heard today from the top court is Speaker's decision to appoint the whip, in fact, was illegal. But when we got a reaction from the Shinde camp, they, in fact, have dismissed all this criticism, and they've gone on to say we did everything by the book. All possible protocols were followed. What else did we hear from the top court? The top court also said the governor's actions weren't accordance to the rule of law. But despite acknowledging all of this, they cannot make Uddhav Thackeray the chief minister again. Things cannot go back to what they were simply because of the decision that Uddhav Thackeray took when he decided to step down as chief minister, because he thought that I don't have the numbers, so why should I face a floor test? The other takeaway is the floor test cannot be used as a resolution for an intra-party dispute, and thus things remain as they were. This is going to be a big relief as far as the Shinde faction is concerned, because that government still stays. Let's also now shift our focus to some breaking developments that are coming in. CNN News 18 has in fact spoken to Maharashtra Assembly Speaker Rahul Navrekar over Supreme Court's judgment on the Maharashtra political row. My colleague Anusha Soni has had that conversation. Let's listen in.
The court has fiercely criticized the role of the speaker. And in fact, on many counts, the court has said that the speaker did not act in accordance with the law. How do you understand this verdict? Your thoughts on it, sir?
I have had a patient hearing to that verdict, and nowhere has the court criticized the role of the speaker. The court has only simplicity interpreted provisions of Schedule 10, where they have said that when there is a discrepancy between the whip issued by the political party and the whip issued by a legislature party, deference should be given to the whip issued by the political party. As we read Schedule 10, at the point when the speaker had decided which whip should be recognized in 2022 June, July, at that point of time, nowhere does the 10th schedule clearly state that whether it is the political party or the legislature party that should be recognized. So at relevant point of time, based on the facts on record, a decision was taken. The court has further said that it is the speaker and only the speaker who will decide the disqualification petitions. The court has further said that who was in control of the political party and who was authorized to issue the whip in the political party is a matter to be decided only by the speaker. And therefore, the court has in fact infused confidence, expressed their confidence in the office of the speaker.
तो मैं क्या कहता, तुम मत दो इस्तीफा।
लेकिन आपके अधिकार गलत थे ऐसे बताया सर कोर्ट ने।
अब जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कुछ कह दिया है तो आप लोग का काम है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सही कहा गलत कहा उस पर व्याख्या करना, विवेचना करना, ये एनालिसिस्ट का काम है, ये मेरा काम नहीं है।
कोश्यारी साहब, एक चीज जानना चाहेंगे, जो फैसला लिया आपको सही लगा था? So there you see the first reaction.
Reaction there coming in from Bhagat Singh Koshyari, because remember today when the verdict came from the Supreme Court, the role of the Speaker and the Governor was also questioned. Let's also now bring in our colleagues. Vinay Deshpande is joining us on the broadcast. We also have a legal correspondent, Ananya Bhatnagar, also joining us on the broadcast. So Vinay, coming to you first. Let's talk about what is the mood as far as the Uddhav camp is concerned. The Supreme Court's biggest takeaway was that things cannot go back to what they were simply because of that one decision that Uddhav Thackeray took when he decided to resign as the Chief Minister and not wanting to face a floor test. Does Uddhav Thackeray or people within the camp realize that this was a big mistake on their part?
Well, Ridhima, yes, it is an absolutely heartbreaking moment for the Uddhav Thackeray camp, because despite ticking on all the right boxes, that judgment has stayed short of giving back to the Uddhav Thackeray faction what it had rightfully claimed was its own. It had said that, we have the right to form this government and...
यानी कि अगर मैं मुख्यमंत्री हूँ, मेरे सामने कोई कर्मचारी रिश्वत ले रहा है, मैं उसे सस्पेंड भी नहीं कर सकता, मैं उसकी ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकता। एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरी कौन होगा ये हम नहीं तय कर सकते, हेल्थ सेक्रेटरी कौन होगा ये हम नहीं तय कर सकते। ये आदेश प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 23 मई 2015 को पारित किया। 8 साल हो गए उन बातों को, 8 साल से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं हम लोग। इस दौरान इस आदेश को इस्तेमाल करके दिल्ली के कामों को जानबूझ के रोका गया। हम दिल्ली में स्कूल अच्छे करना चाहते थे तो वो जानबूझ के ऐसा एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरी बिठाएंगे जो कि काम ना करे। हम अगर मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बनाना चाहते हैं तो जानबूझ के ऐसा हेल्थ सेक्रेटरी बनाया जाएगा जो कि काम ना करे। जानबूझ के ऐसा फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी बिठाया जाएगा जो हर चीज़ के अंदर अड़ंगा अड़ाए। तो इसको इस्तेमाल करके दिल्ली के हर काम को रोका गया। एक तरह से मेरे दोनों हाथ बांध दिए गए पीछे और मुझे नदी में फेंक दिया गया कि अब तैरो। ये तो ऊपर वाले का शुक्र है कि दोनों हाथ बंधे हुए होने के बावजूद भी हम किसी तरह से तैरते रहे और ऊपर वाला हमारा साथ देता रहा। इन सारी कठिनाइयों के बावजूद दिल्ली के अंदर हम लोगों ने इतना शानदार काम किया पिछले 8 साल के अंदर। तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि अगर हमारे पास पूरी पावर होती तो हम कितना ज़्यादा काम कर सकते थे। आज हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ के जो और 4 जजेस हैं उस बेंच में, संविधान पीठ में, उन सब के तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारे साथ न्याय किया। मैं दिल्ली की जनता को केवल बधाई देना चाहता हूं और उनका शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूं कि जो इतना लंबा संघर्ष था उस संघर्ष में दिल्ली की जनता ने मेरा साथ दिया। दिल्ली की जनता के साथ के बिना मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता था। आज जो ये इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई है ये उन्हीं के आशीर्वाद, दिल्ली की जनता के आशीर्वाद और उनके साथ का, उनके सहयोग का नतीजा है। कदम कदम पे उन्होंने मेरा साथ दिया दिल्ली की जनता ने। अब हमें एक बहुत बड़ा मौका मिला है। दिल्ली का काम जो है अब ये 10 गुना स्पीड से होगा। आज के आदेश के बाद। बहुत बड़े बड़े काम होंगे अब दिल्ली के अंदर जो सोच भी नहीं सकते। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है हमें एक ऐसा प्रशासन देना है दिल्ली के लोगों को जो कि रेस्पॉन्सिव हो, जो कि जनता की ज़रूरतों के प्रति सिंपैथेटिक हो, कंपैशनेट हो। तो अगले कुछ दिनों के अंदर आप देखेंगे बहुत बड़ा प्रशासनिक फेरबदल होगा। कई सारे ऑफिसर्स को, कर्मचारियों को ट्रांसफ़र किया जाएगा इस आधार पे कि उन्होंने अभी तक कैसा काम किया। कुछ ऐसे ऑफिसर्स हैं, कुछ ऐसे कर्मचारी हैं जिन्होंने पिछले कुछ महीनों में, 1-1.5 साल में दिल्ली की जनता के काम रोके।
Well, that was a press conference that was coming in by the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. This is as far as the jurisdiction row was concerned. Let's listen in to that conference.
ऑफिसर्स को चिन्हित करके उनको अपने कर्मों का फल तो भुगतना पड़ेगा, लेकिन बहुत सारे ऐसे कर्मचारी और ऑफिसर्स हैं जो बहुत घुटन महसूस कर रहे थे, ईमानदार लोग हैं, काम करना चाहते हैं। उन सारे कर्मचारियों को, उन सारे ऑफिसर्स को मौका मिलेगा काम करने का। उन सबको जो डेडवुड है, जो करप्ट हैं, जो इनएफिशिएंट हैं, उनको अच्छी पोस्टों से हटा के साइड किया जाएगा और जो अच्छे हैं, एफिशिएंट हैं, ईमानदार हैं, रेस्पॉन्सिव हैं, कंपैशनेट हैं, उन लोगों को, उन सारे अधिकारियों को और कर्मचारियों को मौका दिया जाएगा कि वो दिल्ली की जनता की सेवा कर सकें। सारे प्रशासनिक सिस्टम को भी दुरुस्त किया जाएगा। ये सारा सिस्टम भी सड़ा गला सिस्टम है। ऐसा सिस्टम बनाया जाएगा जो जनता के प्रति जवाबदेह हो और जनता के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिव हो, जनता की ज़रूरतों के प्रति रिस्पॉन्सिव हो। तो व्यवस्था के अंदर जितनी कमियां हैं, इन सारी कमियों को दूर किया जाएगा। तो पूरे सिस्टम को और ऑफिसर्स को और कर्मचारियों को जनता के प्रति जवाबदेह बनाया जाएगा और जनता के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिव बनाया जाएगा। एक लीन एंड थिन गवर्नमेंट तैयार की जाएगी। लीन, थिन, रिस्पॉन्सिव, कंपैशनेट एंड अकाउंटेबल गवर्नमेंट। ये हम चाहते हैं। दिल्ली, जैसे दिल्ली ने पूरे देश को शिक्षा का मॉडल दिया, हेल्थ का मॉडल दिया, अब एक ऐसे गवर्नेंस का, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का मॉडल हम जनता के सामने रखेंगे, पूरे देश के सामने रखेंगे। मैं देखता हूं कि कई ऐसी पोस्ट्स हैं जिनकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। उनमें कोई भी कर्मचारी या अधिकारी बैठ के जनता की 4 अड़चनें ही लगाता है। अगर वो ना रहे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। तो ऐसी पोस्ट्स को चिन्हित करके या तो उन्हें खाली छोड़ा जाएगा या उन्हें अबॉलिश कर दिया जाएगा। जहाँ जहाँ ज़्यादा पोस्ट्स की ज़रूरत है वहाँ ज़्यादा पोस्ट्स क्रिएट की जाएंगी। जहाँ जहाँ लोगों को ज़रूरत है वहाँ ज़्यादा पोस्ट, जैसे अब इतने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बना रहे हैं, तो जब डॉक्टर्स की ज़रूरत है, पैरामेडिक्स, वहाँ और क्रिएट किए जाएंगे। तो अभी तक हम लोगों ने स्कूल, अस्पताल में एक मॉडल दिया। अब पंजाब के अंदर हम एक अच्छे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, कानून व्यवस्था लागू कर रहे हैं। उसी तरह से दिल्ली अब कुशल प्रशासन का एक मॉडल पूरे देश के सामने देगा। मैं एक बार फिर से दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने पूरे संघर्ष में हम लोगों का साथ दिया। अगर हैं जी, बिल्कुल होगी। सर्विसेज आने के बाद हम नई पोस्ट क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, पुरानी पोस्ट से अबॉलिश कर सकते हैं, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। एसीबी अभी चुनी हुई सरकार के पास नहीं है, लेकिन विजिलेंस अब आ गया है। तो जो लोग अगर गलत काम करेंगे, भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे, कानून के हिसाब से काम नहीं करेंगे, उनके ऊपर विजिलेंस की कार्रवाई, डिसिप्लिनरी प्रोसीडिंग्स, विजिलेंस प्रोसीडिंग्स की जा सकती हैं।
शाम को आप एलजी साहब से मिलने जा रहे हैं, उसमें क्या बातचीत होने की संभावना है? क्या आप उनको अब यह अनुरोध करेंगे कि वो अब और किसी प्रकार का अड़ंगा ना लगाए? और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्देश दिया,
उनसे आशीर्वाद लेने जा रहा हूँ।
आपको लग रहा है कि ये पावर तो मिल गई है, पावर से ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है अब आपकी, क्योंकि अब तक आप बहुत सारी अड़चनें भी आपने बताई, लेकिन अब वो काम आपको कराना ही होगा।
नहीं, जिम्मेदारी तो पहले भी थी। वो जिम्मेदारी विदाउट पावर थी, अब जिम्मेदारी विद पावर आ गई है। जिम्मेदार देखिए, जब भी जनता वोट देती थी तो वो तो यही कहती थी, जी हमने तो केजरीवाल को वोट दे दिया, अब केजरीवाल जाने पावर है कि नहीं है उसके पास। जनता को कि बेचारों को क्या पता TDR क्या होता है, आर्टिकल 239AA4 क्या होता है, उनको क्या पता बेचारों को। जनता तो वोट दे देती है, लेकिन हमारे पास पहले उन जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करने की पावर नहीं थी, शक्ति नहीं थी। अब शक्ति दे दी है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हमें।
पहले जो आपके काम है, अगर आप याद दिलाना चाहें, कौन सी ऐसी फाइल है जो अटकी हुई है और कौन से ऐसे काम है जो आप करना चाहेंगे तुरंत?
ऐसे बहुत सारे काम हैं जो पिछले कई सालों में अटके। पिछले 1 साल के अंदर तो आपने देखा कि किस तरह से पिछले साल लास्ट के महीने नवंबर तक आते आते मोहल्ला क्लिनिक के अंदर लैब टेस्ट्स बंद हो गए थे, दवाइयाँ बंद हो गई थी। जल बोर्ड जो है, बजट असेंबली ने बजट पास कर दिया, लेकिन कुछ ऑफिसर जो हैं वो बजट रिलीज़ नहीं कर रहे थे। हर डिपार्टमेंट का गला घोंट दिया गया था अफसरों को के ज़रिए, वो अब बंद हो जाएगा। अब जितने जो असेंबली के अंदर हम बजट प्रेजेंट करते हैं और जो जनता की बात रखते हैं, वो सारी चीज़ें अब हम कर पाएंगे।
सर, अधिकारियों की मीटिंग आपने बुलाई है, बड़े अधिकारियों, क्योंकि कहा जाता है कि यदि अब तक CS काम करते रहे तो क्या उन्हें मीटिंग के लिए आपने बुलाया?
ज़रूर बुलाएंगे, अब आने वाले टाइम में मीटिंग्स होती रहेंगी।
सर, अभी हाल के दिनों में बहुत सारे ऐसे फैसले एलजी ने लिए जो कि मतलब सरकार के अधिकारों का उल्लंघन करके खुद से लिए गए। क्या अब उन फैसलों को रिव्यू भी किया जाएगा?
वो फैसले कई सारे गलत हैं। इनफैक्ट कई सारे तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पेंडिंग है। कल एल्डरमैन का केस आ रहा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर। ट्यूसडे को DRC के चेयरमैन की अपॉइंटमेंट का केस आ रहा है। फिनलैंड जो हमारे टीचर्स को नहीं जाने दिया, उसका केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंदर पेंडिंग है। जब मेंशन ही किया था हमने ये केसेस तीनों, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की टिप्पणी काफ़ी तल्ख थी कि ये कैसे LG साहब रोक सकते हैं। एल्डरमैन की अपॉइंटमेंट बिल्कुल गलत हुई है। जो DRC के चेयरमैन 4 महीने से फाइल LG साहब के पास पड़ी हुई थी, LG साहब ने अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं होने दी, तो हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाना पड़ा। मुझे लगता है कि अब इतना सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की, हाई कोर्ट जाने की ज़रूरत शायद ना पड़े। अब शायद हम अपने स्तर के ऊपर ही कई सारे निर्णय ले सकें।
तो बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी करी गई जिसमें ये भी कहा गया कि केंद्र जो है वो राज्य सरकारों की जो ताकत है, पावर है, वो छीनने का, छीने ना छीने, इस तरीके की लगता है अब आगे के लिए नजीर।
मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि केंद्र सरकार एक तरह से, प्रधानमंत्री जी खासतौर एक तरह से पिता समान होते हैं। जैसे परिवार में पिता होता है, पिता समान होते हैं। पिता की जिम्मेदारी होती है कि सारे बच्चों को अच्छे से उनका पालन पोषण करें। अगर दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है तो वो हमारे भी प्रधानमंत्री हैं, हम भी उन्हीं की तरफ देखते हैं। चाहे बीजेपी की किसी राज्य में सरकार है, किसी में कांग्रेस की सरकार है, किसी में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, वो सारे के सारे प्रधानमंत्री को एक तरह से पिता समान देखते हैं कि भाई ये अब कोई मुसीबत आएगी तो हमारी मदद करेंगे। लेकिन अगर जैसे ये 23 मई 2015 को आदेश पारित करके दिल्ली सरकार की पावर छीन ली गई, 8 साल तक हमें बिना पावर के काम करना पड़ा, काम रुक गया, किसका फ़ायदा हुआ? आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साबित कर दिया कि ये गलत था, ये ऑर्डर बिल्कुल गैर संवैधानिक ऑर्डर था। जितनी सख्त लैंग्वेज के अंदर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला है, उससे ये साफ जाहिर है कि ये ऑर्डर केंद्र सरकार का बिल्कुल गलत था। तो इतना गलत ऑर्डर उन्होंने पास किया, तो उसका मतलब तो यही था कि आम आदमी पार्टी की दिल्ली की सरकार को फेल करना उसका।
The atrocities that have been taking place against Sikhs, we're learning that one of those two was a former government employee. Now, we do have more details about the person. We are learning that he was upset, as we just told you, due to what he perceived were anti-Sikh activities taking place across the state. My colleague Anshul is with us to bring us more details. Anshul, some media outlets are also saying that the suspect distributed pamphlets at the site when the explosion took place, and those pamphlets also contained some information. Bring us some context, please, as to what took place early this morning and as to what police are finding now in their probe.
So yes, the police is carrying out a detailed investigation in this entire matter. If you see, initially the kind of reports that we picked up from Amritsar, the DGP himself and the other police sources on the ground said that this does not seem like a terror attack and this seems like a case of property dispute. But now, since the person has been taken into custody, it has now very clearly been revealed about the integrities of this entire operation that was carried out by these two individuals. Basically, they wanted to give a message of atrocities against Sikhs, and hence these low-intensity blasts were carried out. Now, these bombs that were used, these were crude bombs, and these were not ID or any other sort of sophisticated bombs, but these were crude bombs that were used, and hence it was of very, very low intensity. Now remember, the blast that happened on Saturday, at least 6 people got injured, whereas the blast that happened on Monday, another person got injured. He had a few splinters on his leg. Now this entire investigation is now being carried out.
A development coming out of Amritsar, where early this morning the area around the Golden Temple saw the third blast it's seen since just Saturday. Now, in the blast that took place this morning, 5 people have already been arrested. Now, the blast itself took place in the early hours of the morning. And as we just told you, this is the third blast the area has seen in just the last 7 days. Now, according to central agency sources, a kind of potassium chlorate was actually possibly used in the making of the explosion itself. Sources have further said that the blast seems to be more to provoke than to harm, with the timing of the last 2 blasts coinciding with the fact that there were lesser people in the area because it took place early in the morning. Now, the Punjab Police DGP is expected to brief the media over all of these attacks. Let's take a look. This is a walkthrough, a ground report that my colleague Rajiv Sharma brought us from the ground. Take a look.
मंदिर साहिब के बिल्कुल पास श्री गुरु रामदास सराय में एक धमाका होता है। 12:10 पर इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस कमिश्नर खुद मौके पर पहुंचते हैं। तो इस समय हम उसी जगह पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि श्री गुरु रामदास जो सराय है उसका बिल्कुल ये पिछला
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. The Supreme Court today pronounced the verdict on a batch of cross petitions filed by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the Uddhav Thackeray factions. A 5-judge constitutional bench, which was headed by the CJI, pronounced that it cannot order the restoration of Uddhav government as he resigned without facing a floor test, although the governor's decision for a floor test was wrong. The bench also then added that the speaker was also wrong in appointing the whip of the Eknath Shinde group. The court further said that the exercise of discretion by the governor was not in accordance with what the constitution states, and that the governor was wrong in judgment that the Maha Vikas Aghadi had no majority. The court had ordered that the speaker will decide on the disqualification of the MLAs.
दिनों से हमारी लड़ाई चल रही थी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में। आज आप भी आ गए और वो निर्णय भी आ गया। इस देश में अब प्रजातंत्र उसकी रक्षा करना हमारा काम है। जैसे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा कि अगर मैं रिजाइन नहीं करता, मैं इस्तीफा नहीं देता, तो शायद वो मैं वापस मुख्यमंत्री बन जाता। मैं मेरे लिए नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ। मेरी लड़ाई जनता के लिए है, मेरे देश के लिए, मेरे राज्य के लिए है। और भले हम इसके पहले राजनीति में विवाद तो होते रहते हैं, लेकिन एक मत तो हमारा हो गया है कि इस देश को हमें बचाना है, संविधान को बचाया है। हम सब मिलकर ये जो अपने देश को फिर से एक बार गुलाम बनाना चाहते हैं, उनको घर भेजेंगे और मुझे पक्का भरोसा है पूरी जनता हमारा इंतजार कर रही है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट बहुत स्पष्टता से कहता है कि गवर्नर साहब ने शिंदे जी को मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेने का जो न्योता दिया वो सही है। इसका ही मतलब ये होता है कि शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार तैयार हुई है वो लेजिटिमेट है, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, और इसलिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। जो लोग ये कहते थे कि ये सरकार संवैधानिक नहीं है, उनको इसका जवाब मिल गया होगा, बशर्ते वो अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट को मानते हो तो। क्योंकि कई बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर भी वो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाते हैं। तो अगर देश के संविधान को और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को अगर वो मानते होंगे तो आज उनको इस बात का जवाब पूर्ण तरीके से मिल गया कि श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व की सरकार ही संवैधानिक है, पूरे तरीके से लेजिटिमेट और लीगल सरकार ये है।
Let's also now bring in our colleagues. Let's first bring in our legal correspondent, Ananya Bhatnagar, who is joining us on the broadcast. Politically speaking, Ananya, while we are getting reactions coming in from both camps, while Uddhav Thackeray camp is seeing this as a moral victory, the Shinde faction is seeing this as a real victory and saying that there is no instability as far as our government is concerned. But talking about the verdict itself, talk to us about the questions that have been raised by the Supreme Court over decisions or misjudgments that were taken as far as the governor and the speaker were concerned?
Well, definitely, the Supreme Court judgment, which runs into almost 141 pages, goes to speak volumes about the decisions that was taken by, in fact, the Speaker and the Governor. However, definitely the Eknath camp can actually rejoice, because ultimately, if we talk of the current scenario, if we talk of the practical implications of it, the Eknath Shinde government is sustaining. There is no kind of a threat to this particular government, though the Speaker has been asked to, in fact, decide on the disqualification proceedings of those rebel MLAs. But that can that would actually happen on the discretion of the Speaker only. Apart from that, a very important observation and direction that has been given by the topmost of the country is with regards to with regards to the whip of that particular political party. He has to be redetermined by inquiring into the party constitution, is what the directions of the topmost court of the country are. Very, very categorically speaking, it has also highlighted the role of the governor, saying that he was wrong in calling the floor test, but ultimately when the Bharatiya Janata Party went in and said that they have the support of the Eknath Shinde camp, and it totals down to the 2/3 of the majority of the House, he was not wrong in calling for a floor test, because Mr. Uddhav Thackeray himself resigned, and hence the whole and sole reason why there cannot be a reinstatement of that particular previous MVA government is because Uddhav Thackeray resigned even before a floor test could actually take place into this particular case. Importantly, a very, very crucial observation which would result as a precedent when it comes to cases like these in the future as well is that the floor test cannot be used to settle intra-party discourses. There has to be some other remedy that they need to go on to. And in fact, the floor test cannot be used to settle in intra-party disputes, is what the Supreme Court had to say.
Yeah, as you're rightly pointing out, multiple big takeaways as far as that verdict from the Supreme Court is concerned. But what does this then mean as far as the road ahead? What does this mean as far as the disqualification is concerned?
Well, the disqualification is completely on the minds of the Speaker. Now, the current Speaker, Mr. Whoever is presiding and is currently there, is going to decide those particular proceedings. And since it is of the Eknath Shinde camp, we might see that there is some favorable orders with regards to the disqualification. However, he will have to take in course the direction of the Supreme Court and would have to also look into the factual matrix of the matter while giving out any kind of a decision on the disqualification proceedings in this particular case, because there are already directions of the Supreme Court for the Speaker to reconsider its, he has to see all of the disqualification notices and all the petitions have to be read in with. But apart from that, another role that has been assigned to the Speaker at this point of time is to determine who is the whip of that particular political party or the Shiv Sena. So we'll have to wait and watch a lot for the Speaker, to decide on and to inquire into. But at the same point of time, no threat to the current Eknath Shinde government in the state of Maharashtra.
Yeah, that's correct. Ananya, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's also now play out some conversations. CNN News 18's managing editor Zaka Jacob spoke to Maharashtra Minister Deepak Kesarkar on the judgment that came from the Supreme Court. Let's listen in.
You must have heard Mr. Thackeray just had a press conference along with the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, where he said that the Shinde government now has no moral authority or constitutional authority to continue in office because the Supreme Court has declared both the governor's action and the speaker's action as bona fide.
Maharashtra, with the support of Congress and NCP, who were rejected by the people of Maharashtra. The mandate of the people of Maharashtra is more important than anything else, and since he has resigned, the question of governor's decision does not arise at all. And as a whip, his whip, who is Mr. Prabhu, can always put before his part of the incidents before the Honorable Speaker, because they are claiming that attending a meeting not on the floor of the House, it is just not attending the meeting called by him, calls for disqualification. It is never written neither in the Act nor the rules framed under this Act. Okay. That's why I feel that these are all academic questions now. And these people are coming together just to defeat one person who is making proud to our country. And all Indians will take note of this and give them a proper reply when the parliament elections come.
Now that this legal hurdle has been crossed, do you believe it's time for the BJP and Mr. Shinde to call for the BMC election? And also, can you assure that in 2024, both parliamentary and Vidhan Sabha elections, it will be the BJP and Shinde faction that will go in united as an alliance?
We are not Shinde fraction, we are Shiv Sena, and we have that symbol also, and that is not challenged and not accepted by the Supreme Court also. We can function separately. That is what the Supreme Court has said. So we'll act separately. We are in alliance with BJP, all elections together.
All elections
we'll win
together.
it, and we'll work for the Maharashtra. Yes, yes, certainly.
Okay.
And that too, Fadnavis Sahib has clearly mentioned that under the leadership of Mr. Shinde, the election would be fought.
So that was the reaction that was coming in from the Shinde faction, saying we're extremely satisfied and happy as far as the verdict is concerned. Let's also now bring in our colleague Vinaya Deshpande. Vinaya, while Uddhav Thackeray is saying that I'm not just fighting for my position as a chief minister, but I'm actually fighting for the people, I want to understand, as far as the questions that have been raised on the role of the speaker and the governor, that possibly there were certain misjudgments, one in assuming that the MLA did not have majority. How is the Shinde faction responding to that criticism?
Well, the Shinde faction has claimed that they have faced what is a victory for them, and the court judgment clearly shows that there is a complete legal and constitutional validity. In fact, Eknath Shinde has cross-questioned Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he should not make it sound like a battle which is for a larger goal, because it was out of embarrassment that when Uddhav Thackeray knew that he did not have the numbers and he did not have any face to show to the House, that is how he had in fact resigned. So clearly we are seeing that a battle of words has ensued between both Uddhav Thackeray as well as Eknath Shinde, whereas Uddhav Thackeray has claimed that this is a moral victory for him. He has claimed there's a moral high ground on which he had tendered his resignation and has appealed to Eknath Shinde to do the same in the face of such a scathing judgment that has been passed by the Supreme Court. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde says that Uddhav Thackeray should not really be talking of morality, should not be taking any moral high ground for the kind of situation that he had created himself. In fact, Eknath Shinde faction has gone ahead to slam Uddhav Thackeray, saying that his own alliance partner Sharad Pawar had said in his autobiography about how there were differences in the MBA because of the way in which Uddhav Thackeray functioned as the chief minister, where he himself never attended office, and that led to a lot of differences. So Eknath Shinde seems to have received a shot in the arm after the judgment, as the judgment has said clearly that since Uddhav Thackeray resigned, there is no question of reinstating it. Eknath Shinde has clearly construed it as a shot in the arm, as a moral, legal as well as constitutional validity for his government.
Yeah, Vinay, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's also now bring in our colleague Yesha Kotak, who also in fact is now joining us on the broadcast. Yesha, just taking on as far as the questions that were raised on the judgments that were taken by the speaker as well as the governor, I believe we're also now getting a reaction that's coming in from Bhagat Singh Koshyari. What is he saying as far as the sequence of events that happened?
So in fact, now what we understand, particularly in this case, is that questions were raised on the speaker as well as the governor, Bhagat Singh Koshyari, who very well was the governor. Then there were questions raised on how he had in fact gotten these MLAs who had reached out on with Eknath Shinde's letter. We had seen that Supreme Court, particularly in their judgment, had said that only when a letter is given by Eknath Shinde, it cannot be held valid proof as to fact that these MLAs, these 40 MLAs who had in fact decided to step out and join Eknath Shinde, can be held ground. They in fact were expressing their displeasure, and this was not only just their displeasure, but apart from that, there was no consequence, or these 40 MLAs had not showed any kind of an intent to leave MVA. This was the kind of stance that was taken by the Supreme Court then in this particular hearing when we speak of, and which is where we see that despite all these things which were mentioned, that the fact that the speaker erred, the fact that the governor erred, despite that the ruling has in fact gone in the favor of the Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis government. Yes.
I also want to understand, when we heard that press conference that came from Uddhav Thackeray, Yasha, he said that, you can ask me questions today about why I wanted to step down, why I wanted to resign. Possibly it was right, possibly it was not, but I thought it was the right moral thing to do. And that is what I think should be the decision of Eknath Shinde and his deputy as well, because that's the right thing to do if you're fighting for people and the state. How is the Shinde faction reacting to that?
So in fact, when we speak of the Shinde faction, they have time and again, of course, questioned Uddhav Thackeray. Here, when you speak of morality, we've seen that in the press conference that was held by Uddhav Thackeray, he said that he decided to step down because he thought that was the right thing to do for the democracy. However, when we heard Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister himself speaking, he said that Uddhav Thackeray at that point had no option but to step down because he did not have the support of these MLAs. There were 40 MLAs who were with Eknath Shinde. So the stance that has been taken by Uddhav Thackeray, that he's done this on morality, is in fact being questioned by the Shinde government. They're saying that he had in fact left his morality and decided to choose the chair of the Chief Minister. It was time and again also questioned in the press conference which was held by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, wherein they said that in fact it was Uddhav Thackeray who had forgotten what the party stands for.
Okay, Yasha, we'll just request you to stay on with us. We'll request Vinay also to stay on with us. Let's listen into some other reactions.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का अगर आप निर्णय देखें तो हम खुश हैं कि देश में लोकतंत्र और न्याय व्यवस्था आज भी जिंदा है। संविधान मरा नहीं है या कोई संविधान की हत्या नहीं कर सकता। सत्ता आती है, सत्ता चली जाती है। सबसे पहले जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि जो शिंदे गुट का व्हीप है वही गैर कानूनी इलीगल है। उसका मतलब है वो लोगों ने जो व्हीप बजाया था वो गैर कानूनी है और हमारा जो व्हीप था उसने जो आदेश दिया है वो कानूनी है। वो उस व्हीप के मुताबिक तो सब लोग अभी डिस्क्वालीफाई हो जाएंगे। अगर उद्धव जी ने नैतिकता के आधार पर रिजाइन किया है, इस्तीफा नहीं देते, तो आज हम उस स्थिति में होते कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर फिर एक बार स्थापित करते। उसका मतलब है जिस तरह से सरकार नई सरकार बनाई ये पूरी तरह से गैर कानूनी है।
कितना रिलीफ आप मानते हैं ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से आज?
बहुत बड़ा रिलीफ है क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में जो पॉलिटिकल एटमॉस्फेयर जो खराब हुआ था और एक गंदी राजनीति महाराष्ट्र में चल रही थी वो अभी खत्म हो जाएगी और एक हिस्टोरिकल डिसीजन है। इस डिसीजन की वजह से जितने भी रीजनल पार्टी है उनको एक सबक मिलेगा क्योंकि आप देखेंगे जितने रीजनल पार्टी है वो फैमिली परिवार चला लिया और परिवार अगर डिसीजन लेती है कि हम जो उनकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के विचार है, उसको छोड़ के अपोजिशन के अगर साथ परिवार जाएगा तो पार्टी नहीं जाएगी, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता नहीं जाएगी। ये सबक ये डिसीजन के माध्यम से मिलेगा।
बट सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बड़ी क्रिटिकल टिप्पणियां की हैं गवर्नर के रोल के ऊपर।
गवर्नर के रोल पे क्योंकि लेकिन गवर्नर ने वो वहाँ पे क्रिटिकल सिचुएशन थी और जो भी गवर्नर ने डिसीजन लिया था वो लीगल ओपिनियन लेके ही उनके लीगल एडवाइजर को लेके डिसीजन लिया था। आगे स्पीकर का रोल इसमें इम्पोर्टेंट है। स्पीकर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का रेफरेंस लेके ही सब अपॉइंटमेंट और डिसीजन लेंगे और इसमें इलेक्शन कमीशन ने इसके पहले जो डिसीजन लिया था वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। इलेक्शन कमीशन ने जो डिसीजन लिया था कि शिवसेना के पूरे राइट्स माननीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के पास रहेंगे, सिंबल भी एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के पास रहेंगे, तो वो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टंट डिसीजन है।
जे काही सरकार तोडण्याकरता केलेले प्रयत्न आहेत ते पूर्णपणे बेकायदेशीर होते हे स्पष्ट करणारा तो निर्णय आहे। त्यावेळेचा व्हीप फोडणं असेल, सदस्य बाजूला काढणे असेल, त्यांचा व्हीप नेमणं असेल, हे बेकायदेशीर होतं। माननीय राज्यपालांनी दिलेले निर्णय बेकायदेशीर होते, माननीय विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षांनी दिलेले निर्णय बेकायदेशीर होते। याचा अर्थ जे काही घटनाक्रम तो आहे तो बेकायदेशीर रीतीनं करण्यात आला होता सत्ता स्थापनेकरता सत्तेच्या लालसेनं। आता हे सगळं आहे तर याच्यामध्ये स्पष्टपणे दिसते जरी शिंदे सरकार वाचलेलं असलं, मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून एकनाथजी शिंदे असले तरी त्यांना नैतिक अधिकार मात्र आता राहिलेला नहीं।
आज के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले का हम स्वागत करते हैं। उन्होंने जो निर्णय दिया है बहुत ही सकारात्मक निर्णय है। उन्होंने साफ कह दिया है कि जो उस समय महाराष्ट्र राज्य के गवर्नर थे उनकी भूमिका असंवैधानिक रही। उन्होंने जिस प्रकार यह सरकार बनवाई, यह सरकार की पूरी प्रक्रिया असंवैधानिक रही। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी स्पष्ट किया कि जो व्हिप जारी किया था इस समय के वर्तमान स्पीकर राहुल नार्वेकर ने, वो व्हिप भी गलत तरीके से जारी हुआ, क्योंकि व्हिप हमारी पार्टी यानी शिवसेना, उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो पार्टी है शिवसेना, उन्होंने अपने व्हिप को दिया था, उसको न मानते हुए उन्होंने शिंदे सेना के व्हिप को जो जारी किया वो भी गलत है।
आज जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया है, हमें भी उम्मीद थी कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो सच्चाई है उसके बारे में ही निकाल देगी, और जिस तरह से आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने निर्णय दिया है मैं उसका स्वागत करता हूं, और हमारे आदरणीय एकनाथ जी शिंदे साहब को भी बधाई देता हूं कि जो निर्णय उन्होंने और आदरणीय देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस साहब ने लिया था वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली बहुत सही था, योग्य था। वो आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको अपनी सिक्का मोर्तब किया हुआ है।
राज्यपाल ने लिए हुए सारे के सारे निर्णय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने रद्द कर दिए। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, महाराष्ट्र के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तुरंत उन्होंने इस्तीफा दे और लोकशाही का जो तत्व है उसको स्वीकार करें और इस तरह तुरंत इस्तीफा देकर दो जाए।
Some other developments now coming in. Sources are telling us here at CNN News 18 that the Supreme Court's decision and verdict has in fact cleared the way and paved the way for a cabinet expansion in the state of Maharashtra. Sources are also telling us that in a few weeks it's a possibility that the Chief Minister may expand his cabinet by inducting 15 to 16 senior as well as junior ministers. Because this has been a big relief for the Shinde faction, we're now understanding it's a possibility that we could see a cabinet expansion as well. Let's also now bring in our colleague Mayuresh, who in fact has getting us this development. Mayuresh, what are sources telling you?
The sources are indicating that there is a possibility within few weeks that Shinde may expand his cabinet by inducting 15 to 16 senior as well as junior ministers. If you remember that when Shinde took oath, along with him, Devendra Fadnavis and other ministers had taken oath, but after that there was no cabinet expansion happened. And yes, somewhere there was a feeling that if the Supreme Court decision comes against the Shinde, then it will be very embarrassing position for all the ministers, and that's why Shinde had basically not expanded his cabinet. But now, since the Supreme Court verdict has come and it is very much clear that the Shinde-Fadnavis government is safe, we have been given to understand by our sources in the Maharashtra government that soon there is a possibility that Shinde will expand his cabinet.
Right, Mayuresh, as you're pointing out, the Shinde faction was waiting for this verdict. Now we could see a cabinet expansion as well. Shifting our focus to a press conference coming in by Shiv Sena.
इनको बचाने के लिए मिलकर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। वैसे पूरा देश का नक्शा देखने के बाद ये स्थिति दिखती है कि मिलकर काम करे तो इस देश को जो एक वायबल अल्टरनेटिव चाहिए, वो अल्टरनेटिव को लोग समर्थन करेंगे। कल कर्नाटक का फोन हुआ, जहाँ तक हमारी इंफॉर्मेशन है, कर्नाटक की जनता बीजेपी को दूर करके वहाँ एक सेक्युलर गवर्नमेंट बनाने में आगे जाएगी। ये कर्नाटक तक सीमित नहीं, देश के बहुत बड़े हिस्से में यही स्थिति है। मगर ये स्थिति और इसमें कामयाबी आनी हो तो हम लोगों को मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। और मुझे खुशी है कि जिसकी आज आवश्यकता है, यह आवश्यकता पूरी करने के लिए नीतीश जी ने मिशन हाथ में लिया है। उन्होंने, उनके साथियों ने हमारे कई साथियों के साथ बातचीत की और आज महाराष्ट्र के साथियों ने भी इसी तरह से आगे जाने की आवश्यकता है, यही कहने के लिए यह आए थे। मुझे याद है कि दिल्ली में हम लोग बैठे थे, उनके पार्टी के साथी थे, राहुल गांधी थे, खड़गे जी थे, अन्य जो पार्टीज है सेक्युलर वो सब लोग थे। ये सभी में इसी लाइन पर बात हुई और निर्णय की आवश्यकता है, इस पर एक वाक्यता हुई है। और इसकी प्रक्रिया जो नीतीश जी ने शुरू की है, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और उनको 2 शब्द बोलने का सुझाव देता हूँ।
ठीक है, तो साहब ने सारी बात कही दी, तो हम लोग तो आए ही थे मिलने के लिए और पहले भी मिले। हम लोग चाहते यही है कि देश में एकदम जो बीजेपी की पार्टी जिस तरह से जो कुछ भी कर रही है वो देश के हित में नहीं है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में ज्यादा से ज्यादा विपक्षी दल एकजुट होंगे तो वो देश के हित में होगा। तो इसी को सोच करके बातचीत तो हुई है, उसी सिलसिले में आए हैं। हम लोग सब इस बात के लिए एग्रीड हैं और अनेक दलों से बातचीत हो चुकी है। अब उसके बाद सब लोगों की सहमति हो रही है, तो अब एक साथ बैठ करके हम लोग आगे का सब चीज का निर्णय लेंगे। तो उसी सिलसिले में आज आपसे भी बात करने के लिए आज आए और बहुत अच्छा रहा। तो आप लोगों को इतना ही कहेंगे कि देश के हित में होने जा रहा है। आप जानते हैं।
एक सवाल है पवार साहेब, पण युपीए जे आहे युपीए बरोबर राहून अशा पद्धतीने हे विरोधी पक्षाची सगळी एकजूट होणार आहे।
हो सकते हैं, जहाँ तक यूपीए में हम काम करते हैं तो वहाँ तो सभी की सहमति है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। अभी सब लोग वहाँ रहते हुए उद्धव जी के नेतृत्व वाली शिवसेना हो, कांग्रेस तो है ही है, हम लोग है ही है, और यहाँ के और छोटे कुछ पार्टीज है, उनके साथ भी हम बात करेंगे, मिलकर काम करेंगे, कोई तकलीफ नहीं।
निधि जी एक सवाल है, महागठबंधन की आप बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें कांग्रेस आपके साथ रहेगी या नहीं रहेगी और उसका चेहरा कौन रहेगा?
नहीं, जो एक गठबंधन बनेगा तो आप तो शुरू से जानते हैं ना कि हम तो एक बड़ा गठबंधन बनाने के लिए लगे हुए हैं, तो वो तो बन ही जाएगा। अब जैसी बातचीत जितने लोगों से हुई है तो अच्छा करके और फिर सब लोगों की राय से नामकरण भी गठबंधन का हो जाएगा, सब कुछ करके हो जाएगा।
तो राहुल जी का सवाल ये है,
बिल्कुल साथ में तो साथ ही रहते ही सब जगह लेके जाते हैं हम साथ।
निधि जी एक सवाल ये है कि आप शरद पवार साहब से मिलने आए हैं, क्या ये माना जाए कि शरद पवार साहब जो है विपक्ष का जो गठबंधन होगा उसका प्रमुख चेहरा होंगे और साथ में वो उनके नेतृत्व में आप लड़ेंगे?
इससे ज्यादा खुशी की कोई बातें नहीं है। हम इनको आज कह दिए, हम क्या बोले। एक रोज पटिया में रिजाइन कर दिए थे, हम सबको खराब लगा था, और फिर वापस आके आज हमने इनको कहा कि एकदम पूरा मजबूती से न सिर्फ अपनी पार्टी के लिए आपको करना है बल्कि पूरे देश के लिए काम करना है।
तो
ये सब
यूपी का चेहरा हो गया, चेयरमैन का चेहरा।
अरे जो भी होगा वो तो आपस में बातचीत करके हो जाएगा ना। अभी कुछ कहना तो ये उचित नहीं, तो सब बैठे
आज खाली मिलकर काम करना, यहाँ तक हम होते हैं। चेहरा मेरा बाद में देखा, हमारा सबका चेहरा हमें मालूम है कि लोग चाहते हैं कि यही चेहरे होने चाहिए।
पवार साहेब, आज सुप्रीम कोर्टामध्ये निकाल लागला,
ये खत्म हो गई।
तेजस्वी जी आपसे एक सवाल है, तेजस्वी जी आपसे एक सवाल है, आप उद्धव साहब
होने वाली है, उस बैठक में ब्लूप्रिंट के बारे में भी बातचीत होगी, सर क्या कुछ प्लानिंग?
भाई अभी जो बैठक होगी ना वो तो उसके बारे में सब आपको समय पर बताएंगे।
एक सवाल है सर, एक सवाल है, आप उद्धव ठाकरे जी से मिले हैं, जिस तरीके का उनके साथ पार्टी की जो तोड़फोड़ मरोड़ हुई है और आज कोर्ट का फैसला भी आया है, क्या लगता है कि उसके जैसे व्यक्ति आपके साथ रहने से उनकी पार्टी की ताकत आपको मिलेगी या आपकी वजह से उनकी पार्टी को ताकत मिलेगी?
तो आए थे भाई, देश का जो
सही है सब
देश के सवाल के लेकर के एक होने के लिए हम लोग आए।
बिल्कुल, वो तो सारे प्रेस वालों से तो उनकी बातचीत हुई गई।
कोर्टात एक निरीक्षण नोंदवण्यात आलं की उद्धव ठाकरेंनी जर राजीनामा दिला नसता तर कदाचित मी वेगळा विचार केला असता, कोर्टाचं जजमेंट मध्ये म्हणण्यात आलं। तुम्ही स्वतः म्हणाला होतात की
चर्चा करण्याचा अर्थ नाही, माझ्या पुस्तकात मी लिहिले ते।
पण अशा पद्धतीने
जयंत पाटलांना ईडीची नोटीस आली आहे आणि दुसरीकडे निकाल पण आलाय,
अरे अब तो बात हो ही गया तो चलिए ना। अब ऐसा है कि जब बात कितना भर कह दिए हम लोग, इसके बाद जब होगा ना अगला मीटिंग होगा तो सब बात और डिटेल आएगा। हाँ बोलिए। तो सारे प्रेस वालों का ही आज खबर देखी है हम लोग। वहाँ के बारे में जो रिपोर्ट आई है तो उसमें तो जितनी रिपोर्ट आई है तो जिसमें ज्यादातर लिखा ही हुआ उनके पक्ष में, अच्छी बात है।
सुप्रीम कोर्टाच्या निकालाकडे आपण एकतर कसं बघताय आणि दुसरं आज जयंत पाटलांना पण ईडीची नोटीस आली।
ऐसे आहे की जयंत साहेब ईडीची आली, आणखीन काही लोकांना आम्ही सगळेजण वाट बघतो कधी आणि कोणाला सत्तेचा गैरवापर हा सातत्याने केला जातो, त्याचंही उत्तम आहे आम्ही त्याच्याशी लढू।
चुकीच्या गोष्टी केल्या, सगळ्या गोष्टी नियमबाह्य जाऊन केल्या।
राज्यपालांची निवड किती चुकीची केली जाते याचं उत्तम उदाहरण महाराष्ट्राने पाहिजे आणि मला वाटतं की जाहीरपणानं मी त्याच्यावरती इच्छा असताना एकदम बोललेलं आहे। आणि
एक बड़ी सभा होगी, उसके लिए देश भर आप घूम रहे हैं, सभी पक्षी इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं।
अरे भाई कहाँ सभा होगी, कहाँ विपक्षियों की एकता की सभा होगी, वो तो उसके बाद घोषित होगा। अभी काहे के लिए कर रहे हैं? अभी कुछ करना ठीक नहीं। आप लोगों को
खुर्ची मागे
message against the atrocities that have been taking place against Sikhs. We're learning that one of those two was a former government employee. Now, we do have more details about the person. We are learning that he was upset, as we just told you, due to what he perceived were anti-Sikh activities taking place across the state. My colleague Anshul is with us to bring us more details. Anshul, some media outlets are also saying that the suspect distributed pamphlets at the site when the explosion took place, and those pamphlets also contained some information. Bring us some context, please, as to what took place early this morning and as to what police are finding now in their probe.
So yes, the police is carrying out a detailed investigation in this entire matter. If you see, initially the kind of reports that we picked up from Amritsar, the DGP himself and the other police sources on the ground said that this does not seem like a terror attack and this seems like a case of property dispute. But now, since the person has been taken into custody, it has now very clearly been revealed about the nitty-gritties of this entire operation that was carried out by these two individuals. Basically, they wanted to give a message of atrocities against Sikhs, and hence these low-intensity blasts were carried out. Now, these bombs that were used, these were crude bombs, and these were not ID or any other sort of sophisticated bombs, but these were crude bombs that were used, and hence it was of very, very low intensity. Now, remember the blast that happened on Saturday, at least 6 people got injured, whereas the blast that happened on Monday, another person got injured. He had a few splinters on his leg. Now, this entire investigation is now being carried out.
A development coming out of Amritsar, where early this morning the area around the Golden Temple saw the third blast it's seen since just Saturday. Now, in the blast that took place this morning, 5 people have already been arrested. Now, the blast itself took place in the early hours of the morning. And as we just told you, this is the third blast the area has seen in just the last 7 days. Now, according to central agency sources, a kind of potassium chlorate was actually possibly used in the making of the explosion itself. Sources have further said that the blast seems to be more to provoke than to harm, with the timing of the last 2 blasts coinciding with the fact that there were lesser people in the area because it took place early in the morning. Now, the Punjab Police DGP is expected to brief the media over all of these attacks. Let's take a look. This is a walkthrough, a ground report that my colleague Rajiv Sharma brought us from the ground. Take a look.
मंदिर साहिब के बिल्कुल पास श्री गुरु रामदास सराय में एक धमाका होता है। 12:10 पर इसकी सूचना पुलिस को मिलती है और पुलिस कमिश्नर खुद मौके पर पहुंचते हैं। तो इस समय हम उसी जगह पर मौजूद हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि श्री गुरु रामदास
I am Rashid Kirbhai. Catch me on CNN News18 as I join the channel's non-stop coverage on Karnataka elections on the 13th of May.
सवा 12 के आसपास यहाँ पे इंटीमेशन आई थी कि यहाँ पे एक लाउड साउंड हैज़ बीन हर्ड। इट इज़ सस्पेक्टेड दैट देयर इज़ अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक एक्सप्लोजन और हुआ है, बट बिकॉज अभी अंधेरा है और ये इस बिल्डिंग के पीछे हुआ है, वहाँ पे अभी तक एक कंफर्म नहीं हो पाया है कि वेदर इट इज़ अ ब्लास्ट और कोई और इंसिडेंट है। आर FSL टीम इज़ ऑन द स्पॉट, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं एंड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ द प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर्स एज पार्ट जो हमारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, हम सस्पेक्ट्स को राउंड अप कर रहे हैं, लोगों को वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, पूछताछ कर रहे हैं।
बड़े लंबे समय तो मैं देख ਰਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਸੀਰੀਅਸਲੀ ਘਟਨਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਫਿਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2-4 ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 2 ਘਟਨਾਵਾਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਏ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਬਲਾਸਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਦਿਲਚਸਪੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ। ਇਹ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵੱਜ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੀ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੁਚੇਤ ਹੈਗੇ ਵੀ ਤੇ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ। ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਤੱਥ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀ, ਉਹ ਤੱਥ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਾਲੇ ਨਸ਼ਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੇ, ਪਰ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਚੇਚੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਡੰਗਾਈ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂਚ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਸਾਜ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਨੰਗੀ ਕਰੋ।
Like Aam Aadmi Party, Bhagwant Mann should spend more time on focusing on the law and order situation of the state rather than arresting journalists who show the truth of the mirror of truth to the entire Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann establishment.
सर कैसे ऐसा हुआ जहां पर एक्सप्लोजन हुआ है जो अमृतसर साहिब के।
Okay, we're now moving to more details in this same case. This is a CNN News18 exclusive on the Amritsar blast probe. Remember, we told you that 5 people had been arrested already in relation to the explosion that took place this morning in particular. Now, top intelligence...
Well, at the top of 4 p.m., there's the latest bit of development coming in. Multiple vehicles have been set on fire in the center of the city. These are the visuals coming in from northern Italy. In Milan, these large explosions have been reported. The visuals on your screen right now. What exactly is the cause of this huge explosion in this big city of Italy? What led to this? The visuals right now. We'll continue getting you all the details emerging from this developing stories at this point in time. Several vehicles have been set ablaze. That's the word really coming in. That means there's huge law and order situation that has been witnessed in the city. Large-scale explosion that has been seen in Milan in Italy. This is the northern part of Italy where a large-scale explosion was seen. Multiple vehicles have been set on fire. Developments coming in from Europe, from Italy. That's where this unrest has been reported. We'll continue tracking this story. We'll continue getting you all the details as to what exactly led to this large-scale violence. Pathikrit is with us on the broadcast. Pathikrit, help us understand. Several vehicles in flames after explosion hit the center of Italy's this prime city. What exactly do we know about this?
Well, one thing is for sure that this kind of explosion in Western Europe and Central Europe has been there for quite some time. Time since Al-Qaeda's presence became validated in whole of Europe and later on by ISIS. So there can only be two things. Either this is an accidental explosion because of an accumulation of chemical or anything like that. But generally it doesn't happen in those advanced cities. You won't have storehouses like that. The possibility of while we have to wait for confirmation, but the possibility of a major terror attack by an ISIS or any other splinter group cannot be ruled out. One thing we have to keep in mind is that over the last, say, half a decade, there has been a major, what you can say, influx of illegal immigrants from Northern Africa
into many of these European countries and especially in Italy.
Okay.
So, and many of them might be radicalized. They're coming from countries which are themselves torn apart by, war against, Islamist extremist organizations. So,
Okay.
and there is no vetting about who is coming in. So we have to wait and watch. But if it is a terror attack, then it would not be surprising because the guards have been lowered in Europe for a long time. It was only a foregone conclusion that it was a question of when and if not if.
This
as to
is
whether
one
terror
of
attack would
the
happen or not.
possibilities that Pathikrit is thinking aloud with us. This is a blast that has rocked the city centre. These visuals are coming in from the northern part of Italy in Milan. That's where this huge explosion has been reported at the city centre. Several vehicles also, of course, caught the blaze. What exactly is the reason behind it? How did this blast occur? What exactly is behind this? Is a wait and watch. But of course, the law and order, the security angle can never be ruled out. There are various targeted attacks and killings that we have seen in Western Europe in the last few years. And the expanse of the terror groups has only increased. Now, that's one facet that cannot be overlooked. But I draw a caution here that we wait for the details to emerge and for it to be confirmed. When these developments happen in a big city like it has happened in Milan, it raises questions about, large-scale law and order situation. If there was something that happened within the building or the premises, we don't know as of now. What we can tell our viewers right now is there is a huge explosion that has hit the